You're watching this and it's Christmas Day. I've managed to get this out. Hello, dear viewer. This replaces our live show. Our live show normally goes on at 2100 GMT every week, and I wanted to give everybody a day off today because it's Christmas Day, and there's so much good content from 2018. I'm actually going to have to give them New Year's Eve off as well, because I'm going to split this up into two programs. Already I'm not being too ruthless with the editing, and I'm already at three hours worth of content, so I'm not sure what this will end up as. It's Christmas Day right now, and I'm still chucking this together, hoping that the big storm behind me doesn't kick in and get rid of the power. So sit back, relax, fasten your seatbelts, pour a beer, have a sherry. I hope you've been having a wonderful Christmas day.
And I think people don't know what we do is we've been involved in this whole parachute discussion, also about safety and that. So maybe a strength would be the FAA. Maybe by the end of this year, we'll actually have some rules defined on what it takes to actually fly over people where they're non-participants, and that's been kind of where we've been part of this, working with the ASTM on the rule set. Of course, the controversy around that. For people that don't know, we've been really manufacturing parachutes for over 10 years now, and in the drone industry before it really even started. So we have a lot of experience, with this and seeing this, and also just trying to break through to people about what does it mean to fly safely, and what does safety mean, and so obviously being able to fly over people and actually being able to get waivers for that is a really big deal. But then on the other side, on weaknesses, which I know you guys are going to discuss, but it's just the crazy attitudes people have about this stuff, is the other side of that. So, we try to speak to safety and responsibility. And to some degree, it's, huh? Oh,
sorry, you go first. You go first, Gene. You go first.
Oh, no, I just wanted to say, we're obviously interested in that because it helps us, but I think too that the survival of the drone industry long term means that we don't have, really bad accidents and really bad things happen. So that's just kind of my quick take.
I wanted you to unpack the crazy things you thought, or attitudes that people had towards safety, or what do you mean by that? What, without naming names and offending people, what have you come across that you found weird?
Well, it's that. Well, for one thing, is that when people think of parachutes in recovery, there's initially is denial that they need it. I have a sort of an idea in my head that parachutes are about as glamorous to a drone pilot as insurance is.
Right.
They're not sexy. They're not cool. They add weight. They add cost. They add complexity. They add all these things. And so that's like the hill that we're constantly pushing the rock up.
The necessary evil.
Yeah, well, it is. I come from rockets, and they're absolutely are mandatory because that's how you land. You have no other landing capability.
Well, think about it. We talked about that as a child. Even when we were shooting off Estes rockets, you had a parachute.
That's right. But for drone,
we've already got two comments in which I'll introduce, and you can carry on in the live comments. There's Andy Lee Robertson said thoughts on Peter Streepel's awesome man Foamy. I don't know if you saw that. He built a foam aircraft and he flew it. He wasn't interested in getting a parachute, and Matthew Gordon says parachutes are obsolete in his humble opinion. So maybe you can speak to those comments as well.
Perhaps not, because I believe it's France. They're mandatory for drones, right, Gene?
Yeah, well, they're mandatory in quite a few countries. They're further along in kind of codifying certain regulatory structures. It's not just France. It's France, UK now. Has moved that way. I think Australia, most of the UK though is headed that way. Chile now has mandated that, in these countries, they've just said that, well, you just simply have to have it. I think in the US, it's going to be more of a, if you want to get certain kinds of waivers, you have to have it. You'll need it to fly over non-participants, basically. And that's where it's headed. But to step back a little bit with one of my stump speeches is that, really automobiles have airbags and seat belts, not because people thought they need it when they're driving to the grocery store, but because, through different regulatory movements, it became obvious that they needed that because it's a safety device. And so, the parachute isn't there because it's cool. It's because if something goes wrong in the air, the chance of a bad outcome without a parachute is very high. Chances are you're going to lose your airframe and your data. But if you have a parachute, it's still not 100%, but you have maybe a 95 to 98, 99% higher probability of having a good outcome or reasonable outcome than a bad outcome. Yeah. So it's a probability. It changes the probability of the whole equation.
And also enables, I believe, in my opinion, it also enables something else, which is, for instance, on the industrial side, you go for hexacopters or octocopters just because of redundancy of the power, and you can go lower for more efficient drones like a quad or a tree, and have what you lose in propulsion with the parachutes can be compensated on a quad when coming from an hexacopter to a quadcopter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think what you're saying is that now you can have a quadcopter with an ability to lower risk, the same as an octocopter. As far as if you lose the rotor and ESC, your octocopter can compensate for that. I think hexcopters have some capability, but for sure, quadcopters, if you have any sort of failure in there to propulsion, it's done. And these things are immensely expensive. A partner of ours that we work with, and we do testing there down in Watsonville, south of the Bay Area here. They have a Matrice 210, and let me tell you, that thing has got some money tied up in it. It's a lot of risk in that system, just financially alone.
15
So anyway,
15.
Yeah, or more.
Or more.
Ground stations and I saw one system that had both a visual camera and an IR, dual camera setup, and then had the ground station, all that. And I heard it was like 25 grand for the whole setup,
Yeah.
It's a lot. So our challenge, again, pushing the rock uphill is to try to build awareness. And I think too with parachutes on the other side is poorly implemented systems that are implemented from hobby grade materials. I think those actually could increase risk by giving people the thought that this actually helps you, but the quality level's not there. Well,
just help me understand that. Sorry, I'm butting in again, but just help me understand how. Well, two things: how high would I need to be for it to work, and and is there a mandate? Perhaps that's what you're working with on the standard. Is there a mandated rate of descent?
Yeah, so as far as the altitude goes, the parachute deployment there isn't like it fails below this and it works above this. There's an altitude below which you could 99% guarantee it won't work, and an altitude above which you can 99% guarantee it would, and there's that space in between. So I would say for like a 5 kg, copter, or 5 to 10K with a reasonably sized parachute, you could fly, with a good deployment system, probably around 30 to 40 meters. Would be a high level of reliability of making sure it opens before the ground. But the idea too that, I want to fly at 10 or 15 or 5 meters or something. Even with the Para-Zero system with instant opening, the ability for a pilot to react or even the system to detect failure. And then even if the parachute does come out, people don't have a chance to move or react, So there is there's I say it goes anywhere between, for small parachutes, as low as about 10 meters. And then for larger parachutes in the sweet spot, for systems being between 5 to 10 kg, copters, you're looking at about 30 to 50 meters. And then, you get into the really large stuff, and then you're like a 75, 80, or 100. Does that kind of help?
And sorry, I'm just reading the comments there, and people are saying, I've heard a few times with vertical flyaways where they've helped. I guess it would. Yeah, you get some sort of vibration event and your machine is flying up and away all by itself. If you could pop the parachute, that would be a good way of ending that that escapade.
Yeah, part of the ASTM committee isn't just about the parachute, but it's also about what the drone manufacturers need to do. They need to do things to help make this work. And the way the committee is working is that it's not just about a parachute system. It's really like the parachute recovery system, which is the parachute, the ejection system, the automatic fail-safe detection, and also a manual, ability to manually deploy, all those things, then coupled and certified for use with a particular drone. So once we get there, this system isn't going to be, I can buy my PRS on Amazon and stick it on any kind of drone. They're actually going to be certified for use on a particular drone. So those two things together become a certified system that can get a waiver. So the focus on this is that, and this is painful for us too, is to get there. We've got great parachutes, but we have to up the game in the deployment systems, increase the velocity for deployment, so that we get it out fast, out and away from the propellers. But then the drone manufacturers, like the parachute comes out now, no one has the ability for us to provide a signal to hard cut off like the ESC so the propellers don't go, right? Right?
We do
Having
that.
a parachute
Right,
out with
right.
your rotors moving is tricky.
We do that on Ardupilots. We have that system on Ardupilots.
You do.
Yeah.
You do. It's the Inspire 1, Inspire 2, the common production stuff out there that everyone really wants to put these on.
Yeah.
They're missing a few critical features that really make this work. And it's not complicated, and they're on the committee. They're hearing all this, but they need, for their system to get the FAA 107 over waiver with a certified parachute system, they have to do things to their airframes where they won't get it. It will not happen. And part of that is flight termination.
Wasn't the DJI that had one parachute of themselves that they were selling as an add-on?
Yeah, that's right. It was called the DropSafe. It was for the I think the S1000, hopelessly undersized parachute, actually.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, and it did, and I think that copter, used, I don't know if it used the Ardupilot or maybe DJI's version, but when you have a DIY systems, it's kind of easier to integrate a parachute actually than these integrated systems that people buy. Because those systems, there's no way to eject the chute, there's no power available to run a PRS on. And even if you eject the parachute, the pilot needs to go through a manual shutdown of the rotors, which, by the way, even if the rotors stay active, because you get the parachute system out and away, generally you'll have a good recovery. And we use Spectra for harnesses and that, which are really, really tough.
Can't you adapt the CO2 system? One of the little CO2 cartridges?
Yeah, CO2. So this is a deployment technology more than a parachute technology. So the DropSafe that you guys referred to that DJI had, that was made by Parazero in Israel, that did use CO2. But we're constantly beat up based on weight, and CO2 is a relatively heavy technology. So one of the moves that so while it works, it's very hard to sell a system on the small end where the recovery system could weigh 15% of the drone, or the UAV, or over 10%. But yet on the small system, just because of the overhead of CO2 and the release systems, you do have an overhead that's quite high. As the systems get larger, 55, 60, 70 kgs, CO2 starts to work and makes sense.
Can I ask a question? Because I had a motorcycle that had very small CO2 bottles for flats. And those were small things and could fill up an entire motorcycle tire.
Yep.
Can't that kind of containers, compressed CO2 containers, be adapted to one of these systems?
Yeah, we have that now. That's what we have now. But like I said, those are hard to put into any system that's below about 10 kg, just because of the overhead of the system.
Okay.
So yeah, it's just it's a hard sell.
You know, like your airbag in your car. You know, can you use pyrotechnic methods of doing that rather than CO2? Because
So let me tell you about the deployment methodology. So for the really small stuff, springs work pretty well. You have enough energy and they're lightweight, easy to use, relatively low cost, and there's a variety of those out there. Skycat and Mars. We've got a new product we're about to release called the Harrier that works into drones. Pretty much stops at about 10 kg at the max size, but around 5 to 4 to 3 to 2. You know, those work really well. So then there is the availability to use pyro systems, and we have dabbled in that. It has huge regulatory issues depending on where it has to be shipped. In the U.S., part of this is because of we're actually not as regulated as a lot of countries. You know, not when you can buy military assault weapons, you know, in your sporting store. But you know, you can buy the materials so that you can make a pyro activated parachute system, very lightweight, but you can't ship it anywhere. You can't put it on a plane. You can't really sell it, and so that's an issue. But part of the solution there is going to be born out of the automotive industry. Already has pyro devices related to airbags, you know, other types of safety devices that are already there. And so that's going to be the focus on where we're going to start pushing towards, is to adopt those devices in to be able to eject parachutes. Does that make sense?
Yeah. That's pretty common sense. The thing is, couldn't you deliver those pyro devices by drone?
Of course.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It would be nice, Gary. Your drone delivery system, if it fails, it has lots of parachutes to deploy.
Well, I got into trouble for that today, but I'll tell you about that in a minute. In the comments, Matthew Gordon is asking, would you have a system that could stop a 55-pound quad or whatever from killing someone? Would the parachute retard it enough?
Oh yeah, so that gets into the question of the descent rate that's allowable. We have parachutes now rated at 55 pounds, but the energy level would be higher than, for instance, the 69 joules that like France and some of the Europeans have. And in fact, at 55 pounds, you're pretty much, to try to meet any kind of a low energy requirement, it's really tough to do. So there's parachutes out there, not a problem. But if you look at strictly what impact energy is, and just sort of a rule that you need to be below a certain energy level for it to be satisfactory, you're past the point of diminishing returns where your parachute becomes immense to be able to do that. But interestingly, even if your energy level's higher with larger systems, the velocity that you have is actually relatively low. And so the ability of something to really, you know, let's say, hurt somebody via like puncture or that, is it takes more energy to necessarily hurt somebody. So you can actually, for a large system, and because the relative speeds of deployment are low, you can, hold on.
You know, there's a good question in the comments. Is your systems reducing the insurance expenses?
Not yet, but that's expected. And the issue there is that insurance actuaries don't really have the data that they need in order to set policies based on that.
Too new.
Yeah, it's too new. They don't know what it means. And also, I think that poorly implemented systems, or systems implemented without looking at best practices, could possibly increase risk too. For us, the most successful people using parachutes are the ones where we've integrated with them, like Zipline, who's doing the delivery systems, and that. I mean, they've gone through and really integrated these things into their systems, and they work really well. Matternet, and with the certified systems, you know, you're going to be able to buy a system that's at that kind of reliability level, and then made it with the certified airframe that works, and you'll have a very, very high reliability system. That's all integrated together as a single.
Those are easier, aren't they? Are they coming out as drag chutes? How are they deploying?
Well, for multi-copters, you have to use active ejection, like ballistic ejection. You got to get it out and separate it. For fixed wing, you can actually use passive deployment, like a pilot chute pulls out a deployment bag, which then has the main chute. I mean, there's different hybrid possibilities in there, but pretty much all systems actively eject and separate the parachute from the UAV or from the drone. And the idea there is to get it away from the props. And also the bad behavior that you could have with the drone, you know, flipping, rotating, spinning. Like if you lose an ESC, you know, really booking along at, you know, let's say 30, 40, 50 meters per second, you know, it's quickly going to be doing things that you need to have the parachute separated from that. So that's part of like, how do you harness it and rigging it? You don't tie it directly to the drone. You always have like shock cord, the ability to have separation, which allows the parachute to work even though the drone may be doing something very rude, you know, if that's the right term.
A strength will be the coming of age of smart batteries that can speak with the drone and avoid mishaps with the cells on a big battery. But the technology is going to be the same. We hate it, but we live with it.
Yep.
Is that what your crystal ball sees, Bruce? Do you see any big changes? You're a man that keeps his eye on that sort of thing.
Yeah, I don't see a lot of. I think regulations are going to be lightened up a bit, because we're seeing already that, again, over the last month, the biggest threat to manned aviation is manned aviation. Do you see that helicopter that collided with a biplane? And the helicopter survived and the biplane didn't. So if a helicopter can withstand an impact from a manned aircraft and land safely, what's the problem with these little drones again? I think with regulators themselves are actually waking up to this now. You know, don't believe the Daily Mail. Regulators, stop reading the Daily Mail and look at the facts. And the facts are now mounting up higher and higher and higher. Increased number of facts saying we've all overreacted about these little drones. We need to back off a bit. If we don't, we're going to strangle the whole thing. Because if you look at that helicopter and biplane incident, both aircraft were registered, both pilots were certified, yet it still happened. We've got literally millions of people, uncertified, unregistered, flying drones every day, and we haven't had a single loss of life. So I'm hoping, and I think regulators are going to start backing away, that we'll no longer need the man with the red flag walking in front of our drones. It's going to become a little more rational and reasonable. That's one of the biggest strengths, I think, of the coming year, that finally common sense will start to prevail. And also, I missed the strength thing, but going back to strengths, I think the other big strength is mass is going to come down. We're going to be flying smaller and smaller UAVs and drones. We don't need a massive, great aircraft anymore, because we've miniaturized the electronics, we've miniaturized the sensors, we've miniaturized everything. And if you make it smaller and lighter, it's safer. So the best way to improve safety is to have smaller, lighter craft. So I think both those things will be quite significant this year.
Yeah, I think you're
but you
right.
You can't go smaller one and having flight time. If you want to fly a 250 quad for 30 minutes, how do you do it, Bruce?
Well, actually, it can be done, Louis. It's amazing what they're doing in that area. I've seen some really small quads that I've been looking at here in the last month or so, and I've been absolutely blown away by the flight times. Because again, flight time is basically down to the mass of the item, and the mass to energy ratio of batteries is pretty constant across the entire range. So if you scale the mass down, there's nothing to stop you getting a 30-minute flight out of a 250-gram drone. And although at the moment the sensor load and the payload is a higher percentage as you go down in scale, that's changing rapidly as well. So we're going to be seeing some pretty impressive stuff coming up by the end of the year.
Yeah, I think Guys, one thing is really it's the delivery industry. What Amazon and Google, I don't know if they're ever going to do anything in the others. Trying to deliver product is sort of like goes against the lower weight because they want to deliver heavier things. So they're going to be continuing to push at the higher end of things and the higher weights and trying to squeeze everything they can out of it. One thing I read is that lithium poly batteries are kind of near a limit as far as what can be safely done. Look at the Galaxy 7 almost catching on fire. But there are like lithium sulfur batteries and some new technologies that are much safer that could be coming around in like maybe 5 years that I've read about. It's pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, battery technology is always something just around the corner, but unfortunately the corner is a very big one because we've heard all sorts of batteries. There's been zinc air and aluminium air and all these battery technologies that ultimately they all boil down to they work great in the lab, but you can't commercialize them and you can't put them out there on large scale. That's why lithium ion batteries have been the backbone of this industry for so long, is because although there's something just around the corner, it's like nuclear fusion generators. They're only 10 years away and have been for the last 50 years.
Yes, that's right. And Ian in the comments, drone scares are not selling papers anymore. You are bob on right, sir. You are bob on right.
Right, where should we start? Tom, I've been trying to get you on pages. I love what you're doing on your channel, and you can't see what I'm going to hold up one of those Hobby King. I've had the Hobby King parafoil things for 2 years now, trying to do what you did. That's because I am useless at getting projects done. So I was super impressed with the paraglider, your bicycle projects. I can't think of the others now. Oh, now you're doing the Chinook thing. That looks a bit, I don't know. Are you able to reveal any more about the Chinook? You can start with that.
Yeah, well, it is not really a new idea. It's basically just a bicopter dressed up as a Chinook. I just thought it'd be quite fun to experiment with. I've always, I used to fly 3D helicopters, and it was always a nightmare when you crash it. It costs, ridiculous amount of money. So I kind of wanted to, I guess you could call it a fixed pitch helicopter. Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's quite a nice idea that if I crash it, it's, I just break a propeller, hopefully. So if it flies as good as a helicopter, it could be quite good fun. Yeah.
And you're making quite a hard thing look easy, which is a difficult thing to do. Has it actually flown? Are you allowed to tell us that? Is that for your Patreon viewers only?
It has flown, yeah. It has. It's interesting. It does actually fly quite nice. There are some gyroscopic issues I'm trying to work out with different weighted propellers. But yeah, it's not really any kind of new aircraft. It's just a basic bicopter, just dressed up. So yeah.
No, it's very good. Now the paraglider, that is files available for your Patreon supporters. It's maybe something we could delve into is money and stuff like that, because I know, Bruce, you've got opinions on things like that. But how long did that, obviously your video sort of shrinks time, doesn't it? How long did it take you to perfect that?
I filmed that whole paramotor video in about 4 days, from when the Hobby King parcel arrived, basically. It took about a day to design the paramotor part, the motor section with all the the arms and whatever. That took about a day. Then another day of printing and assembling, and then the day when I went to test fly it, I showed a few shots of it in the morning when it was nice and sunny, and I was actually in the field for about 5 hours that day trying to get it working. Which I didn't show in the video, but it was an absolute nightmare to get it to work. So yeah, I obviously cut all those bits out. I didn't even record them because the camera battery would have long gone by then. So it was pretty satisfying to get it to work. Yeah.
Fair play to you. Fair play. And are you getting back and forth to University of Hertfordshire in forgotten where it is now? Are you getting back and forth in Hatfield on your electric bike now?
I actually finished university last May. I know I still wear the hoodie But
okay.
yeah, I've graduated now, so.
But still
So
riding
if
the
you could-
bicycle?
Yeah. I ride the bike a lot. Yeah. I mean, not so much now in the winter. I maybe go out like once a week.
Yeah, it's quite
Out in the cold weather,
kind of oxymoron saying that you ride the bicycle, and if it's a self-powered bicycle. So
Yeah. The difference between the electric bike and the regular bike is I come home freezing cold instead of sweating. So yeah.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. So what are you, if it's not a rude question, what are you doing with your time now? Is YouTube your thing now then?
Trying to. Yeah. I mean, when I left uni, my parents essentially gave me a year of living at home until I have to get a real job, I guess. So instead of going traveling and stuff like some of my mates did, I just thought try and make something out of this. So yeah, I'm trying to push it.
You're doing a cracking job. I'm super impressed with all your projects. I really am. It's a cracking job, and you deserve to do well.
Yeah, but
Bruce,
as
come on,
knows, it's not easy.
Well, now Bruce is the expert at making easy things look hard, isn't he?
Damn, push the button. Yes.
Oh, yeah, Jamie Bignell's here.
Technical issues.
Yeah, there you are. You see, I told you, he's an expert.
All I had to do was push the button.
Yeah.
But yeah, actually, it's a very difficult time to make money with YouTube because of all the changes and the stuffing around they're doing. So if you're succeeding, then hats off to you.
Yeah, it's going all right. It's I mean, for me, it's the most money I've ever earned. I've only ever worked in a model helicopter shop in the past, but it's just trying to make it, a proper living. It's quite hard. So.
And
Yeah.
do you still fly the regular 3D helicopters?
I don't know. I have it sitting on my shelf, gathering dust. It's this. I can't justify the cost of the batteries for it. They're like £100 per set, really. So no, I just look at it.
You'll get there. So what's in the? So have you planned out your year then? Your year of living dangerously. Have you planned out exactly what your projects might be, or is it just going to be things that take your fancy as they come along?
I do have a big list of projects, but things just pop out of the blue. Like the paramotor, I can't remember what it was. I think one of my friends started doing full-size paramotoring. So I just thought try that, just a quick video to mess around with, and they got quite a bit of attention. So yeah, I have a list of stuff, and stuff gets jumped around of what I'm going to do next, and just whatever I'm interested in at the time.
But let's start with the guys from Flight Test. What an honor! And let me point at, I can never do this right. See that boy there, my son Dan. He adores. I've watched Flight Test, of course, since forever, but he tells me from when he's 14 now. From when he's about 11, he really got into you. He's made your planes. He watches every video, and he loves it, and I love it as well. And what you guys have done with Flight Test so far has been amazing. It's been bob on, and perhaps I will go as far to say are probably saving the industry in a little way. I think you are anyway. So anyway, tell us all about your air park, World of Flight.
Well,
what's that all about?
I love the fact that you just pointed towards family and talked about it, because that's what the air park is going to be for. One thing that our heart's desire is to make this hobby, make flight in general, a tool to do something special, something bigger. And it was fun, doing content, creating planes that are cheap and economical to build that you can crash and fall in love with building as well as flying. Those are all things that will always be part of us. But one thing that's always been missing is our ability to be able to interact with our FT family and to be able to engage them, and also give them the opportunity to engage each other. And so for the longest time, it's been a dream to make a location. If you're going to call someone a family, they have to have a home. And the idea was to find a location where that home could be at a place where they could go whenever they want and freely be able to fly together, have fun together, and also we could have fun and fly with them and also do content with them.
And so how's it gone then? Has it worked? Are you struggling?
No, no, we've been blessed. The whole campaign has been running fantastic. The way we ran this is kind of like in 3 different goals. One thing was to cast the vision, to show the land, and we were able to secure the land. But if it's going to stay a golf course, it's really not a FT headquarters. You know, we have to change the land, and that costed money. And unfortunately, it was beyond the means of my wife and I to be able to do this. So we decided to do a crowdfund, and it went wonderfully. Thanks to this guy right here doing a great job running the campaign. We were able in just 5 days to be able to raise enough money to secure the land and take that revenue and turn it into the new headquarters. But now we're at the phase where we're at phase 2 and 3, where we're actually going to be still continuing to raise money, but we're going to be putting in runways, FT Clubhouse, which will have a hobby shop, a build room, a maker space, and all the amenities needed to be able to have people kind of go there, hang out, and have a lot of fun.
Well, congratulations. You've done really well, and it's well deserved. It's going to sound, I don't know, ungracious, but I'm impressed, and I love what you guys do, and I think
I really think what they do, not only on the videos but with this air park thing, it's something that should be replicated all over, because what they do is something that will bring more people to the hobby, and let's consider this as a hobby thing, and with that bring more people to know and be aware of the safety regulations and to repair the things that they broke from the hobby shop, the ready to fly stuff. And that's very important. I'm looking at Josh now, and I've crashed you so many times.
I love that.
Oh, but it's great. It's great, and the model, and you've been so open about that. It's great to see someone doing such a good job and being open and to all people and what you guys do. It's very commendable what you guys have been doing all over. So, in the name of the people that I know and are fans of flight tests, thank you guys, because your job is beyond. I've already built some of your planes too, so it's great, your job.
Well, thank you. If I could give you a hug through the computer, I would right now. One of the things I can't tell you, you nailed it on the head here. We don't want people just to think that this is the one location. We want to show the community and all the flyers out there. We want to show them a pattern that can hopefully be repeatable, not just in Ohio where this will be, but also in other states, other countries. Because the best things happen when people fly together. And you got to make space for that. And you mentioned, just teach people how to fix those planes, how to take a bad experience and turn it into a good experience. That can't be done by buying something on Amazon or Banggood. It has to be done through engaging people one-on-one. And something amazing happens when you get those two people and someone teaches someone how to fly or someone helps someone fix a plane. There's a friendship that's kindled there. And also they take away the sting of a bad memory and they replace it with a good memory. So it's really special to see how the community's come out and supported this vision. And there's also a tremendous amount of trust. We are very upfront with the fact that this is an initiative where we're buying land and people are contributing to seeing a vision fulfilled. And they're trusting us with their funds, their times, their knowledge, their support. We don't ever want to take that lightly, and we don't as a team. We're committed to really making sure we try to knock this out of the park the best we can. And that along the way that we take the feedback and we take all the insight that our community has to offer and we apply it there. Because we really want it to feel like a home. We want people to celebrate this as this is their home. And I think the more people think that way about this hobby, the more things like the safety regulations, the more things about the expenses, helping people get in the hobby, those kind of iron themselves out as we go through that process.
Fair play to you. Now, just before we started chatting, Dr. Andrew Tridgell mentioned that he was using one of your planes, and what were you saying about that, Tridge?
Sure. So I'm sort of wearing a couple of hats. One is Ardupilot, and do a lot of the core development for Ardupilot. But also, I got into the hobby through a group called Canberra UAV, which it was a team to enter the Outback Challenge competition. And so we've entered it the last 6 years. So it's every 2 years, so 3 times. This year we are looking for an aircraft to act as the radio relay aircraft between what's called the retrieval aircraft that does the long distance flight and the landing to collect the blood sample to rescue Outback Joe. And then you need a radio relay aircraft that's going to allow you to get the long range for your telemetry. And so we happen to be looking at a flight test Kraken for that. So we're hoping to do the first flight on, the Kraken's been flying for, a couple of weekends now, but we've just put a little tiny autopilot, because another thing we've been doing in Ardupilot is supporting some of these really tiny autopilot boards. So this is a Revo Mini. Absolutely tiny little thing. So we didn't support that until recently in Ardupilot. We only supported the larger boards. And so we've just added support for these little tiny teensy boards the size of your thumbnail. And we've got it fitted to the Kraken, and it's ready for first flight this weekend. So we'll see if it survives.
That is fantastic. Can't wait. Please share some pictures and let us know how that journey goes.
Sure. Yeah, it's great fun. We've already been flying it a bit, and with great big wheels on it and little wheels on the edge of the wings, and it actually tracks. It's got to be able to take off in pretty high wind, and because the competition runs up to 25 knots wind at the ground, so in the air it could be 30, 35 knots, and it often is windy in that part of the world in Dalby. So one of the things we need to work out is how. It's full autonomous. It has to be full autonomy. So you press the button at the start, it does a full hour mission, retrieves the blood sample, comes back and lands without you touching anything, right? Wow. And so we need the plane, when the Kraken takes off, we've got to arrange it so that the Kraken isn't going to get blown away by the wind. And so we're thinking maybe retracts on the wheels so that it lays flat on its belly, or a big lead weight or a house brick underneath with the servo release. So when it goes for takeoff, it releases the house brick with the servo. Because otherwise, because the relay plane doesn't take off until well after the mission starts, because it doesn't go as far, right? And we just don't want it to then get caught by the wind and flip over embarrassingly, and be out of the competition because of a gust of wind. And it is a very big wing, and it is really affected by wind on the ground. So anyway, I had no idea you guys were going to be on the call today, but it just so happens that we're putting this together at the moment, and we've been having a lot of fun with the flight test planes, and they're just great, practical, fun designs. So we love it.
Well, means the world that you built one. Best of luck to you too. I'm excited to see how you do with that. I love that.
Sure, yeah. Well, I'm sure we'll post a video, no matter how it goes. But it's a lot of new code, because it's a complete. We're porting Ardupilot to Shibios, so complete new RTOS underneath it. So there's a lot of new code going into this flight. And so, of course, there's a great possibility of crash and burn, but that's part of the fun.
And your Tridge this weekend, and g'day Tom, I see you there now. You'll get used to that g'day thing down there. The reason you're flying it this weekend is because it'll be part of the Unconference that you guys are having.
Yeah, that's actually a little bit coincidental to the Kraken, but we've got the Unconference. So this started last year when Randy McKay, who's the lead for multicopters in Ardupilot, happened to be coming down to Australia February last year, and he said, maybe I'll drop by your house. And then somebody else heard that he was coming, said, I'll drop in too. And then Michael Oborne from Western Australia said, he'll come over. We ended up with a conference, right, just sort of accidentally. And so we decided to repeat it this year. So it's an unconference, so it's an unorganized conference. And we actually don't have an agenda for the conference yet, even though it starts in 2 days. We should probably do that this afternoon sometime, to work out this
there's a loose agenda.
Loose. We know roughly who's coming. We've got a list of people who are flying in. So we've got about 30 people flying in from all over the world this weekend to meet up for the developer conference. And we'll be recording all the videos and things. And we're doing a night fly on Saturday night with a barbecue, sort of a smoke of some chicken and lamb, that sort of thing. And then we're trying to put together like an ugly swarm. So, Randy's frantically writing some new swarming code so that we can have this sort of mixed swarm of a whole bunch of different types of vehicles, maybe some fixed wing multicopter, all, trying to cooperate together. It's all likely to end in complete disaster, but, it's fun trying to put it together. And
it's It's unofficially called the big leaf swarm.
The big leaf swarm, yeah. The problem is that, Tom's from Intel, and, his company's just recently had a 1,200 drone swarm, and we're not quite at that level, so we're not going to be setting any records, but we'll be having fun.
I'm actually not necessarily part of the whole, because it's mostly copter related, so I'm actually kind of out of the loop for the whole swarm thing.
Well,
Yeah,
I
but
just
there'll be a little
my
moment.
mind
And
is
we're
how
trying
did
to
they
work
charge
out.
them?
I'm sorry, what was that, Gary?
Sorry, no, Trish. What got me was how did they charge them, and how just charging 1,200 aircraft ready to go. Forget everything else. Just charge them.
And you see them carrying them down the stairs where they've got these racks of them. It's like 6 packs of drones. That they're carrying. And there's these. It's just incredible, that whole, and then seeing the snowboarder in the sky. I mean, it's just stunning.
Yeah.
Absolutely stunning.
Yeah, I was prepared to
what
be.
are they going to do next year?
I was prepared to be underwhelmed with that when they said they'd flown 1,200, because that 1,000 one in China was a bit. It was okay, but it was a bit.
Yeah.
But when that snowboarder went by, the
snowboarder was just absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Okay. Yeah. You got to admire what they've achieved.
We'll establish a record of different vehicles flying all together. So it's they all fly the 1,200 all the same. We'll fly 10 different ones. So it's a record.
That's right. Well, so we're thinking that maybe the leader would be a little fixed wing, like a disco or something. But we're yet to work it out.
We were trying to get fixed wing into the swarm, but I don't think that's actually going to happen. We were talking to Randy yesterday about that, and he says it's probably not going to happen in the next 2 days. So, but we'll try it. That'd be nice.
We'll see how we go. But I mean, the serious part of the conference is to, get all the technical people together to talk about the Ardupilot development and the roadmap for the next year and what we're doing. And the swarm is just entertainment really. But we'll mostly be talking about the new developments that we've got coming up in Ardupilot and what we've been developing in the last year. Because there's a lot of new code going in, a lot of new features going in, and so we've got plenty to talk to each other about.
And just to cut back to the Outback Challenge a little bit, it's quite involved. As you've said, it is hands off the, this year, it's hands off the keyboard from once you hit return.
If you want the grand prize, it's hands off. If you, there's 3 levels of prize money this year, and to get the grand prize, like it's 50,000, I think the grand prize, you have to be both completely autonomous, so you can't touch the keyboard or mouse the entire time, which is really problem for someone like me who likes to be in control. I mean, not touching my keyboard for an hour, I'm likely to be shaking by the end of it. But the other part is dodging other aircraft. So they're going to have virtual aircraft in the airspace, and your aircraft's got to dodge around them in the mission. And of course, the telemetry, you've got to maintain networking the whole time. So I'm betting that no one's going to complete the challenge this year. But the grand prize, I think there's a very good chance that the lesser levels of prize without the full autonomy, just because it's harder than you think to actually have an aircraft do such a sophisticated mission without any operator intervention whatsoever. And it's so hard to make that judgment call.
Sorry, Tridge, what sort of distance you're talking about?
We'll be flying at the total distance round trip would be somewhere around 60 to 80 kilometers, but it depends a bit. We don't have the actual mission boundaries yet, right? And it can vary a little bit. Plus, it depends how much you have to dodge other aircraft. That adds distance. And it also depends how much time you spend in the search pattern, because you do this we do a cloverleaf search pattern to it cancels out some of the systematic errors by doing a cloverleaf pattern in the search area to come at the target from different angles. And that adds extra distance because it's a fixed wing aircraft. It can't just turn on a dime. So it ends up, turning around a bit longer distance.
And the spotting of the, oh no, it's not spotting this time, is it? It's landing next to the farmer and he's going to come across and,
yeah, you still got to spot it because this year it's different. They've got a target. Basically, the backstory is this farmer is again stuck in a flood, right? And he's got a inkjet printer, and he's also obviously got a needle to take his own blood sample, which is a pretty resourceful farmer. This guy, why he needs our help, I don't know. So he's printed out a A2 target, right, using his A4 printer by piecing together pieces of paper and a colored target. And that was pre-prepared by the local fire service. They sent out a file for him to print out in case of emergency. And then the plane has got to find that target on the ground, right? So we're just using a red square and a blue square back to back. So it's like a red-blue flag, if you like, on the ground with paper. And our onboard camera has to find that target in the search area and then plan the landing automatically, and then land. It has to be within 10 meters of the target you've got to land, otherwise you're out of the competition. And you're not allowed to hit Joe, hit the farmer. Otherwise, one of the years you were allowed to hit them, actually. It's been different rules each year. And the first year, when there was dropping the water bottle in the first year and you had to not hit the farmer, the second time we did it, they actually removed the rule saying that if the water bottle hit the farmer, you lost points. And so we were able to, really try and get the water bottle close. But anyway, it's a lot of fun.
Love it.
Yeah, it's quite a thing. I don't know if you guys have been following it at Flight Test, but I've followed it since the first competition, and to my mind, it is there aren't actually any other drone. It's the drone competition, and that's that.
The avoid other aircraft one reminds me of the NASA one that was out here 5-6 years ago.
Yeah, whatever.
There's a NASA
I've heard about that.
It ended up collapsing, but it reminds me of it. Yeah, but the Outback Challenge is actually the one that's really been, every other year, every 2 years they have the competition, and it really, pushes technology forward, which is great.
It pushes the autonomy side of things.
I am a bit concerned about this guy, Outback Joe. He's got the worst luck ever. This is like 3 times in a row the same guy, right? I mean, what's his luck?
Yeah, he probably doesn't run a very tidy farm, does he?
He definitely could. So Eddie, it's a bit odd over the years, where he had this power plant and he actually had a lamp, an infrared lamp in one of the years, and then they gave up on that. They don't have the infrared lamp anymore. It's really basically the organizers of the competition are trying to push the hobbyist, self-guided model aircraft, UAV, hobbyist, planes in the direction where they're useful for search and rescue, environmental monitoring. You push it down that path into something where it really helps in so many areas, and it's worked. I mean, there's been a lot of time put in, a lot of code written to make the stuff we do in our hobby, really useful in so many areas just by running this competition. And it's been such fun to be involved.
And we haven't got to forget that you wind the clock back to 2006, 2007. People weren't leaving the airfield. People weren't taking off, or they were. It was several years before anyone actually managed to get off the airfield.
Yes, that's right.
In 10 years, the change is so dramatic that now you're automatically flying to somebody and identifying a target. Go ahead.
Yeah, plus the Spark Fund had nice competitions as I It was a shame that they had to drop the airspace ones, but yeah.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
Even last year, I mean, if you look at the videos of last year, nearly all the aircraft, crashed out, before even making it to the search area. There was only 2 aircraft that actually made it to the search area, which is 15 kilometers away via a circuitous path. So it's like a 35 kilometer path you got to use to get there. 2 aircraft made it. One of them got caught in a tree when they got there, right? And then only our aircraft was the only one that actually landed there. And of course, we lost our helicopter. Our helicopter fell out of the sky, almost, hitting on the heads of the organizers. They were, I think they had to change their pants afterwards because it was like a big petrol helicopter, 50cc petrol helicopter, right? So these are serious things with big blades, big carbon fiber blades.
You were going for bonus points on that, right?
And so here it was, we were hovering. The helicopter was the relay aircraft, so it's what the Kraken would be this year, right? So we used a heli that time. And this big autonomous heli samples. And it just so happened that the organisers, the place where we'd chosen to hover the helicopter as the relay, happened to be where the organisers pitched their tent. Now, we didn't know that they'd done that, right? We didn't know where they were going to pitch their tent because they weren't supposed to tell us. So it was hovering directly above them, and they heard this helicopter. And then, of course, they hear that the sound stops. Oh, boy. You don't want the sound to stop in a petrol helicopter that's hovering above you. right? And so the engine had stopped, and then of course, Ardupilot tried to just shove the collective up and to try to, but that doesn't work, and it came down really hard, and just this big mass, 15 kilograms or so of helicopter, came down really hard right in front of them, and so the organisers were just absolutely terrified, And our fixed wing, our big petrol fixed wing, was still circling there, and it took them quite a long time to, recover themselves enough to say, okay, we'll allow you to land the fixed wing and actually complete the competition, despite the fact you just nearly killed us with your helicopter. So that's the sort of thing that happens in the Outback Challenge.
I think you got their
Yeah, we did indeed get their attention on that one, and that was quite spectacular. So you guys should come down. Josh and Austin, you should come down, and there's bound to be mayhem. There'll be, I'm sure you'll see lots of flight test aircraft down there, but it's a lot of fun.
It sounds amazing. I love how you guys are pushing it to the next level, but also giving people a mindset on how they can take a hobby and they can make it a profession, or how they can, really make it a benefit to society beyond just the enjoyment factor.
That's right. That's right. Well, it is a benefit already. I mean, what you guys are doing with the young kids and, teaching people and getting families involved, that's brilliant. That's helping society enormously, right? We're just doing it in a slightly different way. And really, we do really want to help people with things like search and rescue and environmental monitoring. But when it comes down to it, it's a hell of a lot of fun as well. And, going and flying robots and crashing them and this sort of thing, it's an incredible hobby. And you guys introduce so many people. We get people coming out to the flying field who, they're flown the little flight test ones, and then we introduce them to some of the more sophisticated ones, or we add the autonomy to it or whatever. It's great.
Yeah, I mean, flying robots, that can go wrong.
Yeah, we're taking it to the next level too. One thing we want to do is we want to introduce them to flight, but with great people like you, take them to the next level. Showing them how advanced it can be, or how far you can push it, or just different avenues. Yeah. We really need that as a whole. We're really good at maybe bringing them into the hobby, but someone needs to grow them and invest in them. And hats off to you guys for doing it in the really fun, unique way that you are with these kind of crazy, cool challenges. But also when you meet them at the flying fields, that's so important. That's the first experience someone's going to get, and it can make or break everything.
Yeah, I love it when little kids, particularly like we've had a 5-year-old kid flying my plane. The first time I tested this geofencing feature, where basically it's you shouldn't be able to crash the plane, because if you dive it at the ground, right, it actually automatically pulls out and comes back up. And so I first tested that with there was a 5-year-old kid whose face was pressed against the fence, and his mum was with him, and they'd just been driving past the airfield, and the little kiddie wanted to come in and see, so his nose pressed against the fence. And I just developed this geofencing feature, which has a polygon thing around the flying area, where if you go outside that, it takes over and brings it back. And it also has a minimum height where it takes over in height. So I asked the mum, would he like to be the first test pilot of, this new feature? And she said, yes, he'd love to. And the little kid was bouncing up and down. He could barely hold the transmitter, right? It was a little 9XR, right? Turnigy thing. And he could barely hold it because it was so big. And there he was flying it about, right? And of course he, did the wrong thing, and it went down towards the ground, and it took over and came back up. But the look on his face when he's flying a plane, it's just incredible. It's such a feeling to be able to introduce a young kid to that sort of hobby. It's great.
It is, and this worries me. In the comments, the Ohio Attorney General's enforcement policy has been mentioned, and I'm not going to dwell on it too much, but this is my biggest worry about a lot of this regulation that's coming down the road. My biggest worry is that a lot of it's coming to facilitate things like drone deliveries and stuff like that, and that's all well and good. I suppose from SUS News being the drone side, I've got to go, yay, hooray! But unfortunately, I really worry that there's the collateral damage in all of this rush to make a buck is going to be youngsters coming in, and they are the future of flight, and they are going to be, there is a 10-year-old out there now that's going to have the next amazing idea of whatever it is. We haven't thought about it yet. We don't know what it is. We're too old and duff to even know, but there's going to come out with something obvious. And if we start making it that youngsters have to be, a lot of countries are going you have to be over 16 to fly. That's just ridiculous. That's just ridiculous. And then registered and this and that. It's just, anyway, I'll stop that rant. that's my rant.
The way I look at this is, it's sort of like the page of Elon Musk where he says, it's inevitable that we will have, green energy and whatnot. It's like this, space travel is not necessarily inevitable, but green energy must be, because we'll run out of fossil fuels and whatnot. So same thing with drone delivery. It's one of those things where it can be slowed down and stopped and come back, but it's inevitable. It should be very obvious that it is inevitable. In 50 years, it's going to be everywhere, and that should be just obvious. What happens within now and 50 years, it depends on legislation and whatnot. But in 50 years, for sure, it's going to just be everywhere. Packages will be dropped off. People will be dropped off. It's all going to be, that's just the future.
We've just started actually in Canberra. There's a Google started doing some test deliveries, and one of the people at our local flying club, CMAC, was saying that he got dinner via a drone delivery for the first time last weekend. And it was interesting, his description of it. It was using that like 10 propeller Google drone. It's that, quadplane basically, but with a ridiculous number of propellers on it. So funny thing was that they were ordering like burritos, and they could own, because there's only like 2 stores that are delivering at the moment. It's this test in the suburb in Canberra. And in order to get dinner for the, parents and 2 kids, they actually had to do 4 deliveries because they could only carry, 1 meal. So the delivery only took a couple of minutes, but the drone had to go backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards. Of course, they could have walked to the shop by then, but the kids loved it. They loved seeing the drone come and drop, on their driveway. And then, of course, they wanted to buy more. So there's 2 stores at the moment. There's the burrito store, and there's a chemist, what you call a pharmacy in the US, right? And so they then were looking through the list of stuff from the pharmacy, trying to find something to buy, and ended up buying some orange balm stuff from the pharmacy and got it delivered, just because the kids wanted to see the drone come back and drop the thing from the pharmacy. So there's this novelty factor, and it's sort of, at one level it's ridiculous, but another level it's like the future, and the two are colliding in this crazy. I don't know quite what to say about it. It's just sort of bizarre, but it's also fun.
I got to admit it. I would probably order a lot of burritos and anything possible just to see something drop it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, to see it show up.
Well, no, you'd be out there trying to fool it, wouldn't you? You'd be, putting something down on the ground to see if you could fool the camera, or GPS jamming it to see if you can get it to go at a tree. Or, I mean, they're probably not going to start it in your area because the aircraft just won't survive.
No, that's
not delivered to Tridge.
No. That would be Bruce's area. I wouldn't deliver it to Bruce's area. G'day, Bruce.
That's
good
true.
to see you, mate. How you going?
I'm going okay, mate. And yourself?
I'm very good. Thank you very much indeed.
Flash new office, eh?
Yeah, there you go.
I was about to mention that you have a nice new fancy house now.
I do, and there's no grass in the ceiling, so it's a bit echoey. I'm already getting that. Well, I'm used to the dull sound of a circular hut. What was I going to say about the delivery thing? The ubiquity of things, and eventually those deliveries the children won't be that interested in ordering them, and it's a bit like, and I've said it before, I flew for the School Me Phantom 3 Pro. They needed a photo, whatever. And when I was there, one lad comes along and he says, "Oh, I got a Phantom 4 Pro." And then another little lad comes along and says, "No, you don't want that. I've got a Mavic. It's much better." So already amongst children of 10, 12, 13, 14, a quadcopter is nothing new, or it's exciting. It's a great thing to have, but they completely know it. It's not and yet to us, it's like, wow, look at this thing. It's amazing. So yeah, I'm sure the ubiquity of drone deliveries will come along very, very soon. But I do worry. You were lucky, Bruce. You came in late. You missed my rant. They were all playing very nicely, and then I just blew it apart. Where should we go now? Well, I've forgotten what we were going to say. What we were going to talk about? Oh, I know we're going to talk about a man in a scarf who's not impersonating Doctor Who of several years ago. Ian Hudson, in the city of Bradford, you have your winner chicken dinner. Tell us what happened, Ian.
Yeah, indeed, we have. So I'm wearing the Bradford claret and amber scarf. You can see it there in all its beauty. There we go. We've won.
Adford.
Yeah, because obviously I was on here a couple of weeks ago, and that was when the bid was in, and we didn't know what the outcome would be. I felt confident we had a strong bid, to be fair, but obviously you don't know these things until they're announced. But yeah, they picked. Well, there was supposed to be 5 cities they picked. In the end, it was 4 cities and 1 region, which was in the West Midlands. But I think it was. I'm very happy that Bradford won, given we were up against Leeds. And what tends to happen, and I think you have it overlap with Manchester in Lancashire, is you've got these bigger cities that tend to get everything when the rival cities go for it as well. So I was pleased for that reason as much as anything, because it just showed that they were looking at the strength of the bids and the details that were in those. Because I didn't know about Preston, that it had got involved, and it seemed to must have put together a good bid because they were the other northern winner. So it'll be very interesting to see what they come up with. But yeah, it's great that we've got it. It's funny enough, actually, there's a few links with people here, because I'm thinking that the flight test guys, I can remember when I started looking into Ardupilot, and that was when they made the Boxercopter, which was a toolbox that was with an APM, and that was flying about. And funnily enough, it looks uncannily like 3DR's Iris, but we won't say that. Yeah, so funnily enough, you see from there, obviously myself in Bradford and friends, we imported a 3DR Iris, so we'd have had probably definitely either the first or one of the first into the UK, and that was also the case obviously with the Solo. But so I thought there a few of those things that I'd even mentioned in the bid from the hobby side, because here in this city we have a strong hobby community, and that's something we're quite proud of as well, because that was one of the concerns we'd had when we talked about this a couple of weeks. Gary said, "Oh, surely every city in the UK will go for it because it's something to go for." And I thought, well, it'd be a bit sad if that was the case, because you'd want cities going for this bid that actually had a genuine passion for UAV technology, and I think we've got that here, and hopefully, well, I'm sure all the other cities that have got it as well have got that equal passion. So what this is about is it's the government, the UK government's put money aside, so that we've got 5 testing areas in the UK now for drones. So it's to integrate drone technology into everyday use cases. So we'll see how that progresses. I'm hoping it will, as one thing, just get drones a lot more positive in the public eye. I think it's quite important that we get a more positive image. Already I've read the comments locally from people that don't know about drones straight away, assuming that the council will be using them immediately to issue parking tickets to everyone. So there's been all these kind of concerns with people coming up with it. It's like saying no, that's not what it's about. For one thing, they're trying to get drones embraced and be positive, and if you made drones into traffic wardens, you would definitely not make them a thing that would be liked by society.
I know that one of the things that certainly London is trying to do is do not burrito deliveries, but blood deliveries and organ deliveries within the city. Have you a delivery? This fits into what we're speaking about. Are deliveries in your bid's future? Has that been part of your thinking?
Deliveries wasn't focused on too much in our use case, because we knew already that Amazon's going down that line. So that there's other research already into that. So it would seem you were kind of trying to reinvent the wheel there. So it was more use cases. I think in each case, cities would have used use cases that made sense to them. So in our city, for example, it's a city with a lot of history behind it. It was built. It's built on top of a lot of. It's called Bradford, which I think was Broadford. It was built on rivers. So there's actually kind of tunnel systems that go under the city. And one of the things we wanted to do was to be able to send a drone down there and to be able to map them or check them. Because if you send a person down there, obviously there's a risk of injury or risk of life. And you've also got that with sinkholes. There was a sinkhole that happened in one of the villages in the district. And again, the council said, well, that can fill up with water if we send someone down there. It would be good if we had, effectively a drone to be able to do it. So it was kind of thinking about those kind of use cases that were important to city, as well as coming up with some other things that are a little bit more ambitious. So it was a mix of what was potentially possible, plus, a few aspirational things. One thing that I would, you come up with some funny use cases when you actually start using drones. For example, in the city centre, you get a lot of pigeons, and I know there was a commercial operator doing a job in the last few weeks where he was using the Mavic, and it was attacked by the pigeons. It's like, one of the things that would be good to investigate is what things could we actually counter birds with. I know like with rats, for example, you can do ultrasonic sounds, and that actually drives them away. I'm wondering whether there's something you can actually fit to a drone that would actually stop bird attacks, because that's going to be one thing where it would be a genuine risk if you were doing work around, especially historic buildings where you might have pigeons nesting.
I have seen that, if I interrupt here, in Canada and some other countries, that they're actually flying at the end of runways with drones to get the birds off. So before flights, they'd kind of go in between them so they hire a drone company to do it. So I've seen that being deployed.
Yeah, I suspect in that case, that'll probably be a bigger drone that scares the birds. But the trouble is, if you have a Mavic, it's smaller. They don't seem quite as afraid of it. It's the kind of thing where you would fear if it was to hit the drone. Take a prop out and that's it coming out of the sky.
Well, there needs to be a study done, doesn't there? When a pigeon hits a drone, how much damage? Bruce will do this. Bruce has done it.
We have a lot of trouble with birds at our local airfield here. We have everything from ducks to plovers to swallows, the whole lot. And I found that mini quads are incredibly effective at driving birds away. I don't know if it's the high-pitched screaming or whatever, the fact that they're so maneuverable and that you can fly them straight at a bird. And if you hit it, well, that's tough for the bird, but it's not going to hurt the mini quad. And we had a big problem with ducks last winter when there was a lot of rain and there were ducks. And ducks are a major threat to aviation because they're big and heavy and stupid, and they can fly quite fast. So I drove away a group of ducks that had been there for several weeks, and they just never came back. It was quite easy to do. We also had a big problem with magpies. Magpies were chasing models. Get the mini quads out, chase the magpies, they don't come back either. So we've basically freed up the airfield from birds quite effectively through the use of mini quads. And I was thinking, this may be something we should be approaching airport authorities about. Let's put drones in a good light. Let's offer to do some bird herding, as I call it, and get rid of them. It is really effective with the right machines. And
this also makes me think of a large military manufacturer over that environment who had a very expensive modification. And have you seen people flown with whistles and things on their model aeroplanes? I've seen that done, and they put that on the side of a Raven, and they called it an area denial weapon, because then when it flew, the thing whistled, and the enemy didn't stick the head up above the parapet because they knew that the thing was in the air. But I can't remember what they charged, but it was saying it was like a model aeroplane whistle, and they charged thousands of dollars for this aerial. Anyway, I'm moving it aside. Aerial denial thing. Now, I see in Bradford, I see that Fred Dibner's house has come up for sale today in the news, which is very important Bradford news.
I don't even know who he is.
Oh, I'm showing my age. You better go onto the Tube of the U and have a look. There's hours of there's your heritage there. You better find out.
Oh, okay. I'll do that as a task later on.
That's frightening. I have shown my age, haven't I? I thought you'd been right on top of that, and you could have had some.
Maybe it's just.
Gary, I love that. The Tube of the U.
I thought we could have some drone-related adage to go with that. Right, I think.
At first, I was thinking it was like the English tubes, but I was like, no, it's the other tube.
No, well, Fred Dibner, you want to watch a dedicated man. You watch him knocking down chimneys one brick at a time from the top. That's who he is. And that's your Bradford history. I'll teach you that from Africa. I'll learn you. So when do you start? In fact, from the questions, we'll go back to the flight test guys in a second, and the questions for them are when are you actually going to move? And there was another one there as well. I can't, but it was when are you going to do some hot wire cutting plans? But Ian, before we go back to flight test, when do you actually start running the project? When does when does the go button get pressed on it?
Well, they're already running forward. So obviously the council own it, so they've got a guy that's heading it up. So he'll be liaising with Nesta. So they've already gone down to London for a meeting. So that will be progressing, and I'll just have input as and when they need me to. My task, just as a sideline, is I'm just trying to get in touch with more drone pilots locally, trying to get them under a single Facebook group as well, so we can, liaise directly with the council. There was nearby Halifax, for example, where they had FPV racing in a car park, and eventually they got kicked out of the car parks, and then now without a home. So it's looking at, trying to get in touch with that group, seeing if we could house them in Bradford, because as it happens, Bradford's got a car park that's not in use at the moment, so it would be like those two things would fit together. So looking at things such as that. Funnily enough, just before the bid was announced, we had a local councillor approach a drone pilot who we're friends with. Funnily enough, it's his logo that came up when I signed on, because I loaded the video up to YouTube from him, so it came up with his account. But we have a railway tunnel that's from 1878, and the council is talking about filling it in with concrete. So, basically you lose all that history. And that's going to come in at about £3 million to actually fill it in. And it's been worked out that maybe for £2.8 million, they could save the entire thing. And the whole community around there wants to use it as a cycle path. But they'd asked for some help with drones, because people couldn't visualize it and they didn't understand how big it was and where it actually ran. So we actually used a drone to, fly up from the entrance, fly up at the other end of the entrance. And then for part of it, it would be too high to fly to capture it all. So that we cut to a map, and then, you just drew a line, and it all just cut together as a video. We put that video together over a weekend, and that's helped with that campaign. And it was good as well, because the councillor came along, so we gave him FPV goggles to wear. So he was effectively directing the action. Well, the good thing there was that engaged then directly drones with a politician. So politicians often don't understand what drones are about. So again, that was straight away getting that positive engagement. And we're going to try and build on that to, get not just local individuals, citizens of the town to know about drones and appreciate them, but, get the council fully involved and politicians. Because I think once you've got politicians on board, it helps with future legislation as well, because we get so much knee-jerk and ignorant legislation that it would be good to have some pro-drone politicians on side.
And where should people try and get in touch with you, Ian, if they are in the area and want to be part of this?
If they're in the area and it's people that are into drones that want to get involved, let me just check whilst I'm on to you, because I've only just set it up recently. We've got a Facebook group, and it's called Bradford District Drone Group. So if they look that up on Facebook, they can get in touch. And if anyone from a commercial angle wants to get involved with the council, where they want to do some drone testing, they can go to the Flying High Challenge website, and there's a section on there called Cities, and it tells you who the contact point is for each city. So obviously Bradford, if anyone out there has got some R&D they want to test here, that I'm sure they'll be more than welcomed here.
That's grand. Thanks very much. Well, and I'll try and put something in the bottom if I remember, but I'm very bad at remembering to do that. Let's jump back to the flight test, guys. So when do you anticipate the move actually happening to your new site? That's one of the questions from the comments.
Wonderful. Well, first of all, getting to hear all you guys talking about all the amazing things you're doing. You're all amazing. Holy cow. Really, really humbled to be able to talk amongst you guys. The crowdfund needs to finish first. We talked about earlier how we now have hit the 100% mark on getting the land. We're going to wait till the crowdfund ends, and that's going to be at the end of February, early March. And then once that does, we'll be able to see how much revenue has been joined and how many initiatives, whether it's the runway or the runway and the FT clubhouse, can be built. We already have architects and zoning people and everything that have done all the environmentals and everything. So we'll be able to move pretty quickly to get the new floor plans drawn up and start the renovations. Our hope is by October that we'll see, things really changing quickly, where we can actually start working out of that land. But possibly if the crowdfund is met early enough, we'll be able to actually even host some flying and have some fun open houses well before then, and let people see what they've created and what they've developed. Maybe in a not in the final form, but in progress.
I must admit, I did think when I saw you run it, it put me very much in mind of what Bruce was trying to run over there. And unfortunately, his local council weren't as far-sighted as Bradford Council. And, well, they didn't want to play, did they, Bruce? But look, you've got... I think you could go to your local guys and say, look, here's the local councils in England are up for it. Here's a whole crowdfunder in America that's made a similar thing to happen. Do you think you could go back and knock on their door, Bruce, or they'll still kick you out?
It's still the same old story. It's a bunch of introspective people who are too old to grasp this. They have the media opinion of drones. It's just like we're sort of, this is a forestry town. It's to do with forestry and milking cows and technology. Ooh, that's dangerous stuff. We can't have any of that. Ooh, drones. So now I've got a presentation at the council tomorrow. I'm going to put some of this stuff to them, but I really don't expect to see much change. The other thing is its personalities. As you know, Gary, I'm such an easy guy to get on with. I'm so diplomatic. I stroke people's egos. I finesse them. I schmooze. So
that's right.
People love me or hate me.
Yes, that's right. Generally hate. Yes.
Yeah. So, and the problem is, once you offend these people by pointing out their deficiencies, you can never regain that lost ground. So yeah, I'm stuffed.
But I think I tried to have an event over Easter.
Yes, but again, I went because we have a situation where the rules need to be changed slightly, and I've approached council. Nothing. So it's like, ugh, what do you do with these people? They talk the talk. They're just about to, they've launched a new marketing plan where they say that social media and online is very important, and we want to attract people from overseas, and we want to attract new businesses. But they talk the talk, but when it comes to walking the walk, they'll spend the money and do nothing. It's so frustrating, absolutely frustrating.
Now we've got another one of your countrymen in the comments, iForce2D, and I'm sorry I've forgotten your first name. I'm very sorry, Chris. And Chris has just released several videos flying Ardupilot. He's about to do it properly and fly Ardusaur, I hope, because anyone can fly the plane. But it's a pity we didn't get him on here, because Tom is the landing man, Chris. He's there. You can throw comments at him. There he is. He's the landing man code. The landing man. Mine, they all
Speaking of which, there's a lot of issues with landing that people don't understand. So one of the topics on the Unconference that we're doing is I'm going to talk about auto landing.
Yeah, but they always land. You don't actually need code to make anything land. It'll always land.
I hear never left one up there.
Takeoffs are optional and landings are required.
Yeah.
And I've got to talk to you guys about Ardupilot for my sub 250 gram camera drone project too.
Oh, Tridgell's got something for you. You missed it earlier.
That's the board for you.
We now support these little tiny boards, little Revo Mini. Ardupilot now supports that. And so there you go for a little tiny drone. And I actually just got delivery the other day of the 27 gram drone, this little tiny one, which is the Crazy Fly. So it's going to be the smallest drone that Ardupilot flies. And it was funny, I FedEx dropped it at my door just when Tom turned up at the airport here in Canberra, and he was going to pop over to visit me. So the challenge was, could I get Ardupilot booting on it before Tom went to the hotel, had a shower, and came over to my place? And we did. So it's now booting and running Ardupilot. The barometer isn't yet working, so I've got to get the barrow working. But it's a beautiful little drone, really small. We're heading towards the micro ones. I'd love to chat to you, Bruce, about what you're doing with the little drones.
So what's going to
I'd also like to note that Twitch has lots of goodies all over the place here. His bench is a bit legendary. With Twitch's permission, I'd love to show everyone what his bench looks like.
The problem with my bench is I often buy some bit of equipment meaning to put it. Like I bought an F7, one of the new F7 autopilots, the little racing ones, recently. I bought it like 2 or 3 months ago, meaning to port Ardupilot to it. Then I put it down on my desk to do when we'd done the Shibios port. Now I can't find it, so I just had to order another one. So it often happens that, I've actually got multiple of all sorts of things, but when I can't find them, I just click buy again because they're all so cheap.
I can see the battle of the benches coming up.
There's like an archaeological dig of layers of autopilots on my desk.
So to put my laptop on the table, I had to like push stuff out of the way.
You just get a shovel and just push stuff back to make room.
Here,
my dining room table is totally converted.
I'll do a quick. Let me unplug the power here. So here's Tridgell's archaeological dig of stuff.
That's amateur stuff, mate. You haven't seen my bins. That's amateur stuff.
This is just where he spends most of his time. I mean, this isn't even
the dining room. We had this. My wife and I were driving back from Sydney, and we were talking about our hobbies because she's into craft and I'm into aeromodeling, and so we were thinking of building a shed in the backyard, you know, for our hobbies. We're thinking, oh, we're going to have to air condition it for summer, and we're going to have to, you know, pay. And we didn't. Then we realized, well, why don't we just turn the dining room into a hobby area? And we realized that, well, we only use the dining room when friends come over occasionally. And we had basically an epiphany. We realized that if any of our friends care about the fact that our dining room is covered in planes, we don't want them as friends. So it's simple. And so, you know, we decided that then and there we would convert the dining room. So the dining room table is a hobby building area now. And it takes me, if we do have people over dinner, it takes me about an hour to clear it off enough to actually them to sit down and have dinner. But that doesn't happen all that often. Usually we end up just sitting at a different table. So yeah, it works. And yep, I have a very understanding wife. I'm quite lucky that way.
So one of the tasks of the participants at the Unconference is to tidy up the Tridgell's desk.
No, they're not allowed to do that.
No. Find the F7.
No, I'd never find anything.
We're focusing on achievable goals. So
Agreed. Silver saying in the comments it won't be long until the 150-gram drone, and of course that Sky Viper's 149, isn't it? Is that am I right in saying that?
145 or so, I think. Yeah, it depends if you got the little.
There was some other drone. There was some other drone that was like 25 grams.
Well, right? this little one's 27. Right, with when it's fully kitted out with its motors and things. This doesn't obviously don't have the motors on it, but yeah, 27 ready to fly.
But then doesn't have HD video with a gimbal and camera, though, does it? Yeah.
Yeah, that's
no, not quite. Yeah. So if you want that, then
no, but I think it's like $25 or something. It's some super cheap price.
Oh, there are incredibly
Most of them full autopilot and everything.
Most of them are like F100s or F3 based boards. We're currently on the F4s. We haven't done a F3 port, and it'd be pretty hard to put Ardupilot on the little F100 based microcontrollers. So I'm not sure we're going to go on those little ones, you know, in the near future.
But surely the roadblock now then is the camera and gimbal to the really light stuff.
Well, the micro drones. Digital gimbling is the way to go in the little tiny ones, where you basically just use a high resolution sensor and just use software to subsample down a region of it and stabilize within that region, and that seems the obvious way, the digital gimbling. I mean, it's the larger ones is where you want the physical gimbling, where you're actually rotating it. But I don't know. What's your little drone? You got a gimbal on the little one, Bruce, that you're thinking of doing?
Yeah, I'm working on gimbling. I looked at using larger sensors and taking a subset of the data, but in order to do that, you can have a very wide angle lens, and you find that the spherical distortion becomes unacceptable, and you have to put correction in. And this is something that I want to be affordable and also a DIY project for some people. So the amount of work involved in creating the electronics to do the image processing is beyond the scope of the project. So I'm using some very small motors and a 3D printed frame for the thing, and looking at the Runcam Split Mini, which is a full 1080p 60 frames that comes in at about 22 grams or something. So it's quite practical. It's going to be interesting and tricky, but still practical, I think.
So and is the gimbal little brushless motors for the gimbal, or are they servos, or is it brushless? Okay.
Yeah.
Some CD-ROM motors, right? Right. Bruce?
Smaller than that. Smaller than that.
Smaller than
the little
motors?
Yeah, little motors used. And I found another piece of equipment which uses these motors, so I'm trying to track down the source. Otherwise, you can just buy the equipment because it's only about $20 and pull the motors out.
Yeah.
Right. And you have a separate controller for the gimbal, so you'll have a little STM32 that runs the gimbal, or are you running the gimbal
I'm thinking you got a flight controller, you got your flight controller, you got your IMU, you got all the stuff there. If you can integrate it into the flight controller software, it makes much more sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, just the scheduling. Gimbals are very timing sensitive, and it's a matter of keeping the timing good enough if you're running it on the same CPU that's also flying the vehicle. So not impossible, but a significant challenge.
Yeah, well, we're looking at F4, F7 processors now. We did all this flight stabilization with F1s, running at really low loop times and things. Yeah. I'm pretty sure there must be, prioritize the tasks. I'm sure you must be able to get it, because you don't need mini quad agility. It just has to be a stable platform.
Right. Yeah. So the gimbals, I haven't done a lot with gimbals. We did a bit in the Ardupilot project on things like solo and stuff like that, and we discovered that the actual CPU requirement to do a good gimbal is, probably more than you need for a flight control. If you really want to do it well, just because the timing requirements are so tight, and the maths to really your state estimation. We ended up with a coupled state estimator where there was a short-term state estimator running on the gimbal CPU, but then the longer-term one coming from the main flight board that has the GPS, and so it's able to do the drift correction, the gyro drift correction using the main CPU. But it's surprisingly sophisticated maths to do a gimbal really well. Yeah. But I'll be interested to see how it goes.
Yeah. My philosophy has always been that perfection is the enemy of good enough. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah,
I see people's eyes glazing over here as we talk.
And just a question to the flight test guys. Are you thinking about the 250 grams in the models that you bring out into the future?
You bring up a really great question. Absolutely, we are. Matter of fact, probably this month, any day now, we have a whole bunch. Obviously, the Gremlins we've been working with, we love that sub 250 brushless, a little bit bigger than what people commonly call tiny whoops, but small enough to still be flown indoors on a 2-cell or have a lot of fun with 3-cell outdoors. That's been really good for us. But now with airplanes, we have a whole line coming out where we're going to be introducing a new power pack to bring micros around that 1104 brushless motor size, and the efficiency, especially on a 3-inch prop, is really nice. You can have a unique experience from 2-cell all the way through 4-cell, depending on how you want to fly. So we got about 3 designs, and we'll be launching the first one, if not this week, probably the next week. So yeah, we're gonna make sure we hit a lot of different models under 250, kind of help our friends across the pond and where registrations and legislation is a little bit harder, but also to kind of future-proof here in the U.S. and also STEM schools too.
Yeah. Unfortunately, in Australia, the threshold's 100 grams, which makes it even more challenging to be, the equivalent to the 250 in the US. It's 100 grams in Australia. And some people have actually created little fixed wings under 100 grams that have video and the lot. It's been done, but you got to be pretty damn careful about every gram.
Yeah. Well, it limits your experience as far as being able to use common materials, cheaper materials, things like that, and that's unfortunate. We had a lot of success with STEM, where we're getting into so many STEM schools across the U.S. One thing that we really like is for them to really attack this hobby, they're going to have to attack education eventually, and attack the benefits that flight in schools brings. So we're really pouring as much, not only from a passion point, but also from a strategic point to try to show how beneficial flight is when it enters into a young mind in an educational institution. And being below the 250 grams and stuff, the planes really look pretty harmless. The drones and planes both look really, inviting. They're quieter. They don't have the impact of the image issues. So we're going to try to expand on that as much as possible, but we're still going to be playing with the bigger ones.
That previous military vendor that I mentioned, AeroVironment, we're actually pushing for 1 kilo as the first. That was going to be the first bin. It was going to be 1 kilo, but then we've got to blame the sensible Danish for knocking out I think it was a Danish, wasn't it, Bruce, that knocked out the 250 gram thing? It was some country like that there. So that's a pity that's catching hold around the world. So suddenly a kilo seems like all the weight in the world, doesn't it? It seems like the heaviest thing out there.
Unless you're a member of the European Union, that's 80 joules, because we all have a joule meter with us, and we can put, that's an 80 joule model, that's fine, Make a simple task complex, why don't they?
Absolutely. But you had some news on Iceland, and it's not just a supermarket in England, I understand. Apparently it's a country as well. What was the news on Iceland there, Bruce?
Well, they seem to have done it largely right with their regulations. They have really well balanced the rights versus responsibilities. And if you were someone flying models in Iceland, you'd be pretty happy right now, because they seem to have, well, I won't go through all the rules, but there's the only downsides, I think, are you've got to put your name, address, and phone number on your model, but there's only 300,000 people in Iceland, so probably everybody knows everybody anyway. They're all related, I think, aren't they? It's a common gene pool. So yeah, it's not a bad thing. It's quite interesting that when you have a little country like this doing the job properly with their limited resources, and you have these huge unions of the European market, and the USA and Canada all watching it up to a greater or lesser extent. It shows you that, sometimes bureaucracy tends to implode under its own weight, I think. Did you talk about the DJI situation in Australia with the tests yet?
No, which one? I don't think I even know what you're talking about. Tell me all about it, Bruce.
DJI have decided, because in conjunction with the CASA and that before you can fly your drone in Australia with the little app, you've got to pass a little test. There's a little knowledge test you have to do before you're allowed to take off. Nanny you? Can they nanny you any further? What is going on there?
Yeah, they rolled that out in the UK last week, I think. Oh no, last month, didn't they, Ian?
Yeah, it was quite recent, and it's a little bit pointless because you can type any answer, you can get it completely wrong, and you can just keep literally hitting every option until you get it right. And I kind of wish, if you are going to put something in like that, that at least it would say, if you go through it and you've got like 90% wrong, it should say, maybe you ought to read the manual before you take off, but it doesn't do anything. So to me, it just struck me as something that they've done to appease regulators, where I think if you're going to do something like that, it'd be nice to put more meat on it and actually have it having some functionality. I mean, DJI obviously wouldn't want it to stop you flying, but I think at least if it's not going to do that, it should say, read the manual. Or even bring up some tutorials, say you clearly don't understand this area, you clearly don't understand this other area, watch this first. But unfortunately, no, it's just a button tapping exercise.
I suppose we're at a time where we've got a great opportunity to drop digital learning in people's laps. When we all went to the flying field and learned to fly, well, you don't know Fred Dibner, is he? And so you're not old enough to have done this. But but when you all went and some old codger taught you to fly down at the flying field, you sort of, learned the stuff generally. And if you were unlucky and you lived miles from anywhere, you had to crash many times yourself. But now we do have a great opportunity to dump training, and which the flight test guys do, and Bruce does, in people's laps. And it seems like that both Bruce and flight test are ahead of the regulators really in getting the safety message out there. It's not all that hard. I mean, you want to put signs up at the airfields, don't you, Bruce?
Yeah, a lot of things I want to do.
You're going to disagree, Louis.
Yeah, because the first notice that EASA, European Air Safety Board, has put out this year, so is the notice 01/2018, brings back all the crazy stuff that we have been discussing all these months. So the guys in Iceland can have fun for a few more months until these European new rules come into effect, if they ever come into effect, because the bureaucrats from Brussels or Dusseldorf or whatever they come from are in full action these days. So,
did you read the BMFA bulletin though? It sounds like a lot of the stuff is actually going to be, if you're a member of an approved flight organisation, you can say no thank you, and also they're going to put up different zones and things, and countries will have a certain degree of autonomy. The BMFA's come out saying basically it's nowhere near as bad as we thought it might be. It's still not as good as we'd like it, but they've been given a lot of latitude by the EASA.
I've read the 41 pages, Bruce. Not very, very good news on regulations. I have the PDF I can send you afterwards. Nice reading. These guys are really after Bruce's all over the world, especially in Europe. Glad you're in New Zealand, Bruce.
I can't remember what they want to call it in America, but an organisation that's approved by the FAA. Help me out, Bruce. I can't remember what it's called.
Community-based organisation.
CBOs, that's it, CBOs. A flight test thinking about becoming a CBO? You must be one of the largest member organisations almost over there.
I think in the aviation realm, I think we now are, if you count the community that's subscribed to our channel and through the YouTube. But we want to keep in mind that's people that are subscribing, not paying to be part of it. So
yes,
I think the influence that we are blessed with, does go very far, and we take that very seriously. The answer would be yeah. I think we will be a CBO in the near future. We have a lot of great minds coming into flight test that are not just building big foam board airplanes, or not just doing video content to give instruction, but also video content and deeper level things to help move the industry forward. So as we get the right people, we'll see it naturally develop out. We're never going to force anything to happen quickly, because that's a good recipe for failure.
Yeah, I think that the flight tests are really, I don't know, I'm not sure what the precise definition of community-based organization is, but we do our content, and we make some products, and we have our web properties and that sort of thing. But really, it's not anything without our community.
Yeah,
they've really helped make us what we are today, and anything that we've done, whether it be a product or it be the store or it be a project or an event, has just come from feedback from the community, and we do our best to listen to it.
I think if you were to go down, hopefully you just got a scoop there. But if you were to go down that route, I think you would have great success. I think just the very reaction of your crowdfunder has shown that the people are behind you and what you do there. So well done to you. I'm going to try and do the wrap up thing now, because I'm rubbish. Because we've gone 8 minutes past the hour already, and we're holding up you important people.
And we really appreciate the opportunity to talk about it, and also get some time with you. I wanna get to be able to get closer with you guys. I'm really fascinated by all the great projects you're doing, especially with the Ardupilot, that mini that you held up that's going to go in the Kraken. That's fascinating. I really would love to learn more about that as well too.
I'm sure we
sure thing. No worries.
It was a pleasure meeting you, Josh.
Really great meeting you guys. It's incredible. We've followed along what you guys have been doing for years, and it's just inspirational. Fantastic.
Yeah, we're all fanboys. We watch all your videos.
We are. We do. We are.
Well, Josh, get ready to come up with a mini Bixler.
You got it. You got it. We'll just call it the fix.
But what has happened to me down here is I've had lots of people, not lots of people, a couple of people asking me about crop spraying drones and stuff like that. And Rory Paul is our resident ag. He's my go-to ag guy to speak about those, anything ag. And Rory, have you got an opinion out there in the Great Plains of which you live of 10 kilo loads at a time in crop dusting? What do you think of it?
Okay, so I've always got an opinion, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to try and be positive. I think that spraying is a very good idea. Conceptually, I think that in very small agricultural settings, a few dozen acres, a few dozen hectares, high value crops, difficult to get to fields, it makes sense. It also makes a lot of sense with much bigger UAS, manned aircraft size systems at some point, I think will go that way. It'll be automated. But right now you see a proliferation of relatively expensive multi-rotor systems, most of them electric, one or two of them emulating the Yamaha RX system. But 10 kilograms of media to spray on a couple of hundred acres is just not a practical approach. The other problem is, specifically here in America, is usually the entities that are responsible for spraying are not the same entities that are responsible for regulating flight. So, for example, here we have the FAA, and you can go out and get your 107 and go and operate a UAS. But to apply media from the air, you have to be compliant with the EPA. All right. And the last time I checked, nobody had actually gone through this process of being compliant with the EPA's requirements for aerial spraying using UAS. That's not saying that it isn't being done. I'm sure a lot of people are out there testing on small plots, etc. So if you're thinking of getting into aerial application, you have to comply with your local agency that controls your UAS activities, and you're probably going to have to comply with the equivalent of the Environmental Protection Agency to go out and spray. Then from another practical aspect is you have to identify the problem in the field, right? So you're going to go out and map the field. You're going to see your weeds. And I think it was last season, Gary, that you try to do crop counts using, what was it, Phantom?
Yeah.
And we kind of learned together, because I thought it was relatively straightforward with, drone deploy and precision hawk, etc., that to go out and identify those issues in the field. And then you're going to have to pass that information across to your spraying unit. And then you're going to have to have RTK level accuracy, because you can't have a 15-foot error. So that means RTK in real time, going out there to do that. So if you don't have some kind of correction service, etc., you're going to have a real problem on coordinate. So while I think there is application, and there will be application in the future, I don't think that the current systems out there in the market are going to live up to the hype. You're going to go and spend your $17,000 to go and buy a unit, $20,000 to buy a unit. And at the end of the day, if you've got a couple of thousand acres or a couple of hundred acres, it's just going to be a total waste of time.
It would take forever to do, wouldn't it? What in America, would you happen to know what would a hectare, an acre cost with a crop duster to
I honestly don't know what that is. Okay, but if you drive around the Midwest, it is really, really common late in the season to see crop dusters out spraying for pesticides, not herbicides, but pesticides late in the season. And usually that is kind of a one-stop shop. You go to your crop protection company that's selling you chemical. They've already got some kind of contractual agreement with a spraying company, and it's a couple of telephone calls and they're going to spray your field. Highly efficient, covers a lot of acres very quickly, very efficiently. And to use a small multi-rotor system at this time and comply with the FAA, keep it under 55 pounds, it's just, I think the activities are going to be in the realm of experimental crops, things like that.
Or gardening.
Or gardening.
I was at the launch of the DJI Agris here, and the farmer on the field where we were, he told us straight away that would never be able to do any kind of useful cropping or application of any kind of product, because it flies for a very short time. And the load is very only 10 kilos and 10 or 15 minutes flying. It's not good enough for any kind of good extensive agriculture. Not speaking of those huge wheat fields that you can see on US. Yes, that and. It's more a curiosity. What I like to see was on the DJI was the customization they did around their controller, so that they would make it one, weatherproof, and the most foolproof controller that I've seen on a drone. It was really targeted at someone that does not want to know how to fly a drone. Very automated stuff, and very easy to operate.
Well, that's got to be a good thing. And would that tend? So you mentioned RTK and stuff like that. But if you got to the point where the thing could see, using vision, see a problem with a particular plant and apply whatever, make that 10 kilos go a long way, rather than just the crop duster is boom, isn't it? The whole field, everything in the way. Would DJI be moving to that sort of point, do you think? Are they beginning to play, and all these players with these machines beginning to play and getting ready for that point where, you could be a bit more precise? Maybe you'd have 5 kilos of one thing and 5 kilos of another thing. I don't know, where do you see it going?
I can see a future that is even scarier. So what a lot of the companies that develop seed and genetically modified crops are exploring RNA technology. So you can basically have a plant in the field that is pre-programmed to respond to certain environmental factors, and you trigger that releasing a biological agent in the field, a few grams. And so let's say that you have a section of the field that's not responding to a fertilizer, or you dry in that field, or there's water. You spray it with a biological agent that's a couple of grams, and all of a sudden it infects this plant, and the plant actually now responds by triggering that built-in mechanism to deal with the drought or the saturation or the pest, etc. And that would take a few grams of product to be sprayed.
I wish I hadn't asked. I really wish I hadn't asked.
Yeah.
I don't want to know. I can't unhear that, can I?
No. It's
Gosh.
pretty scary.
Anyone want
Goodbye,
to pick
vegans. Goodbye, vegans.
Does anyone else want to pick up that ball and run with it? I think that's pretty. Well, then the machine's a perfect size. If that's the way we're going, surely.
Yeah, but listen, there are other applications, and here's a freebie for the guys, the venture capitalists that are out there looking for it. Mosquito control in urban areas. Okay, these machines could be really good at getting to places where there's standing water and vegetation around that standing water that you can't get to with your truck or your guy with a spraying pack. Especially in the developed world. So here in America, we've got Zika virus and West Nile, etc. And you've got a lot of houses and you've got retention ponds, and the ponds are in the backyard. You take your drone, you go up and you fly, and you put a chemical agent or a fungicide, whatever, herbicide down and deal with mosquitoes. So there has been work done on that. It's not a new concept.
And our friend above and beyond there is mentioning tree planting, and that tree planting is an interesting one. There's been two companies stood up very keen to do that, and I can't get them to respond. Well, obviously they would never respond to me, but they won't respond to me, and I've seen no actual proof or evidence that they've done anything that they've claimed to have done yet. So I think the tree planting is a great idea, and it has the whole sort of, and I might bring Nigel in on this because Nigel's very much into the mapping things. That's what his drones do. But it brings the whole ecosystem in. You map the area, you look for the problem, you then adjust accordingly and plant the plants, and then you continue mapping the area with one of Nigel's wings to monitor what has happened and is happening. So they've got the whole drone ecosystem in their bids, these people. But has anyone actually seen a drone plant a tree and seen? We should be in year 3 of some forestry if that's really happening.
But how do you plant a tree? For me, it's just a seed like any other seed.
Well, the idea is
it's not planting a grown tree from a incubator. You have, for instance, what you have here are incubators that plant the trees up to a predetermined size, and then you pick up the tree with the earth around the tree and go and put it on wherever it is. And it's something that it's very up to date here in Portugal, because we had those crazy wildfires in the summer, and we have a huge problem of reforestation going underway, because we need to redo the forest that was burnt. And what I think is that either you go with the small trees, and not this small, but 1 meter, 2 meters high, and plant them on the ground, and they have hundreds of people doing that because they planted at predetermined distances, or then you just do a wild spraying of the seeds and hope they germinate.
Well, that's what these people are. What's one? I think it is Seed Drone. I think that's one of the major ones. So that is exactly what they're advocating doing. But monitoring that, but clearing it, finding an area of land, and clearing the area of land using drones to build up maps of how it looked before, and then changing it. Having all the bits. Every vendor has a chance in this. All the little bits are there.
We go back to do we need a drone to plant trees on our backyard?
Of course we do. We're from Silicon Valley. A drone must be used for every single possible thing.
Yes. You're sure? Oh, sorry, Gary. You're right.
Hey, come on. Come on. Get with the program, Louis.
See, I was flying an helicopter, and I got myself an haircut.
Very good.
And beard too. on different days.
Bruce was flying near several helicopters. G'day, Bruce. I haven't said hello to you. How are you, mate?
Yeah, g'day.
You're still there?
One thing on the seed thing. Yeah, I saw something a little while ago. We do a lot of forestry here in New Zealand. I think it's the largest exotic forest in the southern hemisphere. And they had a drone which carried seedlings, which is what Louis is referring to, the little trees, not the seeds, but the seedlings, once they've germinated and grown to maybe 200, 300 millimeters high. And they were fitted on in tubes along the side of the drone, and it would fly over ground that had been prepared by basically ripping it up, and it would fire them like rockets into the ground, boom, boom, at regular intervals. So I got very good spacings. It could work with very, very rough terrain, and they could do like 100 seedlings in one pass and then refill, and it would actually save a lot of time compared to doing it and be a lot safer than doing it with a whole lot of men in the field with a backpack full of seedlings and a shovel and a spade and having to wander over this potentially dangerous terrain, because when they clear fell a forest here, they just leave all the scrap on the ground. So there's sharp bits of wood and trunks and all sorts of things poking up. It's quite a hazardous environment. So flying a drone over it and just shooting seedlings into the ground, the ripped up soil, is a much safer way to do it, and more productive, quicker, cheaper.
Well, I'll have to look out for that. But well, we'll get them on. We'll get them on, and we'll see. We'll see. Perhaps the New Zealand ones will be the first seed planting group that will dare to talk to us.
And Bruce will do a video shortly about using mini drones to plant one tree at a time.
No, the way I fly, Lewis, I prune them. I just prune them with my mini quad.
It is one of those things. Where did we wandered off from crop dusting then, didn't we? Rory, while I've got you here, how did the first Part 107? Do you have any thoughts on the first Part 107 growing season? How did it go this year? Was there an explosion of cash coming into drone operators' pockets?
No, definitely not. Definitely not into my pockets. Agricultural industry, and I've said this again, it's really flat, and it's going to continue to be flat as long as commodity prices are suppressed. They're down. That said, what we have seen is the reemergence of agricultural drone startups. So, we went through round one with Drone Deploy being an ag company, Precision Hawk being an ag company, all of these companies, and then they've segued into industrial and utilities, etc. Well, now we're seeing round two, and it's the same old again, except they've introduced some new buzzwords into their lexicon to get VC money. My favorite buzzword at the moment is blockchain.
Blockchain, yes.
I'm like, okay, I don't understand that, but people have added that in, blockchain, chain and drones. And money is flowing into these companies. I've seen a couple of them get a couple of $1 million for doing agricultural analytics again. VCs have either got really short memories or people change or something. They're not doing their due diligence. But I mean, there were literally, 4 years ago, there were 10 companies in the agricultural drone bubble. Now, I don't know how many there are that are really making money. In ag, at least. Ag is.
Is it required for them to make money, or just do sell good PowerPoints?
I hate to think. I've been at this since 2004, and I really think that there is a place for UAVs in the agricultural space, in the right format, the right packaging. If we had systems, the drone in the box that you can send to a farmer, and he can do a launch and recovery, and you can do the image analysis somewhere else. But you have to understand that, at least here in America, with 90 million acres here in the Midwest, drones, and this is something for me that took a long time to understand. Small personal UAS are not really suited to cover that area and make a large-scale impact in agriculture. For that, we need either manned systems or we need satellite-based systems. And in America, that will become a hidden subsidy. If farmers decide that they need that data and they need that analytics, they'll press their politicians, and the USDA will supply them X many times per season with high resolution, high quality imagery that they'll do analytics on, and it'll be almost for nothing.
And who will do that? Who will do the analytics? Will the farmer do it, or will it be farmed off?
What you're going to do is they're going to farm it off. They're going to farm it off to people like Climate Corporation, like SST. All of these analytical companies will get hold of that data. It'll be kind of free open source agricultural data, and they'll run their analytics programs on it. And they'll supply their growers with that edge to maintain food security. This is a food security issue. Not that there isn't. Listen, I drove through central Illinois and Iowa at the end of last season, and growing up in South Africa, we've got silos with corn. You never see it. Literally, there was so much corn and soybeans, it was piled outside the silos in huge yellow mounds of corn. We have got so much product here. There's a glut, an absolute glut of corn. So right now, I don't think there's any real incentive, barring some kind of global environmental catastrophe in the southern hemisphere in Brazil, Argentina, etc., that American farmers are going to be really incentivized to adopt new technologies quickly. Okay, quickly. It'll take time, 10 years, okay, to do this.
What about technology?
I believe the crop analysis will come up with another buzzword that VCs like, artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
And then you get those special algorithms, almost all done with open source tools that will learn. Okay.
Not enough people have applied machine vision concepts to crop management. I think that in the interim, there's a lot of space there for machine vision, very fast fixed wing UAS flying low altitude, using RTK, using LiDAR, range finding, and mapping fields using machine vision techniques. I think that there's an opportunity there in the short term.
Yeah, but
blockchain, crypto corn, that's what you need.
Yeah.
Crypto corn, there you go, Chris.
Now the thing is, as you know, the thing with artificial intelligence, the way it's being done right now, you have to teach it a lot. So those big data companies, perhaps they already have the data required to start learning something and providing some answers.
Okay, so it depends on what resolution. Okay, so the USDA has got 30 years worth of multispectral information that they can go and do machine learning from. What I'm talking about is much higher resolution imagery. Okay, and to actually start using, as I said, much higher resolution imagery in the field. So this is more like crop scouting across the entire field, that kind of resolution of imagery. So it's a hybrid.
Yeah, you could have the Copernicus. Is almost my go-to when people mention satellite is the European Copernicus. You can have NDVI from that. It's only 10-meter resolution, but it's the entire planet every 4 days, and it's free. So every 4 days, the entire planet, not just your farm. So that's, at what sort of resolution does this start becoming more interesting to you, Rory? 10 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter?
Okay, no, so don't get me wrong. Okay, so it depends on the application. So for example, nutrient management, 10 meters is fine. Fine. Really? 10 meters? That's perfectly fine in a couple of 100 acres. What I'm talking about is different crops. So, for example, grapes, berries, row crops. And you literally almost fly that drone down the row and do like a side scan, okay, of their crop. And you could literally count grapes, almost.
I've seen that request from, the farmyards in Oporto Wine
Yes.
that are done on hilly sides.
Yeah.
And one guy was asking for a drone that would fly in the middle of the grapes and would be telling him wirelessly if it was time to go to that row to pick up the grapes, because they have to pick the grapes at that exact moment.
Yeah.
And that's a possible application.
Why wouldn't we put a rover with the sensors on a stick going up and down rows when you're going into that sort? Why do we have to fly over it when we're getting down to that sort of level?
Okay, I can't speak for grapes. Okay, I can speak for the Midwest, that it's flat and it's muddy and everything looks great until you step into the field and you go down to your ankles. Although robot technology would be fantastic as well. I think we're going to see combinations. I kind of thought, how did I get into the agricultural drone business? I saw somebody in South Africa flying a gas helicopter with a 35mm film camera. But there was actually an instance earlier. It was an old Tom Selleck movie called Lassiter. And there were a bunch of bots out in the field, and they were individually picking bugs off of plants. And we might see a future, at least of Silicon Valley future, that maybe that becomes the case. I don't know. Farming is highly automated as it is. Highly automated. It's not a huge manpower. So maybe you'll see a system where we can actually reduce herbicides and pesticides and have greater automation. But I think it's going to be a slow process. I don't think we've got the whole mapping issue sorted out. I mean, we haven't seen widespread adoption here with in the US in the last 2 years since the introduction of 107, and I don't think we're going to see it. You don't see farmers running out and buying mapping systems. You simply don't see it. And when you start to run the arithmetic, because it's not even mathematics, run the arithmetic to offer this as a service provider, unless you're in high-value crops, it becomes cost prohibitive to go out there with your drone, okay, and go and map farmers' fields, because I'm not going to travel to Nebraska to go and map 160 acres for a couple of cents on the acre. It's simply not worthwhile. The farmer has to do it himself, or his agronomist that's going to be there.
And I think that's where these satellite services might, as the resolution increases, somebody will be sat in India or some other country in a similar way. They'll be pulling all that free data in, and they'll send you, Rory, a report, or even Bruce, or any of us, because it can be anywhere in the world. That's the thing. They're getting data from anywhere in the world. They'll send you a report. They'll say, this report costs $5, and we think you should do that in that part of your field, that in that part of the field, and don't worry about that part. And you'll end up with a bit of paper which you can make decisions on, and there'll be kind of binary options almost. I think. Well, sorry, Rory, after you.
No, there's this real misconception, and honestly, I also didn't really understand it when I got into this business, that the scale of agriculture here in the US, and how this lends itself to much larger systems doing different things. And I think that a lot of venture capitalists get beguiled. They get this kind of acreage number thrown at them, or this hectareage number, where these analytics companies go, yes, we're going to charge $5 an acre for analytics, and we're going to service this with drones. But to actually go out and field, I don't know, the thousands of operators that you will need to gather that information, no startup companies can actually afford that. You'd have to spend $100 million to get that. It's much more cost effective to go and get an airplane, buy a Cessna for $60,000 and put a camera in it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, buy yourself an
Gary,
Ultra.
can I chuck some thoughts in there?
Of course.
It's very quiet in the background.
I know.
Okay, so Iron Crest UAV, we're a manufacturer of fixed-wing aircraft. Have been in the game for almost 10 years now. And we provide to agricultural, mining, and many other industries. And I concur very much with what you're saying about the way that the hopes and the dreams of drones for agricultural systems kind of grew, failed to mature, and we're now discovering really what the challenges are. The biggest challenge, as you've kind of mentioned, is the cost per hectare. Unless you've got very high value crops, then it's just not worth putting a drone into the sky. However, there's another side, which if I use our one of our vendors in the Philippines, they've been using our systems for 4 or 5 years now, quite successfully, to map very large pineapple plantations. And we're talking like 45, 50,000 hectare plantations here. And the primary use there is where there is not satellite imagery because of continual cloud cover. And so they've gone, you know what? We like this, and they've rolled it on year after year because it is beneficial, but on fairly basic survey procedures. So mapping fields, mapping field boundaries. It's not so much looking at crop health, though because they're pineapples, you can actually see quite clearly when a pineapple or an area of pineapple is unhealthy, so that is beneficial. But some of the greatest benefits have come from mapping the terrain for irrigation channels. And what the benefit a drone has brought, particularly in the Philippines, is reduction of soil erosion by being able to build an accurate 3D model and remap their irrigation channels. They reduced the amount of soil erosion, let me get these figures right, from 140 tons per hectare down to 16 tons per hectare. Now that is colossal. And that actually meant that area of plantation, which had a lifespan of between 5 and 10 years, now has an indefinite lifespan. So there are small areas where fixed wing drones still have an application. But I believe otherwise, yeah, there's a battle yet to be won in order to make it commercially viable.
Well, are we gonna keep that in the agricultural? Well, I suppose we have to, but I mean, isn't that more land management? I mean, immediately here in South Africa, Cape Town has a huge problem with water, and a really good use case for drones now is to go out and map watercourses in greater detail, start getting rid of helping the fight against invasive vegetation and stuff like that. I mean, there are use cases, but that's not what am I trying to say? Are you dealing with a more traditional surveying problem rather than a pure agricultural problem?
Yes, I agree. It is more about land management than agricultural analysis, NDVI, stuff like that. Agreed entirely.
Yeah, well, we all know there's use cases, otherwise we wouldn't be here. But it's use cases against the hype, I suppose, isn't it? It's what the public sees, and then anyone that's been around this a while will go, yeah, that won't work. And it doesn't matter how many times you say it, people won't believe you, because look what the newspaper or the Farmers Weekly or Farmers News, whatever it's called in your country, is saying. It was high altitude stuff. That interested me no end. You've been in Mongolia, you've been flying, haven't you?
That's right. Mongolia, South America as well. We've been up to, not we, but our end users have been up to 15,000 feet and beyond. It's clearly been quite a challenge for us because we can't do any testing in our kind of local gardens around here to get to that kind of a height. Yeah, the answer is yes. They have been flown quite successfully up at that height, and including PPK variants of the drones, and have been returning a 3 centimeter in X and Y and 5 centimeter in Z, which is really quite an achievement for PPK at that altitude.
Well, just forget the PPK and all that. Just flying a thing at 15,000 feet is quite high. I mean, all that nice stuff is nice, but I mean, do you upgrade the motors? Have you got a different aerofoil, or is it exactly the same airframe as you'd use at sea level?
We have designed what we call a high altitude wing section. So we take our standard Data Hawk and just slap these slightly larger wings on. We've actually found that the propeller is pretty much the same, though we offer a slightly larger propeller and give the people who are going to be flying it instructions on how to ensure that the motor is drawing the right number of amperage and the propeller is turning out at the right kind of a speed, so they can go, yeah, enough thrust is being produced to launch the aircraft. The aircraft does need to fly at about 10% higher speed in order to maintain its altitude and stability, and landing tends to be a bit faster. Always the challenge is to try and get the sky. So we've developed a very nifty little launch line that guarantees a successful launch every time. So yeah, we overcome challenges. It's taken us a couple of years to do it, but I'm glad to say we're there.
Are you talking about your crazy flicking a stick launch method?
No, we still have that, but we now have about a 5-meter bungee line, which somebody will kind of pull back in tension and then just release, and the aircraft zips off on that. It accelerates it to its crucial, I think it's about 7 meters per second in a second. So it means that every time, what a vendor needs is that every launch is successful, not 80 or 90% of launches, which tends to be with hand launches. They need every launch to be successful, and this kind of guarantees that one. And it's crucial, again, for the high altitude launches where there just isn't the lift.
People in England will be wondering what that means, the high altitude stuff, because you never know. But even here, and I live at 5,000 feet, if I go down and fly in the coast, it's like it feels like I'm flying in treacle. It really does. It's the difference is quite amazing, and also the approaches and how long it takes to start, all those sort of things. So, what other exciting things have Quest UAV got coming up? Indulge me.
Well, the big one is, and this is the greater thing we're seeing is the PPK, the really high accuracy applications. We've got a very good receiver on there with our Septentrio Asterix receiver. I won't bore you with the details, but it is producing some stunning results, requires no ground control, and here we are managing to produce a very detailed survey over up to 1 square kilometre at a time. That's been a 2 to 3 year project to get to that standard. So we're there now, and that's going commercially. Plus, on top of that, we're now venturing more into the rental scenario.
You as well.
A little bit of fear and trepidation. Yeah, it's like entering the our crocodile's mouth, we feel.
But that's been a bit of a trend in the last couple of months, people renting systems out. Doesn't that just mean you haven't got enough work for your own?
No, there's definitely a growing market as there are more qualified pilots, more people who are used to their rotary systems, looking to expand, if only for a month or two, into fixed wing to do some surveys and just to test the water.
I have to jump in because I think every time I come on the show, I offer to sell dronerentals.com, which I own.
Oh, yes, that's right. I forgot that. That's right. You do own it, don't you?
I'm just going to write that one down.
Yeah, he owns it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he owns it. Well, but it's become a thing, Rory. I think I've put up 3 in the last month. I've put up 3 companies doing it. And well, how on earth do you? What am I stumbling to say? I'm stumbling to say, how on earth do you protect yourself from misuse by the end user?
I don't know. You know, I thought it was a good idea when I registered the domains. You know, I had drone rentals and drone rental. And I looked at, you know, what it would take, and just being here in the States, it's so litigious. I just decided I don't want to lose my house when somebody does something, and I was like, okay, it's not for me, not for me.
Rory,
so,
you're very wise. That's all I can say.
Well, Nigel, what are you going to do? Who are you going to call?
Yeah, the answer is it is filled with risk. All we can do is try and mitigate that through terms and conditions, through the right preparation, through ensuring that they are trained to the standard that we require, and saying, hey, if you break this thing to little pieces, you'll end up buying it. That really is the top and bottom of it. It's fine for us. We're in UK, so if we're doing it to UK companies, that's not so bad. But we're trying to expand this across Europe and to the States. And we have 1 or 2 interested potential customers in the States, and we are trying to find our way around it. So it's a win-win at the end of the day.
So what would I do if I wanted to hire something from you? Would I have to come and undergo factory training with you, and so you get to see me first?
If in UK, yes, you come to us. Where you are, we would try and find. We'd look at the qualifications you already have. What experience do you already have? We'd then go, have you got the correct licensing in order to fly, and potentially try and get you to hook up with an accredited fixed wing trainer in South Africa. Then we go, okay, let's open the gates and send something over. It's not straightforward.
No, it's not.
We know that the risks that, there's every potential that within 30 seconds of launching that somebody will turn it into a pile of rubble and then go, it's your fault. And we go, no, actually, we've done all the best that we can. Yeah, there's risks involved.
Now, the thing on renting, my company also rents the system that is hanging from the drone, and it's a way to expand easily the kind of precautions that we have. We have to train the user on their first rental, and subsequent rentals are not training is not required because the persons involved are okay with it. And we always, and it's always a matter of measuring the risk and having a good insurance applied to the system. That's very, very critical. We also rent our payloads that stay below the drone or in front of the drone, and it's a good way to expand the any specific applications that your company might have.
And Lewis, do you rent in country or do you send abroad?
We send abroad.
Okay.
But when it's abroad, we have to send a technician with the payloads or the payloads and teach the persons how to operate the payload, because it's a specific gimbal with a series of sensors, cameras, and all that, and as a computer that is also included that communicates with the gimbal. So it's an involved process and the people has to be trained on that. And the trainer that goes to the country knows how to operate and will accompany the person that rents the system on their first operational flight. At least one operational flight, we have one technician present.
Yeah, very wise. Agreed.
I suppose.
Yeah.
Sorry, we might be. I might be being a bit oversensitive in that people have been hiring out aeroplanes to student pilots and junior pilots for years and years and years. This is an unusual situation. You'll give the keys to somebody 1 hour past his solo, or not past his solo, but past his jet ride, and off he goes in your aeroplane. So I suppose there is precedent for this, but I guess for all of us who are early adopters, we've come back with the carrier bag of shame on many, many occasions, and we're very well aware of the risk. And I suppose we're moving away from that time now with the technology. I was interested that you said that multi-rotor pilots are just wanting to dabble a little bit with fixed wing. I think that says something as well. That's quite interesting. Are you? Have you experienced having somebody that's only had a multi-rotor training come to you to do their flying to hire yet?
Yes, a lot of people that come to us either to buy or to hire have done multi-rotor, or I should say have multi-rotor experience. It's a different world though. They tend to come with great confidence saying, yes, I've flown my DJI and I can bring it back by switching the transmitter off. And we should be able to fly a fixed wing, no problem at all. Until on, after the end of day one of training or day two of training, and their eyes are about popping out going, my God, I never realized it was as difficult as this, because this thing goes much, much further. And it lands at speed, and all sorts of issues start to come in. Almost having some rotary skills helps more in the legislative side rather than the actual experiential side.
It's interesting because I know there's a shortage of fixed wing pilots in South Africa. There's plenty of multi-rotor. We've got a ridiculous number of multi-rotor operators, but there's hardly anyone's gone for the fixed wing thing.
It's not sexy.
It's
not sexy, and you cannot.
The industry is at last starting to separate the vast difference between multi-rotor and fixed wing. The industry is seeing the benefit of fixed wing clearly, but has not yet assessed the real needs for operators' training and capabilities in order to operate fixed wing competently. And along with that, it's like the kind of funding that people expect. They go, well, look, I only need half a day's training with a multi-rotor. Why should I need any more than that for a fixed wing? And I think this understanding is yet to settle in the in the industry in general.
We don't rent the drones. We just rent the payload, and for us is a week's training on how to operate the entire system. And we assume the pilot knows how to fly the drone, although it is not required on our system for him to fly the drone, because the drone, our payload takes over the drone and flies it automatically. But for us, is a 1 week, Monday to Friday, of training.
Is that your windmill inspection?
Yeah, the wind turbine blades.
So that payload looks after going up and down the blade and going to each one and doing each thing.
Yeah, and doing the survey with 0.4 millimeters per pixel resolution. And to do that, the drone has to be fly very consistently, and no human pilot can do it.
So that bolts on to. So do you do that with the payload because it's easier to get the payload somewhere than move let's say a Matrice 600 with all the batteries? Because moving the batteries to another country is more of a pain than moving. Is that why you do that?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons. The other reason is because it's easier to move an entire system, and it's easier for people. For instance, one company that does aerial photography, they're not always doing aerial photography, and they have the drone stopped for undetermined periods of time. So on that period of time they have the drone stopped, they can do extra work with a specialized payload that will do another vertical market for them. But yes, one of the reasons is all the logistics involved moving a drone from country A to country B. Like this, it's just a small suitcase with a gimbal inside, no batteries included, so you can carry it on hand luggage. It's small enough to be carried on hand luggage. And for instance, we've had already teams going, our own teams that went to operate to some other country. They get to the other country and buy the drone.
Yeah, there you go. Just buy the whole thing when you get. Well, yes, because moving. I don't know those because the batteries in an M600 have got to be.
The M600 batteries are plane friendly, but at the time we were using the S900 and S1000, which have 22,000 milliamp hours batteries, and let's just say shipping via a courier service, it's not very cost effective.
Yeah, makes. I hadn't thought of sensor packages being sent somewhere before till you mentioned it now, and it makes a lot of sense. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you might be in the world. The usual ragtag and bobtail bunch of misfits, plus Kyle from Skydio. And we're all quite excited. We've been chatting just before we started, and the main issue with this is we all really like the Skydio R1, so we're not going to be able to rip into him too much. I did notice that the price has gone down, so that's a positive thing. $500 off, $19.99. It says he's gone wide-eyed. Maybe he hasn't picked that up on the website, but I'm sure it says $19.99. And you've had a firmware update, so maybe we could start with that firmware update.
Yeah. So generally speaking, when we talk about the update, which we have been referring to it as kind of the car follow update because that's the biggest feature that kind of came with it. But we're typically staying away from the use of the word firmware and using more so software, because we really think that firmware, people tend to associate that with like updating a gadget like, you know, a drone from one of our competitors, and it doesn't necessarily bring new capabilities. It eliminates bugs that, you know, maybe were edge cases that you experienced, but it's not a clear, you know, I did this download, now my drone does this for me. Besides, you know, the things now and then, like now you can update firmware from mobile, you know, something that substantially changes the user experience in that way. So Skydio R1, you know, the idea is that we've made a flying computer. In order to design it from the ground up for autonomy, we had to give it a bunch of cameras. It's got 13, 2 facing every direction, so that we get depth and we make a 3D map. But with all of that, making a 3D map, planning a route through that 3D map of the environment to get good footage, you need like a lot of compute. That's why we've got the NVIDIA TX1. You know, it's something with a substantial graphics processing unit rather than one of the kind of low-end chips that you'd find in most other drones, just because we're designing for something really different. So because we've got this flying computer, we can have updates like what we just put out with Car Follow, which is, you know, it's been 3 months since we launched our product. It was mid-February when R1 came out, and we brought changes to multiple aspects of the experience. Car Follow, we took the same recognizing things in the environment using deep learning and then predicting their movement to follow them. We took that, which it could do for people, and now it can do that for cars. And that shows that we can introduce entirely new capabilities using machine learning. Other things that we did include an improved lead mode, where it's anticipating your movement. In lead mode, it tries to basically stay in front of you because it knows, like, okay, they're turning this much. This is what in front of them will be a couple of seconds in the future from now. With improved lead mode, we basically made it so that it will anticipate obstacles behind it much better, and based on real world circumstances we saw, create a better route through that space so that it doesn't basically get itself stuck by trying to do anything, you know, too naive. It's a lot smarter about giving itself a route past the next spot that it's going to. And we also introduced a new user interface into the mobile app to control R1, where because we're introducing all these new cinematic modes, you know, we introduced ones that feel like kind of tiny ones, like quarter follow, quarter lead, where it's filming you from a quarter profile. We basically changed the interface to make it easier to see all the different cinematic modes available and understand what each of them will do for you and make it easy to switch between them. And so it's this like new capabilities, smarter packaging of existing capabilities, and then figuring out, okay, as we're making this thing an increasingly like one button and it does these incredible things for you experience, making it so that you don't get overwhelmed as you're trying to pick between those buttons that you could press to get cool footage for yourself. So basically, to boil it all down, like, this is a very software defined experience, and I think that's something that people are going to be surprised by over the next year, is how rapidly we push out substantial changes to Skydio products and how much of that is based on just software. You know, a lot of product categories, drones included in electronics, it's kind of like a huge step change happens when you go from one generation of hardware to the next. That'll be the case because, you know, like everywhere else, we're going to get better processors, better cameras, you know, in the same way that smartphone makers do. But between now and then, there's going to be improvements to core flight algorithms, new cinematic modes, where, you know, someone who buys an R1 early 2019 is going to get a much better product than someone who bought Skydio R1 early 2018. And that's something where, you know, you hear with computers, you expect that. With your phone, with your desktop, you kind of expect that because we've been trained to have that for, you know, a couple decades now. You get improvements via this, you know, every couple of months, some update. But it's only now with things like Tesla and their cars that we're starting to see this for other categories of products, where you buy this box and then the software keeps improving and it starts to feel like a different product, even though the hardware hasn't changed. And I think that's kind of like what we want people to take away from this update is it's one update that represents kind of a deeper roadmap to come.
So Kyle, go ahead, Gary.
No, after you.
Basically, what you guys are doing is just processing and do path planning for moving targets, right?
So today, that's how a lot of our cinematic modes work, is we recognize where a person is, and then we basically, the motion planning of the drone is based on predicting what the person it's following will do as far as 4 seconds into the future. And we guess that far into the future because it's actually, even that part, the motion prediction, is based on deep learning. And so we feed in data from all of our previous flights. And so we know, when I see this is what people tend to do. And so that's right. We're basically constantly figuring out what the plan is for how it will fly based on what the thing it's filming is doing.
So no way of, for instance, recognizing an object and build, for instance, something that is very dear to industrial users, to reconstruct an object or a structure using motion from the drone. So if you go to, for instance, Pix4D, you do path planning manually and do a flight that surveys a structure, and then you get the 3D model of that offline.
So that's done via photogrammetry, where you take lots of photos from different poses and reconstruct the scene. And maybe you're given perspective info. Maybe you have to work that out for yourself in software. So the way we talk about it is, well, if you look at the Skydio website and a lot of the press coverage we've gotten so far, it's these very prosumer focused marketing points, features that we announce. Obviously, like car follow is not something that industry is expecting too much from their drones. With that said, we think that the kind of autonomy that we've built is kind of the key to making friction-free experiences for consumers, making basically drones more of a mass market product category. But on the enterprise side, we think it's basically required to make things scale to a much greater extent than they have so far. Companies don't necessarily want to bring in like a contracted pilot on a regular basis, so much as they'd love this camera system in a box that launches every day or every couple of days, gathers the imagery that they need, doesn't hit things, doesn't hurt other work processes, workflows. They want something that kind of invisibly captures those images. And we, while it's not something that we're showing off today, assume that like our way of thinking and our kind of overall roadmap of what value we're going to deliver includes, industrial, commercial applications where you're scanning structures, the indoors of areas. That's something where we think we're uniquely advantaged. The fact that we fly using computer vision alone and GPS is kind of a last ditch fallback for us means that operating near cell phone towers where you've got EMF coming off and throwing off GPS, operating indoors where you don't have GPS, that's something that we're going to be able to handle just fine that are really tricky for other solutions today.
So we can expect an R2 or R5 drone that will gather more the commercial and industrial side of the industry, right?
So I'd say that generally, like we think a lot of how the drone landscape is going to transform, and feel free to push back because I get that quite a bit, but I think that we're going to see a transition from like workstations to something more akin to laptops, to use an analogy, where these kind of high-end, take a matrice, strap a giant sensor onto it, point it at what you need, manually. It's going to change more to, we're collecting way more imagery from way more devices, operating way more frequently, and kind of the advantages that come with that frequency of operation, how easy it is to do it, will make up for the fact that you're not necessarily operating with a LiDAR sensor array that costs 110 grand, or a massive like 100 megapixel camera system. Now there will still be use cases for that, and honestly I think we're at a point where we could say like maybe there will be a Skydio platform that does accommodate those kinds of workflows as well. I think that it's a possibility, but right now we're kind of focused on the where are there areas where we can unlock a ton of value by introducing reliable autonomy, more so than specific high-end sensor payloads.
So how small can you go on the Skydio? You at the moment you're running the TX1, which is a very large board and requires a lot of real estate to be run, and I believe
you gotta cool it off,
a bit, and runs a bit hot because they usually do, right? And how low does your algorithms can go, or how high?
I'll say that.
Sorry, I was just watching today's announcement of NVIDIA, that new board they've released with enhanced capacity.
Yeah, that's a little higher end. Maybe we'll put that on a future flying car or something. When it comes to kind of the personal drone, again, this thing that we're going to make more powerful but smaller. We want this to be something that people feel comfortable putting in the tiny bag they take with them to the beach, or their purse. And so I'm going to steal a line that I really like from Kis Anderson, the founder of 3DR. He talked about how things like drones or virtual and augmented reality were benefiting from the peacetime dividends of the smartphone wars. Basically, components are getting more capable, less power hungry, smaller, because of all the investments going into improving smartphones as a category and kind of the areas adjacent to them. As AR, VR take off, you're going to get more investment in those chipsets specifically for that. And if you look at those areas, especially things like AR, which are getting really hot, they need to, like, the Magic Leap 1 has 8 cameras and needs to process a lot of imagery in real time and run 3D objects on top of that. The tech stack doesn't look that dissimilar to what we're building. And so the way we think about it is, thanks to Moore's Law, basically, we're going to keep getting better, smaller, more power efficient components, basically for free. Obviously, we're still going to be paying for supply as we build up new generations of things, but for the same amount of spend, we're going to get much more capable components. And that's where the entire ecosystem is going to get that. And so the thing that's important to remember is, again, the software that we have running on top of it, and the fact that today we've got autonomy working, and we're going to be doing interesting things where, okay, you've got working autonomy where you don't hit stuff. Now what's cool creative tools you can build on top of that? Other people are going to get advanced processors. It's going to be cheaper to put a bunch of cameras on drones, but they're going to be behind on the software.
Yeah, and we know that some companies already use the Movidio style chips on their drones. And although the promise is there, the result is not. You guys are the first guys that present a viable anti-collision follow me system that with all the path planning and path prediction, I would say it's path planning and path prediction of the drone.
And a lot of that, frankly, comes down to the fact that we're integrated, that, like Apple, we're building the hardware along with the software, and the development of one informs the other, where if you're bolting on a Movidius and something that looks like a Microsoft Kinect onto a standard airframe, there's a lot more to go before you've got a reliable experience that provides a lot of value for you. You need to put a lot of thought into what user experience do people expect. How could you break those expectations and deliver something that's even better than they kind of saw? And if you're just working on the sensor payload, you're not going to know about the vehicle it might be on. And if you're just working on the chipset, you might not know about the real world conditions to expect. And we're basically, our strength comes from the fact that, a couple of years ago, it's kind of luck that we decided, we're not going to make autonomy that bolts onto something else. We're going to make this integrated device. We could have gone down a different path. Some of it is luck that we made that decision.
Yeah, and good luck with that, because you guys made it right. You guys took the right choice, in my opinion.
Gary, and that's something where the market was running a bunch of different experiments, and we chose a path that was fortuitous.
Or I think there's going to be a little bit more to it than that. And what I'm quite keen to know is why did you decide to stick your heads above the parapet now? Because there's a fantastic bit of video. Dear viewer, if you haven't seen, go to their website. Now, I can't remember which page it's under, but there's an aircraft flying in the garage, an underground car park. I don't know what Americans call it.
Yeah, that's on the About page. Yeah,
it's on the About page. And that's quite extraordinary. Now, before we started, you said that was 10 years ago, Carl.
Yeah, that's right. So two of the co-founders here at Skydio, Adam Bree, our CEO, and Abe Backrack, our CTO, they met at MIT CSAIL, which is a research lab at MIT famous for robotics and drones, where they were specifically working on making drones that could operate in GPS-denied conditions. So, and before that, actually, this is a fun detail, Adam Bree grew up doing RC flying competitions. He's a world-class pilot. So this is kind of like a lifelong passion for these founders. They went from this as their core focus in research to they were the founding team at Project Wing, Google X's group that working on delivery drones. They led core flight algorithm development there, and it's kind of a story you hear a lot from these kinds of technical founders where they spin out, they leave Google after some time. They wanted to move faster. They wanted to, be more ambitious. They wanted to make the tech for not just delivery, but all applications of drones. So, when you see what we've got today, it really is, it's not based on the code of that fixed wing drone in the garage, but, the insight of what's needed to build something like this and understanding of, what lines of technological development might make these things work much better. They had the right backgrounds to have those insights.
It's a long time. 10 years is a long time to not stick your head up and come up with them. We actually have our expert here for generating renderings. Bruce is there. He's also an expert on, funnily enough, AI, Bruce Chain, and all other manner of technologies. And he
Bruce
can make
Chain, I love that.
Yeah, Bruce Chain. Yeah, you can charge your Bruce Chain. But other companies would have knocked up a rendering and got it out there and made up a load of stories. You guys landed, pun intended, with a working product that's impressed the socks off an awful lot of industry people. That's a very brave point to start, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I mean, you look at examples of, I could beat around the bush about this, but, you look at something like Lily, where they raised tens of millions of dollars, and, one could argue that, even a couple of years ago, the tech we had was real and theirs unfortunately wasn't. And maybe we should have just gone up then with a Kickstarter and raised a couple tens of millions of dollars. But I think that there's a deep kind of ethos here at Skydio to build real things, ship real things, not hype things up or oversell, but get something working and then show it to the world, make it available.
You're in the wrong industry. Wrong industry.
So
you can't do that in this industry.
So you're
Wrong
under
industry.
promising and over delivering. That's
shocking behavior.
That's the goal. That's the goal. And so, yeah, I mean, the company was founded 2014. I'd say that we decided to go kind of down the path that resulted in R1 about 3 years ago. And so, yeah, the thinking was we're not going to do the Silicon Valley thing of showing something 6-9 months ahead of time and saying this is going to be great, trust us. That doesn't tend to work out that well besides the initial hype that people get. And I think that you're going to see the same thing from us now. We're not, doing the, Elon style, here's the Skydio master plan, here's a bunch of promises, we'll try to keep some of them. I think we're going to try to continue to surprise and delight with actual amazing radical changes to what we've already got out there. And so, you asked earlier, like, why ship now? And a big part of it is we got it to the point where autonomy works. But as we said earlier, the fact that we're so much a software-defined experience means that it was really valuable to us to get real-world use. Once we knew that we wouldn't hit stuff, put it in people's hands, figure out how they're using it, their expectations of what it can do, and use that to inform the software roadmap where we can move really quickly at giving people things that they would find valuable.
And can you ship enough units? I believe you guys have an empty warehouse.
So I'll say, we basically the only line I can give on sales is sales continue to outpace our ability to make units. We make them here in Redwood City. And we've got something like an 11-day something, I think a week and a half expected ship orders. So good problems when orders continue to outpace
a wonderful problem to have.
Yeah, but with that said, I'd say we're getting more confident about that. Growing our manufacturing capabilities internally has been a big focus, and so you talked about briefly, Gary, at the beginning of the call, the fact that we just cut the price temporarily from $2,500 to $19.99 as part of a Father's Day promotion. Part of that is we think we'll be able to keep up with the demand from the promotion. We really want to get R1 into as many people's hands as possible. A big part of that is because, again, so much of how R1 works now is informed by machine learning and deep learning that improves with more data. We let people opt in to sending us training data back from their drone after flying. And because a lot of the people who buy R1 today are kind of the early adopter types, they almost want to feel like they're part of the Skydio story and helping improve the tech. A lot of people opt into sending us that data. And so, the more people have it, the more data we collect, the fewer issues people are going to experience in the real world, and the better, future drone platforms will do as well.
So, Kyle, basically what you're saying is theoretically, two Skydio R1s can behave differently one from the other, if one has one more than the other.
The learning doesn't happen on device. I can break that down a little bit more. So a little bit of learning does happen on the device as it flies, and that comes down to recognizing people in the environment. Basically, as we fly, we collect details about the people that it sees. We don't save them for further use, but on device in real time, it's basically figuring out like, oh, this person has this haircut and is wearing this outfit. This person next to him, person B, is wearing shorts instead of pants, and they've got an entirely different hairstyle. And we basically visually fingerprint people so that R1 can follow the right person that the user intended and doesn't get confused. But we don't save that for later. That doesn't go to other drones. In terms of overall flight performance, that kind of feedback loop I talked about earlier, where we get training data from our users and then we improve the capabilities of devices, that training happens in the cloud, off device, and then when we push updates to drones that people can download via the mobile app, like we did last week with CarFollow, that's when we kind of push those newly trained models to devices. So it's not so much that drones are always improving or one would be better than the other. It's more so with each software update, you're getting kind of the learnings from the entire crowd of people that decided to opt into sending data.
I'm asking this because on that video that you guys have two drones flying simultaneously.
Yeah, we try to do that on quite a few of our videos, yeah.
And they behave differently, and you can see the pattern of behavior of one drone is a bit different from the other.
Yeah,
the way they transition and all that.
Yeah, so I can briefly explain, where that's coming from. Basically, we don't actually have our drones communicate with one another while they're flying, filming the same subject. Yeah. Not today. Yet we still, in our videos, like our launch video, we show pretty elaborate shots that look like collaboration. And basically what's happening is they're both following the same persons, but with different constraints. And so using the interface that we have in the app that lets you zoom out or change heights, we basically set the drone filming the drone in front of it a little bit further back. And so what it's doing is, and maybe we set it at a slightly different angle. And so they're both looking at the same movement data and they're both looking at the same environment and basically just trying to be a different distance from the subject while they're moving through that scene leads to different flight paths that don't collide with each other. And the reason the behavior looks different is you just have to make different adjustments to your path depending on if you're trying to, weave your way through the environment really close to the subject, or if you're further back and maybe a bit up, you're just going to take slightly different routes.
Okay, so it's all based on the constraints that you set up on the app.
That's right. It's not the drones themselves running different software. It's the user saying, "Hey, I want you to do this drone A to do one thing, and I want drone B to do something different." And so the behavior then changes correspondingly.
So when can we expect to see a demo of 1,500 Skydio R1s doing a figure in the air?
Very topical. I love that transition. If someone wants to, for a 2020 Olympics, put up that many Skydio R1s, I will not fight them in the slightest. We'll be happy to accommodate an order of that size.
Plus we've got.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, but that just leads. You said that with such confidence, as if to suggest, yeah, we could do that. Just buy them.
Yep.
Especially Well, honestly, yeah, not to, push back against that too much. Basically, once we release some of the things that I was hinting at earlier with addressing commercial and industrial uses, yeah, I think it would be possible to do something like those coordinated drone light shows with R1.
But do the drones have the capability built in to talk to each other?
So that's something that would not be that difficult to release via a software update, but it's not currently something running on device. Generally speaking, this is a premium device. Most people aren't going to buy two. Most people aren't going to run into another Skydio owner and have the ability to do any of those kind of coordinated shows anytime soon. In the future, it's definitely interesting. Like, there's a reason, like the fact that we find that kind of drone on drone footage compelling is probably indicative of something other people are going to want to do in the future. And V2V communication, vehicle to vehicle, would make sense for that, but it's not something we're doing today.
No, I mean, does the hardware have the capabilities to talk to another drone, not going via the ground station, but like directly to each other?
Theoretically. There's nothing kind of as part of the Wi-Fi communication stack that would limit that.
Okay. And what about getting out of the way of any? Well, I presume it gets out of the way of anything it sees. So, if an aircraft or helicopter, actually, did you see that helicopter crash video, Bruce? That's another subject, maybe later. At the road race thing. But yeah, I presume it will get out of the way. And then what about unmanned traffic management systems fitting in with standard aviation? Any special tools or toys for that?
So today, just to address the first point, we don't actually let the user operate such that they'd be flying R1 near flying aircraft. And partially that's a technical constraint actually that we turn into a positive. The fact that we're communicating with it over standard off-the-shelf Wi-Fi from your phone means you don't want your drone to go several hundred feet in the air just in case some interference happened and you weren't able to tell your drone to come back down. So we limit actually R1 to 20 meters above the user. That's about 60 feet. Obviously, if you're at a high altitude, like you could imagine putting yourself in a situation where it's like technically in a height where vehicles would fly, but you're probably also like hiking and close to a mountain and there's no aircraft flying anywhere near you. So we're trying, basically there's a bunch of technical reasons why that's something that we're not really directly addressing just yet. With that said, a lot of these things for aircraft management, of very quickly knowing where you are, reporting to towers that you're about to do a flight, very quickly getting confirmation. We think all of that is the future. Especially as, if you look forward, seems like some point, not too distant future, like a lot of the, let's say DJI Mavic Air, Mavic Pro and higher tier devices there's going to at least be SKUs that have 5G connections in the next couple of years. Like that doesn't seem unreasonable to guess. And so I think that there's a lot of reason to think that, those systems should be more built out. I think that, we think about Skydio R1 and its level of autonomy as basically taking away friction and, uncertainty about what you're supposed to do as a pilot or as an operator. And so in the same way that we tell the user that it's too windy to fly R1 because we can detect that, or that it's too dark because, the cameras that we use to navigate are basically smartphone cameras. And if it would be difficult to take a good looking photo from your smartphone, it'll have trouble flying. We'll tell you that and not let you fly at night. And I think that as those kind of air traffic control systems become more common, and pilots kind of expect some kind of integration with that, we'll make smart decisions that people will appreciate as kind of default behaviors about not letting you mess up.
And are you in this vision-based AI, all the other buzzwords are going to drop in now? Is that level of technology at a place where Moore's law is certainly going to help kick it along for a little while longer? Because certainly in the desktops and mainframes and that sort of thing, people are beginning to say Moore's law is beginning to run out of steam. Bruce might have an opinion on that. But is there enough stretch in what's coming? Is that evolving fast enough to make some really exciting systems?
Yeah, so if you look at kind of general purpose central processing units, Intel's bread and butter, improvements year over year in terms of especially single core performance have been pretty disappointing. It's just not the rate of, even when I was a kid, and I'm a pretty young guy, I remember being able to, like, every couple of years, upgrade, basically buy a new CPU and motherboard combo and have a huge upgrade to your desktop computer. And it's just not really the case anymore. On mobile, things haven't quite slowed down as much, especially in Apple land, because they're doing so much, again, this tightly integrated software and hardware. They can make chip components that address specific needs they have at the OS level. I think for things like us, where we're running lots of deep learning or other tasks that can be run in parallel, or, the path planning, building the map of the environment, that lends itself to running on GPUs. It lends itself to running on dedicated chip architectures meant for those kinds of calculations. And so between NVIDIA and their investments in GPUs bolted onto ARM processors and things like Movidius, there's a huge set of companies making other dedicated, components that would fit onto a system on a chip, dedicated low power processors for specific elements of computer vision. Between all of those things happening, the investment going into all of that, I'd say that there's a lot of room to grow on the hardware front to improve these things. But at the same time, what I think is maybe a little bit hard to grasp is the fact that a lot of it's going to come down to algorithmic improvements. It's going to come down to improvements to how we generate the data that we use to train these systems. If you look, Google just announced this thing called Auto Augment, where it basically will take the data set of images that you have that are already labeled and modify them automatically by taking numbers and letters and inverting the colors and stretching and rotating pictures of dogs and cats. All of these things that by taking the same image and modifying it a little bit, you actually train the model on a slightly different variation, basically eliminating another edge case. Those kinds of improvements to kind of the deep learning stack overall are going to lead to a lot of improvements, where for the same amount of compute, we're just going to get a lot of more bang for our buck when it comes to AI. And that end, just there seems to be no limit, in academia when it comes to small improvements to architecture, discoveries of new architectures of things like neural networks that, it's kind of hard to anticipate what's going to come. But if you look at just the set of releases over the last couple of years, it feels like it's going to continue. Like there's still some gas in the tank to, again, for the same amount of compute, for the same cameras, get more out of what you've already got on device. So on all of those fronts, I anticipate improvements.
So we can expect some FPGA, some custom built single board computers, not the TX1 for future models, more dedicated to your purposes, or are you still going to go with off-the-shelf components like the TX1?
Projecting that too far out, it's hard for me to say, because it is going to be something where you're designing for a specific form factor of device and constraints and what software you think is going to run on it. So it's hard to say, 4 years from now, what chipset we'll use. With that said, I'd say that to the extent possible, we want to be a software company, not a hardware company. We want to, again, kind of ride the wave of these improvements, and the easiest way to do that is with off-the-shelf components. So I think in the near term, using components like the Tegra X1, but with more power efficient, more compute overheads, that we can do interesting things that we aren't able to do now. In the near term or medium term, we'll probably end up using things that look like the Tegra X1. Harder to predict further out what kinds of architectures will make sense to use based on what's available, what constraints we have.
So perhaps 3D vision or 360 vision with 4K cameras all around, replacing some of the other 13 cameras?
That's something where I'm not going to promise anything on a roadmap, but it's really interesting to think about the improvements to the autonomy you get with higher resolution cameras, the interesting new content creation kind of possibilities. One of the things that's exciting with, for instance, 360-degree cameras is things that Rilo and GoPro are doing with their cameras, where you're filming 4K, but then you can pull out a 1080 kind of window that looks like a traditional video, but you get to choose that 1080 window after the fact. And so you just you can imagine a future drone that's flying through an area, and then you pick
grabbing
you know,
off.
which angle was interesting after the fact.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very much that's been in my. So you've also got you're not doing this drone game right. You've got to have a completely BS roadmap as well. Come on, you're not. We don't know how to work with you really. But no, that's always been in my head that we'd get to that point where we wouldn't have a gimbal. We'd have some sort of 360 arrangement that caught everything as it went. So there must be lots of people knocking on the door of your company now. Everyone that wants to build a flying taxi, a flying car, they're all going to need this. And then the algorithms you develop for tracking people, I guess they're going to be of use in towns and cities for other things as well, and even on autonomous cars on the ground. Are you constraining yourselves by playing in the flying market, or is that on your non-existent roadmap?
Honestly, that's a really good question. And I think that, again, can't speak to a roadmap, but in the same way that DJI, you know, they make great stabilization rigs, they make great cameras, and, you know, in addition to putting them on drones, which they're best known for, they have things like the Ronin and, you know, gimbals for handheld cameras. And you could imagine in the same way that they are, yeah, right. In the same way that they do that to improve kind of cinematography via hardware, you could imagine Skydio doing similar things, but the tech capabilities that make us unique are software and machine learning and computer vision and robotics focused. And so, again, it's hard for me to say what that might look like, but you could imagine analogs in the future where the things that we're able to provide as kind of like adjacent products come from the technical work that we did to make, you know, our drones fly autonomously and, you know, help you accomplish, you know, whatever vision for footage that you have in your head, translating that to capturing it automatically with this, you know, self-flying camera.
So perhaps having some software packs, be a Steven Spielberg, be Francis Ford Coppola, the director, and load that on the Skydio and we'll film.
Honestly, that is something that we love to talk about. The idea that, you know, you look at stuff like NVIDIA showing off end-to-end trained drone flights or end-to-end trained self-driving cars, where they just show it a ton of footage of good driving and between the video looking forward from a car and the steering wheel inputs and acceleration and braking inputs, they're able to train like, oh, basically it can figure out how to drive. You can imagine the same thing of feeding in like thousands of hours of Hollywood cinema, saying like, when you see these kinds of environmental circumstances, get this kind of shot, and then kind of determining what mode you're in based on like whose eye are you trying to replicate. You know, I want this to look like a Mad Max movie while I'm filming my car in the desert or something. That's something that we think about a lot, and it's only really possible when you've got, again, an autonomous system that works like ours does, that you're not following some tracker, but you're looking at the world around you and figuring out what makes sense to do based on what you see.
So, well, obviously, I had the inspection case for that, you know, because for my field of oil rigs that I have in the North Sea, once I've trained, you know, but once you've trained, or Gulf of Mexico, in Texas, off Texas, whatever it is over there, but once you've trained a couple of devices, 4 or 5 devices, they don't have to be particularly big and high end or whatever, as we've said earlier. Once you train them and they know their oil rig, you just release them to poodle around their oil rig all day and look for change in their world. And that, if you get that right, that would be well, that would just be
Skynet.
Well,
yeah, no, and I mean, well,
Skynet,
I won't respond to that part because I think Skynet, they never showed the like benefits to society from having those machines. They just kind of went from like, we got robots and now they're evil. When it comes to something like the oil rig inspection case, it's something where it's not just the pain that goes into training a pilot/camera operator pair to go out there and, you know, go around the entirety of the surface of an oil platform. It's that, you know, a lot of times you're shutting down works on site when you're doing this kind of inspection, and the workflows all take way longer than the specific task of flying the drone around, because you have to ensure workers are safely harnessed on site, and they have to maintain line of sight with the vehicle, even though the worst case thing that could happen with a vehicle that only weighs a couple pounds next to a platform like this is that it falls into the ocean. There's just a bunch of workflow things that make it inefficient, take a lot of time away from productive use of the infrastructure that you're trying to make sure is in fit order. And if you just got, again, a flying image sensor that every couple hours is looking, and it costs, the operating cost is basically your electricity to recharge the thing. It's really interesting to think about how tasks that are kind of periodic but not frequent, you might as well do them all the time. And if you're collecting that data, you might as well look for insights that weren't even the initial reason that you were inspecting things. So like on construction sites, you could imagine you're flying the vehicle around to make sure that pipes and outlets and walls are installed in the proper places. But once the drone's already flying around every day, maybe you make sure that everyone's wearing the appropriate safety gear where they are, and the subcontractor has as many people on site as they were told the general contractor they did, because you can collect that data for essentially free at that point.
Yeah, I have a feeling, and the trouble is, this is a love fest. Come on, guys, let's go with the hate bit. Let's line it up.
Then the 8 bits. How did? No, the tricky question.
Sure.
I don't believe you guys have competition in the market. Which established company might feel that is more threatened by you guys?
I'd say that the most obvious competitor is the 800-pound gorilla in the room, DJI. Thus far, again, the things that they're really good at, because they've got the tight-knit relationship between manufacturing and engineering, they crank out tiny, solid, well-built, high-quality devices. By kind of our we think that basically, the main limitation is that they made a different set of trade-offs, and that's why, flight autonomy doesn't work anywhere near as well as our, what we call the Skydio autonomy engine, because, they designed for an entirely different set of trade-offs. They made a pilot, it's like an emergency braking system almost, versus thinking like, assume the drone is flying itself default and the operator is just kind of telling it where to go, in a general sense. With that said, if you read kind of writers like Clayton Christensen, people who think about the interactions between early startups and later stage competitors, the advantage we have going for us is we can invest 100% in autonomy, as opposed to, we don't have to deliver on the expectations of what a Mavic Pro 2 would be. We don't need to line up with the expectations of how the controller should work, because we don't have kind of those existing customers to satisfy. We don't have the kind of internal politics saying that, like, no, we need to make this thing operate as well as possible and you're manually flying, and the autonomy part, that'll come. To deliver value that clearly stands out from the crowd, we have to push even further on the autonomy and make it do things that people don't expect it to. And so, we really respect them as a competitor. We think that they're the best at what they do, and it is something very different from what we are. But I think that at some point in the future, it's going to become fairly obvious that, this is something of a paradigm shift, and people are going to expect drones to, by default, be operating autonomously.
Well, that was sort of what I was going to push to before Louis did jump into the bad stuff. And I think we possibly are blowing smoke at you guys again, but it does feel to me like this is a big change. This is the first big change we've had in a while, and it's the start of something pretty exciting. But Bruce, look, you've been quite quiet. So, well, Bruce is so old. He's seen everything. No, sorry, Bruce. But
you wake me up for a while. That'd be good to know you.
Sorry.
Well, okay. Skydio's crap, right? There you go. That's out of the way.
Tick that box. There we go.
I did make some notes though. Can you put this thing on an umbrella that follows you around?
So it only supports. That's hilarious. I think we had a conversation about that in Slack the other day. No, so we do not support a payload added to R1. There's some interesting things you could do, but it looks like we're going to have a cap of about 100 grams. So you can't think of any usable umbrellas that get under that amount, unfortunately.
You mentioned Skynet. Do you get much of a response because you had like Stephen Hawking and Elon Musk all saying artificial intelligence is going to be the end of the human race, and here you are building the Skydio net. How do you sit on that one?
Yeah. Basically, we do hear that a lot. There's a lot of Black Mirror comparisons. The thing is that what we have our heads down focused on is kind of nowhere. Like the reality is just so far disconnected from what people are concerned about that, it's something that we're actively thinking about. Like, is there messaging we need to do? Are there things that we need to make it clear that we're making these trade-offs to emphasize privacy or safety, the things that people are concerned about of like long-term implications. We want to make it clear to people that we are thinking about those things. The other thing is that I think the biggest part of how we overcome that is by delivering real value that people have to talk about, so that people don't see the technology and just talk about the potential implications. Show people what you can do with this tiny camera that does the work for you, that has the creative eye or, a facsimile of it. Make people excited about what it'll really do. And that, I think, will take people away from worrying so much about, what a theoretical evil company might do with kind of the same line of thinking around the underlying technology.
Gary's pointed out that obviously you haven't followed the traditional route to get where you are, which is the 3D renderings, the blockchain, Bitcoin, all that sort of crap.
ICO, yeah, Skycoin.
You do score points having artificial intelligence because it's a buzzword du jour, but you don't seem to be featuring very much in the media. I haven't seen much about Skydio in the media. What's your relationship with the media? And as you're aware, media tends to be very focused on the negative with drones, certainly recreational drones. They're going to bring down airliners and kill people and invade our privacy. Have you established a media plan to counter that in respect to your particular product? Because obviously your product does stand aside from the DJI in terms of the way it functions and the benefits it brings. So how are you working with the media to try and distinguish yourself from the mass cloud of other drones out there?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. And I think I bring a somewhat unique take to this because I actually used to be part of the media. Now, 2 jobs ago, I was actually a reporter at TechCrunch. So I'm lucky as a product marketing manager that I know how the press thinks and kind of what they're looking for. And I'd say that we have a pretty good working relationship with, especially the tech media, more mainstream outlets. I think you kind of need to really punch above the noise with drones to catch their attention. And so, with our launch coverage, we had a profile in the New York Times. So doing pretty well on that front. With that said, we were coming from, we kind of had to go 0 to 60 in that we were in stealth for 4 years before we announced R1 or even what we were working on. And so that was something we had to overcome was, hey, we've got this big news. You might not, believe that because you've never heard of us, but really it's big. And that's where we were able to leverage personal relationships with members of the press to, kind of overcome some of those disadvantages we might have had as a company. With that said, I think that the media strategy for addressing some of those concerns is the same thing as how we're going to address those concerns in the minds of customers and users. When we talk to them, it's going to be, hey, here's this new feature, capability, way of using our products that we rolled out via new software. And it does this for people in the real world. Car follow, something like a car follow mode. It's a real tangible benefit to users, and it's kind of hard to work out as a consumer device, like what the downside is that they'd like to play up. And so I think that execute well on product, the story will follow. Is a big part of how we're thinking about that. And, there's also where I'd say, generally speaking, with hardware, as a startup, it's scary to build a hardware company as opposed to software. Software is nice. You make good margins. Costs you nothing to get a unit in people's hands. It's just bits. But one of the advantages that comes with being a hardware company is that we are going to have new hardware products. And frankly, The press loves to have new gadgets to play with. And so I think that's something that's going to keep us at kind of top of mind is, we're going to be releasing things at a fairly regular cadence. And those new products that we release are going to be huge improvements over what we put out in the past, even relative to R1, which I consider a pretty big change from what people expected from the drone market. We're going to try to do that again and again. And I think that's how we'll overcome the kind of things going against us when it comes to interacting and getting good coverage from the press.
So Kyle, you mentioned a couple. Sorry, go ahead, Bruce.
What was it called? R1.
So that's I'd say a fun story, but it really isn't. It was the internal development name at Skydio for a long time. We went through an exercise of looking at other names, and we thought R1 represented, something that people kind of associated with here at Skydio on the engineering team. It's performance. You think of alphanumeric things, and you think of high-end cameras. You think of, high-end BMW M3 or your Porsche 911 GTR3. Alphanumerics. People have certain kind of associations in their brain with names along those lines. It's tough for me to say in the future, will future products follow that same naming pattern? Like, will it be R2, R3, R5? Or as we hit different form factors, want to reach different audiences, maybe we want to have something that's more, makes you think of birds or makes you think of, family outings. You could imagine going along different lines with naming, but R1, we like the idea that it sounded like something that came off of like a prototyping exercise, and it's like a piece of tech that's like so hot that it's still got a code name.
So will it be a ground-based version called R2D2?
That would be a great way to get some, I'd say, promotional collaboration with a big company like Disney. Like, oh, Star Wars Episode 9's coming out. Let's do something with R2 and R2D2.
They'll just see you.
They'll collaborate with you all the way to the courtroom. Yes.
Yeah. No. The key is to somehow make it win-win.
So Kyle, you mentioned a couple of times the new feature of the car follow.
Yeah.
Are you guys handling the transition from people follow to car follow? That is, if a person that the drone is following gets inside the car, the drone will then follow the car?
No. So we're treating it as different cinematic modes. So the reason that I'll answer this in two parts. So the reason that we have car follow dedicated today is because it switches to a different neural network that represents, or that can recognize people or cars instead of people, but also changes the defaults of how far away does the drone film you from, how high does it above the subject does it default to, because cars are different sizes from people. We can see a car from further away than we can see a person because they're bigger and have such distinct shapes. You're not likely to be in a crowd of cars, or as likely as you are to be in a crowd of people. So it's the combination of, we're looking for something different, computer vision, and there's different defaults of how would you want to film this thing. But
so you're not automatically transitioning between the two modes at the moment.
No, but I think that you're getting to something that we consider an important part of the future roadmap, which is we're making all these claims about being smart and doing things for you and making you not have to think about it. And so looking at the circumstances and going like, what should we be doing? Should we switch to something else? That's something we want to think about, is like, okay, let's say you're on a bike and you're driving in a wooded area, and then the trees open up. It's no longer forest, but a hillside. Maybe you want to switch the camera from being behind you to swinging around and being in front. We want to be able to take in that context and make decisions that lead to footage being better for you. So again, it's not something I can promise, like when we're going to do auto switching between modes, but I'd say it's something we'd love to get to.
Won't it end up looking, when you watch TV now, I am getting quite bored of seeing the pull-away shots over the trees from a quador, even though it's a super expensive one. Every TV program,
it's like, we get it. This used to require a helicopter, now you've got Inspire 5.
Yeah. Oh, look, there it goes out the door. Oh, look, there it is. Oh, look, looking at it. It's already getting a bit dull. Won't you end up with similar footage? And then I'm going to have two questions now. in the comments, do you use stereo camera setup? Does it use visual, inertial slam, or just visual slam? And that's from Hemag. I'm sorry, I'm never going to pronounce your name right.
Yeah, so really quickly on that question from the crowd. So we're doing visual slam to build the map, but part of how the vehicle works out its position and part of the motion planning process is also doing visual inertial odometry. So looking at the frames from the camera plus what the IMU says, fusing those together to get a sense of what am I doing, where am I? So building a 3D map, but we're also taking advantage of VIO.
SFM?
So I don't know that off the top of my head.
Structure for motion?
Yes, that's definitely part of the approach as well. With regards to footage all looking the same, I'd say that comes from the fact that the way drones are used is it's like a tool in your belt. You use it when you need to, you're trying to set the scene, and it's a great way to show the environment characters are in, or that, you've gone from one setting to a next, in terms of visual storytelling. I think that what will make R1 footage continue to feel unique relative to other drones is that we are not going to, in the near term, it is definitely like a tool in your belt as a creative, but in the long term, I think we want it to basically let you do things with a camera as an individual or a small team that previously would have required an extensive crew and lots of filming equipment. And so I think that you're going to see tools that we release that are essentially, hey, we let you, put a virtual dolly down here, virtual track, let you do shots that look like they were done from the ground, but instead you defined it in software in a couple of minutes, and you're able to do it a bunch of times and reset the shot as many times as you want, and it just works. And so I think that, yeah, basically what it's going to look like is R1 footage is going to move from today. It's a lot of this kind of following you through an environment footage to we're automatically capturing footage that looks like it was shot from the ground by a crew. And we're doing that because we have this strong understanding of the scene and can make it so you can kind of get these consistent shots based on kind of placing it within the environment and trusting it to do the exact same shot as many times as you need.
Who's going to buy you out? Sorry. Who's rushing to buy you? Someone must be.
So I will not answer directly, but I'll say that before working at Skydio, I was working with the company from the outside in that I used to be a venture capitalist myself. I worked at Andreessen Horowitz, which invested $25 million into the Series A in fall 2015. Before that, they invested in the seed round of Skydio. And the perspective that we had as investors in Skydio is that basically, while an exit is interesting, there's definitely candidates among the big companies, among the incumbents in the space, among aerospace companies, defense contractors. There's a pretty wide set of folks who could use robust autonomy that works in a variety of settings. I think that people here are investors. We're all aligned behind, we want to go big ourselves. Like, we think that having the level of autonomy we've built enables a deep roadmap of creative tools, of scalable commercial and industrial tools. And, our autonomy kind of serves as the basis of a platform that will kind of touch all these different use cases. And so basically, we'd like to take a serious go at doing this ourselves and building a big, impactful company independently. I think that's what we're shooting for. And so it's not that there's not potential acquirers out there. I just think that that's not something that's top of mind for us.
So can I finally ask something?
No.
Yeah, please jump in.
Actually.
Yeah.
I want to get back on that topic of, shooting a scene through the eyes of that guy or another guy. And overall on the topic of shooting something, because basically you've got an autonomous flying camera. As far as I can understand, I haven't really looked into this in more detail, but you can only control it via a smartphone, but can you directly fly it, or does it only have autonomous flight modes?
So we do have a virtual joystick mode, where you, like a video game on a mobile device, you've got virtual sticks on screen that let you fly manually. We keep the obstacle avoidance enabled. So basically it's like flying manually, but you've got a bubble that's about 1 meter in radius around the drone where it tries to not hit things. That's really great for public demos, by the way. I love demoing for like dads who come out to see it in person, and then they have their kids, and the kids are desperate to fly it, and the dad doesn't want them to take my phone and fly the $2,500 camera, or sorry, excuse me, now $2,000 camera, because they're afraid of, like other drones, you hit the wrong button and it destroys itself. But then the kid, I say, no, let them take my phone, let them fly it. The 7-year-old flies right at a tree, doesn't crash. That sells the parent. The fact that even manually you can't really do damage to this thing. With that said, to get to the point that I'm sure you really were getting at, are we going to have joysticks? That's something that we hear. Yeah, that's something that we hear a lot. You just want the specific, the tactile feel, for this amount of input, I know exactly what the camera and the drone are going to do. We hear that. We definitely see that as something that we want to provide for people. Unfortunately, I can't say what form that's going to take or when, but it's something that we know and we want to address for people.
But potentially that controller is, I'm guessing, going to have or at least enable a longer range, more freedom of movement of the drone, not only 20 meters above your head, following close by, dodging trees, which is on its own, it's pretty impressive. I'll give you that. I mean,
yeah, no, I'd say that today, without that kind of robust manual control, I'd say some people would argue that R1's almost kind of like a single purpose device, and having manual joysticks would kind of expand what you'd think to do with it. So like with the benefits of tactile feel, knowing what you're going to get from input of a controller, we're also thinking about range. Again, don't that I can say like what we would be shooting for, or what, from what we hear, what seems to be what people would want. But range of control from the operator is definitely something that we're going to make radical improvements to, I'd say, both over the course of R1 and with future vehicle platforms.
One thing,
radical definitely sounds good.
You're making it a closed shop like Apple, where you're doing the hardware and the software. Will you have APIs available? Because the one thing I was thinking of here is, what about a third party that develops a joystick device that could connect to your phone through Bluetooth, so then give you that joystick capability for the Skydio by replacing the virtual joysticks with real joysticks? Have you thought of that as part of your plan? Because when you opened up to third-party developers with an API, you effectively offload a lot of the development tasks onto those people.
Yeah, and you also get things like potential network effects, where more people buy R1 for some of the apps that are available on top of it. As the audience of people who own the drone becomes bigger, more developers are attracted to it, or they think to invest more work into improving their apps built with those APIs, and you get this like positive feedback loop that kicks in. That's really powerful. And so, yeah, totally see the potential upside to something like that. And I'd say that, if you look at the technology page of Skydio.com, at the bottom of the page, we say, build on R1. If you're interested in having the most compute and image sensing capability on a drone, Skydio R1 is the best platform for you. And so we let people submit, what they would want to build with R1. So again, I'm like hinting as openly as I can without confirming anything.
So you're saying,
yeah, we're definitely thinking about that.
What you're saying is that is going to be a Skydio App Store.
How we would package those apps built with APIs, it's hard to say exactly what makes sense. So yeah, I won't confirm what you just asked, but I'll say that
I didn't ask. I just said it. I stated that you guys are going to do an app store.
So one could imagine apps being packaged as part of an app store, but there are other things, so it's hard for me to say.
And one more thing. Now, like I already said, that drone is a autonomous flying camera. A DJI copter is a piloted flying camera. And in terms of camera, because that actually was not something that I heard any information about, I've seen a few reviews. The copter does seem to fly pretty well and to dodge stuff pretty good, but some of the people commented about the camera that they don't really have a lot of manual control, manual settings, or a lot of control on the camera. Also, you know, colors a bit washed out, not a lot.
Yeah, if you look at things like white balance, if you look at things like our default color profiles, I think a lot of the thinking going into launch was, let's make this kind of like a GoPro. The color profile is very similar to what you get off of GoPro. A lot of the defaults that we have at various parts of the kind of camera stack are very similar to what you get on a GoPro from a year or two ago. With that said, we hear, you know, I'd love to customize white balance and ISO and all these things that you get on other products. What's nice is those are things that are doable with software. And again, so it's something that we want to make the hardware that we have available as valuable as possible to people who could take advantage of the autonomy that's so differentiated, and improving the camera for the range of environments that people want to take R1 to. It's a clear win for everyone. And so thankfully we've got a lot of kind of leeway there to do things via software, where the same, you know, camera, image module, lenses, all of that, we can keep those, but still improve a lot of what people are, you know, talking about in the comments or in reviews.
Ultimately, it comes down to regulation as well, doesn't it? Because these things are regulated quite strictly in some countries. And being autonomous, have you thought of approaching regulators for some extra dispensation? Because, like, for example, at the moment, a lot of councils around the world are banning the use of these things in parks, which is the ideal place to use them. You're finding your playing field is getting smaller by the day. You've got to, owners have to register. You can't, in some countries, you can't fly within 30 meters of a vehicle or a house. And how are you getting around the regulatory nightmare that is basically constraining what you could do with this thing, especially when you bear in mind that this is an awful lot safer than your Phantom 4 or your Mavic because of its autonomy and its ability to stay away for, you know, keep people safe and keep property safe. Have you got any plans in that area?
I'd say that partially, like, we kind of are going to let the ecosystem do the adaptation that kind of has to happen because of the fact that drones took off. They became really cheap. You know, now that you can buy a pretty good 1080p drone for $25 online, something like that. Drone safety had to get worse before it got better. You put a bunch of drones in a bunch of untrained pilots' hands, a bunch of dumb things were done by people, and so regulation made sense. I'd say that we're probably approaching kind of the low point of people doing dumb things with drones that they just got. And as drones readily available start to look more and more like R1 in terms of their autonomy capabilities, I think that the regulation will shift again. And rather than investing company effort on, you know, showing regulators what safe drones are going to look like and saying, hey, you should give us special rules, I think we're just going to push ahead as much as we can on making reliable, trustworthy autonomy, and having faith that the ecosystem around us will, you know, these are markets are complex adaptive systems, and they'll adapt around having real autonomy. You know, if construction companies want to use our autonomous drones to monitor sites in progress in France, and regulators don't let it, at some point the economics will, you know, compel them to partake in the democratic process and advocate for those changes.
Democratic a very long time.
Now he's talking about democracy. They're mad. They're mad.
That's my turn to check out.
A couple of questions from the comments. Research Air has asked, is the hardware software going to be available for other use applications? So we'll go with that one first.
So I'm also going to have to cut off. I'm kind of a little bit past my time cap. So I'll answer a few more questions from the crowd, and then unfortunately I'm going to have to head out.
Yeah, that's fine.
So to the question from this researcher, I'll say, you know, basically the same thing I said earlier with regards to APIs. We're pretty transparent that building on top of R1 and Skydio Autonomy Engine are going to be a thing. Can't say much more than that at this point, though.
Perfect. And then when will we see the first version of the R1 with industrial inspection capabilities? And that comes from David. Again, I'm going to try your surname there, David.
those kinds of applications would be built with a available API or SDK, presumably. So let me get back to you on the SDK theoretically in the future, and then but I think that seeing construction and other real-world applications coming from that will just naturally follow.
Well, look, obviously you just said you've got to go, so we're going to let you go. Thank you so very much for joining us. We'll continue ranting on. We have picked, as a group, we have picked the Skydio as quite an impressive thing, and we're impressed with what you're doing. So keep on going with it, and we look forward very much to seeing what rolls out and what evolves, and hopefully one of you or two of you or three of you will come back again and bewilder us with science once more. So thanks very much. You can go and have a beer or something.
I thoroughly enjoyed this and your guys' questions, so I'd love to come back, especially as we roll out things that get you all excited. Happy to bring a little bit of context to the conversation.
Perfect.
That'd be helpful. But,
yeah. Kyle, can you move a little to your right, because I still have to copy some of the equations on the board behind you.
Just move away.
Don't worry, just company secrets. Nothing that important. No. If you could figure out what you think before you're hired. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you all. Looking forward to future conversations. Appreciate you letting me come on.
Thanks very much. We'll see you again. Cheers, Dave. Bye. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you might be in the world. We are all over the place this evening. We're in the Americas, we are in New Zealand, of course, and the UK. And we're going to go straight into it by saying hello to Adam. And Adam is from Dropcopter, and I upset Adam and the guys at Dropcopter because I compared what they do with their aircraft to an edition or an episode of Black Mirror. Now, you're pollinating stuff. You're pretending to be a bee. Tell us all about it, Adam.
Yeah, well, that was excellent bait for us, actually. In the last, maybe half a week ago or so episode, we released a video of us pollinating trees in New York. So what Dropcopter's mission is autonomous pollination of orchards. We essentially drop pollen at a very specific amount metered out above the treetops when the blooms open. And that's only a period of about 2 weeks. So we have to hit that 2-week window with that pollen right during the correct conditions to make sure that those flowers turn into nuts and fruits. So yeah, the Black Mirror thing, we never hear the end of that one. And the second most often question asked is, where do you get the pollen from? So I'll go ahead and head that off. There's actually guys that do nothing but just sell pollen. So they go out and they shake the trees with a big tarp underneath it. They vacuum it up, bag it, freeze it, and then we buy it and resell it and drop it on flowers every year.
So what's wrong with bees? Why can't we just rely on bees?
So there's a big issue that might have been in the news. You may have heard it, called colony collapse. And essentially there is some debate over what's happening, whether it's pesticides, whether it's just simply environmental. There's a lot of suspicion over whether it's bacterial infections through mites called the varroa mite. They get into the hives, they're parasites that get into the larvae, and they basically suck on them until they get infected, and either there's mass abandonment of the hive or they die. But beehives are getting so expensive that farmers are being charged about $200 per hive, and you need a standard rate of 2 hives per acre. So that quickly turns into about $400,000 a year for a 1,000-acre farmer for almonds in California. And there's 1 million acres of almonds in California. So you can see how that is an unscalable, untenable situation for agriculture. And so we're finding that it's not only an issue with the bees being available because of their numbers, but also just the timeline of getting them across the country. So there's 6 weeks to drive them all the way out from, the middle of the country, California, to hit that 2-week bloom period. So you got 6 weeks to meet 2 weeks. And then once they're in the almonds, then the next bloom is cherries. And that's a massive industry as well. And if they're already in the almonds and it's a cold period of time and they're not flying, they keep them there because they're already bought and paid for, which means they don't get to go to the cherry guys. So the cherry growers are all freaking out looking for pollination and can't get any. So we saw a big demand there for us, which is a real surprise because it was a smaller market than we thought we were going to be penetrating, but very cool.
So What I don't suppose you can tell us, but what secret sauce? Well, why can't I just go and get a phantom and drop some pollen from a phantom? But surely it's got to be easy, hasn't it? How hard can this be?
Well, I tell my business partner, Matt Coble, he's our CEO. I remind him it took 5 years now to get to easy. So you go ahead. It's all about the way you distribute it, the heights, the speeds, the time of when the flowers are open. There's all these little pieces that play a major role. There's a lot of environmental factors like, if you drop this stuff in really high winds, it's going to go all over the place and you're going to waste a really expensive commodity. Pollen is incredibly expensive. So it's sold by the gram. So it's not such an easy thing to do.
Wow, gosh, I don't know what to say about it. Bruce, have you got any thoughts on this? I mean, I grew up in an apple growing area in the West Country in England. Drank lots of cider there. I can't imagine. Well, actually, the orchards have largely disappeared these days. But I should imagine it's the same in Americas. But I just can't. I can't see it. I can't see it happening. So do you think? So are you going to be replacing these hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hives of bees in Adam?
No, that's not the goal. I mean, I don't think anyone would want to replace bees. That's a pretty, you don't fight nature. That's just a bad idea. You're going to lose. At the same time, though, we're trying to offer an alternative to farmers that have no access to bees in a crunch time. So say it's really cold out, bees don't fly in under 55 degrees. And that means that they're not going to have any pollination. They're going to have to rely on their crop insurance. So basically they let the crop go. They don't harvest it. They use the crop insurance instead. But that's not really a good situation for anyone. They'd rather sell a crop to make a profit. So we come in as an emergency service and offer a supplement. And they can use this on top of bees if the bees are just really inactive and it's kind of cold, but not cold enough that they're not flying at all. Use both services. You have an increased set of nuts. We've done some testing and it's increasing the nut set, which is flowers that turn into fruit or nuts, by 10%. So that's a massive increase to the grower. If they are able to increase that by 10%, you're seeing revenue and hundreds of thousands of dollars depending on your acreage. So it's a really big industry.
And you come in cheaper than if I hired the hives?
Currently, but we're still in the testing beta phase. So we're still hammering out exactly what our pricing is going to be because the model needs to be able to scale. And with the current regulations, it's hard to do that. So.
And are you the only people in the world that have given this a crack?
No. Surprisingly not. So there is one guy I heard of just recently, actually, on Twitter. Someone sent something at me saying, you weren't the first. And so I said, I have to see this. So I looked it up and there was a guy doing, it was palm trees or something of the sort. But we were first. We beat them. They were wrong, but it's cool to see someone else doing it. And then I know Walmart has filed a couple patents for some very broad claims, similar to your favorite episode of that TV show. And then I believe there was a university that had a little tiny drone. I forget if it was Harvard or Stanford, but it was real small, about the size of a dime. But that's all we've seen. There's been some really clickbaity stuff where someone flies a little toy drone into a house plant, and that's about it. I think we're the first people to actually bring it to an industrial scale or attempt to. We're still in the quasi-autonomous phase. I think we're calling it now, where we're not flying fully autonomous. You've got a guy sitting there with a controller. You're not going BVLOS, and you're programming waypoints in. The goal is a drone in the box thing. I mean, that's everyone's goal, right?
I think it is. I think most industries are indeed moving that way. It's interesting. Imagine something in this industry involving BS. I can't believe that. That'll never happen. Never happen. Next, you're going to say this. Are we using artificial intelligence, I wonder?
Yeah. No. One thing I've learned is anytime you're stumped for words, you just mention blockchain.
Yeah, or as we like to call it around here, Bruce chain, indeed. Yes. Okay. Well, now you're in Syracuse, I think, and that is home to, and I'm going to try and do a link now, which I'll fail at. But you've got BVLOS trials going quite large over there, I think. You've got a testing corridor, I think, haven't you?
Yeah, so there's the Griffiths Air Base, which is run by the New Air Alliance, and that's a big initiative put on by New York State for BVLOS. Essentially. And I believe they've got about 5 miles operational currently. So there's a big ecosystem going on between, I think it's Lockheed Martin Saab census. There's also SRC and Griffin Sensors. They're part of this whole effort to combine all of these companies into pushing the state forward as a leader in UAS. And I believe there's currently trials for BDLOS being done. We're not part of those. We'd like to be part of those, but that's cart before the horse right now for us.
Okay, and the BV loss part. I mean, how big are these orchards then? How much BV loss would you need? Is it over the hill and far away? Some of them.
I'll be honest. Some of it's just you lose sight. It'll be on a hill. You'll lose sight of it. Most of these orchards out here are somewhere in the 200 to 300 to 400 acre range, so they're not massive in that sense. In California, you've got massive orchards of almonds. So here, the ecosystem we're in is really useful for the connections and the manufacturing and the general attitude towards UAS. Back in California, it wasn't as easy to approach people about drones. Everyone had to kind of a chip on their shoulder about it. And it was hard to bring anything in front of any sort of investor that didn't kind of shrug and go, another drone thing. So we like being out here in New York. It's really useful. Obviously, the market is a little bit bigger in California for agriculture and especially almonds. That's our main thing we sell there. And then also in Washington, apples are large there. But New York has this attitude of really pushing UAS forward, which we really appreciate.
So you're setting this up? Are you setting yourselves up as a service center? Are you going to have these units all over the country, or are you just going to sell these units on to people that might want to use them?
Well, we're not an aircraft manufacturer, so that's what we're trying to stay away from. There's plenty of people that make better aircraft than us. We've been forced to kind of build our own at this point because there doesn't seem to be anything between the. I'm not sure if you guys can help me out with that, but there seems to be $20,000 as your entry price for any sort of vehicle that's commercial grade. And then underneath that, you're making it yourself. So we've been making it ourselves. But we'll be selling it as a service, but we'd like to partner with big ag supplier channel partners. We're currently in discussion with some. I can't get into too much detail about that, but the idea is to use them, their customer contact, and sell through them as a channel partner if possible. Maybe partner with another aircraft manufacturer so we can take our equipment, which is proprietary, our software, which is proprietary, pair the two and have a service.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you might be in the world. A little bit late tonight, a bit of a kerfuffle with the links, and that was my fault, all my fault, but there we go. Louis and Justin Oates from DroneWorks Studios, and Bruce, who hasn't turned up, had a great idea for a new feature, and that new feature would be Where Are They Now? And Justin came to mind, but then he came to mind top of mind again last week because he did something rather exciting. But first, I'm going to ask Justin, any more news about your billionaire drone snatch job heist thing?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I guess that was 3 months ago or 2-3 months ago I was on with you guys. Not a whole lot. The company that made the device actually contacted us. It did send us a bunch of paperwork, kind of like a white paper about how the system functioned, but they asked us to keep it private. So not a whole lot that we could share publicly, but it sounds like from what you guys know about the systems, just publicly available information, and most of it is kind of common knowledge. I will say they seem to function exactly as everybody else is suspecting. But yeah, nothing else. I mean, Abramovich's guys didn't contact me and try to kill me or anything. And I haven't encountered him again. He's in the south of France now. I have some buddies in Cannes right now, so he's just off the coast. And maybe we'll see him soon. I don't know. But yeah, all good.
So you've not gone back to poke a stick at the bear as it was, and no pun intended that yet.
Not yet. I do carry a Phantom with me almost everywhere I go, just for personal stuff. So if I do see him, or when I see him next time, I'll probably have a story for you. But for now, no, it's been we've been pretty slammed with regular projects in the U.S. So yeah.
Well, when you say regular projects, what you mean is really big things. One of the things that you did previously was lift young Mr. Neistat into the air underneath one of your machines. And I guess what's the day-to-day job for your big machines before we get on to Kitty Hawk? Is it lifting larger camera rigs, I guess?
Yeah, so our DroneWorks is pretty diversified. We operate a lot in the industrial sector as well as creative cinematography. So it kind of depends on who our client is for the day, and sometimes we have several clients throughout the day. But my day-to-day typically is maintaining drones. We have a whole inventory of drones of all shapes and sizes to fly cinema cameras and complex lenses, big industrial payloads. I have a bunch now. Since I'm on my phone, you can kind of see around my office a little bit. I got a bunch of different kinds kind of scattered around, but that's like an octocopter for cinematography. This is one of our big cars that we use for industrial projects. Coaxial hexacopter. This is one of our big prototype frames that we're working on right now. So this is to fly a very big payload. So yeah, all kinds of stuff. I even have on the other side of our office here. This is way better on phone, by the way. On my laptop last time, I was stuck at my desk. But on the other side of my office, you can actually see this is, we have it hung on the wall here. So this is actually the big KC drone that we flew. Let's see if you can see that. But
yeah, we can see that. Yeah.
Yeah. So creative cinematography for clients of all kinds. Like I said, industrial clients as well as TV commercials, films, whatever. But we have all types of crazy, weird stuff coming up too. That's one-off. So
I'm quite intrigued. How do people get to you then? How do people that know they need a bespoke? We're already not talking about topic. We've already gone off topic. Anyway, but how do people get to you that kind of know they need a bespoke system?
Yeah, it's word of mouth. So we don't do any sort of business development or sales. We do have a social media footprint, and a lot of marketing people and brands find us or are aware of us through social media. But for the most part, it's word of mouth. All of our clients, it's unusual that we'll do like one project with a client and then move on. We usually do partnership deals. So like we'll partner with Nike for their winter campaign, or we'll partner with Adidas for their new shoe, or we'll partner with Samsung for the new device, that kind of thing. So it's all relationships, and we've been in business almost 10 years now. So it's just knowing people for a long time and doing a lot of good work over years and years and years.
Justin, just a quick question. So my 9-to-5 company, ProDrone, is also on the industrial side of the drone business. How do you guys manage the portability of batteries when you have to do jobs out of town?
Yeah, great question. In fact, the majority of our work is not in Texas. We're based in Texas, and a huge portion of it's not in the United States. So battery shipment is complex depending on what country we're going into and working at. But we basically have a team of people at DroneWorks that just deals with logistics and shipping. Sometimes it's a matter of getting licenses. Sometimes it's a matter of just paying for hazmat shipments. It depends on, again, what country we're going to. Inside the United States, we usually will truck them. Sometimes, depending on the payloads, we can split the batteries into small enough capacities under 99 watt hours. So, we'll use, a bunch of 4,500 milliamp hour 6S batteries instead of, fewer 10,000 milliamp hour 6S batteries, to give you an example. But some of our systems, we have a big drone here that's a 140 volt system, uses hundreds of pounds of lithium polymer batteries, and we have to ship those by truck. So we don't do projects with that type of drone in Europe or Africa. We'll do it in North America, South America, wherever we can get a truck. So we just did a big project in Mexico, and we just hire an 18-wheeler and drives it down there.
Yeah, I thought there was a better solution. It's basically what we do. We just try to go to smaller batteries and live with it.
Yeah, exactly. It's a pain. It's gotten a lot better. Our team's gotten better at it, and also a lot of the regulatory agencies and the airlines and the airspace authorities, they know us because we travel so much with this stuff. So it's gotten better. I mean, we just had a big struggle coming out of Mexico where they tried to seize all of our stuff, which hadn't happened in a long time. That just happened about a month ago. But again, we have all of our paperwork. Everything gets approved. It's just usually we get hung up somewhere with 12 people arguing about whether or not it's okay.
A bit of too much red tape from some obscure worker at customs. That's usual.
Exactly.
Thing.
Exactly.
That is what it is, though. Whatever you do, isn't it? If you travel internationally and you're doing anything,
No, and there's something that is good for Justin and also for me, which is the new rules that were approved by the European Parliament concerning equal drone rules all over EU. Let's see how well it goes, because at the moment it's a real hassle to get someone to fly from wherever to another country. It's a big problem. Well, let's hope that the rules get better on the EU. At the moment, you must know that, because every country has different rules. If you have jobs in 2 countries, you'll have to get a lot of paperwork.
Yeah, we work in Europe a lot, probably second only to the United States and South America, and it's a pain. I mean, just simply working, we'll very often work in Italy, France, like the regular, Germany, over and over again. And I mean, you just, you drive 5 hours into another country and it's a whole new set of rules and red tape. And France in particular is just a nightmare, and it's still a nightmare. We have numerous big clients there and big projects there, big budgets. I mean, things that are great for the economy and the people and the brands, and like everybody wants it. And then you call the regulatory body and it's just like, it's insane. So but it's what it is.
No, some countries it's almost impossible to get a foreigner to operate there. France is such a place. Denmark is also not so easy. It really depends on the countries. And have you had a chance to have a look on the new regulations, Gary? I just read the big titles. Didn't have time to go through all what was approved by the European Parliament.
Well, yes, and I kind of did the same as well, because I spent a little bit more time looking at the American scientific study that said the FAA needs to quieten down a bit, and it's not as bad as everybody thinks. I can't remember the name of that. I'll have to look on the site of the scientific lot that did it. So I had a little look at that, but I'll look at it all tomorrow. And also I've been reading about or finding out about a BV lost flight, which may not be as impressive as press releases have suggested. But I'll try and unpack that tomorrow and find out if the rumors are true. Because if the rumors are true, it's quite spectacular. But anyway, we'll find out tomorrow. But look. We've got Justin here, and Justin. So we've determined that the Russians aren't after him again yet. But what piqued my interest this week was the Kitty Hawk Aero, Kitty Hawk Corporation Aero and Cora. And you went off with Casey Neistat to a secret location, which I may have found on Google Earth, because you can't keep large bodies of water secret. Anyway, but it's a good idea. What I like about that most is if you look at their videos, you can see how they've improved the infrastructure from their early models. Not the aircraft itself, but like now they've got a really nice shed and all that sort of thing. It was just a slipway before. But anyway, how was it? I'm ranting. Tell us about it. Tell us about the training. Tell us what you can. Is it really 2 GPS on the nose of that thing? What was I seeing there?
It is, yeah, good eye. It was the first thing I noticed too when I got in the cockpit of it. I guess the first thing is and you kind of noted it with the site development and improvement. The thing that I got is that they're improving dramatically over time. So I say dramatically, they're making big gains every 6 months or so. They, in fact, told me that about every 6 months, the aircraft is almost completely different. I mean, they obviously are just tuning it and changing, but they're going through different motor combinations and speed controllers and battery systems and charger systems and all of that stuff. So it's improving. That's the most interesting thing for me, because this is really just the beginning. To see where this is going to go with the kind of budgets they have in 5 or 10 years is really, really exciting. Everybody was really professional and positive. They obviously were, they were front and center for a big audience, so they put their best foot forward, I think, with like showing us a good time and giving us access and all of that. They did give me more access than they gave CNN or Casey. They let us shoot the interior of it and actually like get into the controls a bit. They wouldn't let me see all of the power system. I really wanted to dig into the chassis. And they have a facility in Mountain View, California. They've invited me there. We're going to go in a couple weeks to go actually like get more into the engineering side of it. So I'm excited. They're going to share more. I don't know to what extent they're going to let me share or whatever. I signed an NDA where I can't share certain stuff, but most of the information they've been really good about releasing publicly, all up weight and propeller size. And you can kind of deduce a lot of the missing pieces from just simply having some aeronautical or multi-rotor knowledge. The thing is, it really is just a very large multi-rotor. It's very similar to what we built in the past. There wasn't really any amazing innovation or revolutionary technology that I saw that was just like made this, just a huge leap forward. The real innovation, I think, is the effort they're putting forth to actually turn this into a service. So what they're doing with the Federal Aviation Administration in the United States and what they're doing with other government airspace authorities, I mean, they're actively campaigning to get these into service. We can build a great multi-rotor. A lot of people can. I mean, I'm sure you give you guys a few $100,000, you can come up with something that'll do something similar. But it's actually the infrastructure and service to make it usable by the mass market that was most interesting to me. On the technical side, like you said, there were 2 GPS antennas on the front. There was a 5.8 video transmitter on the back with rubber ducky antennas. I don't think I can say, but let's just say they use a regular like RC control for a lot of their telemetry information. I mean, it's just a big multi-rotor. Now, one of the big things is, unlike what we build at DroneWorks, which are like these one-off aircraft, they're mainly just controlled by me or maybe one other person, they had a whole flight team. So they have a control tower, like it's like a mini control tower like you have in a normal airport. It even resembles a control tower. It's a circle. And, there's 5 or 6 engineers in there and flight control experts that are monitoring battery performance and thrust numbers and all that stuff live while the aircraft's going. They do, in flight, they really limit what the aircraft can do. There's no geofencing or anything, which surprised me. So if you wanted to just fly off, you kind of could, if you had a crazy, a Casey Neistat behind the controls.
You could fly off, but then you'll have to return by foot because you won't have battery enough to return, probably.
Yeah, that was one thing that I don't know if it came across in the videos. The batteries are built into the aircraft and they can't be switched. So they're like permanently in the aircraft. And so what they do is they just switch aircraft whenever they run out. So like you do 1 10-minute flight. The way it worked is we'd have a flight, like a test flight professional, fly for 5 minutes, go up, make sure everything's performing correctly, land, then Casey would get in, fly for 5 minutes, land, switch aircraft, do the same thing over and over again. So they had, I didn't count, but maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe six of them there in a hangar, 5 or 6. But they're all identical, aside from the paint job on a couple of them. That was a little different. But overall, it was a great experience. Really friendly people, very excited about the tech. And I should say more so excited about the use case and like how they're actually going to get these in the hands of people to be able to be transported around. Obviously, they've got huge hurdles. The FAA is, as you guys know, a real, can be unpleasant to deal with when you're experimenting, essentially. The amazing thing to me is that because, and Gary, I watched your little recap of the flyer from a couple weeks ago or whenever that was, and you made a statement in there that was just as amazing to me as it seemed to be to you, but this manned aircraft is less regulated than a Mavic, which is absolutely insane. When Casey called me about this, I was like, there's no way we're allowed to fly this thing. Like, there's no way. I have to go to Mexico or Argentina to do anything, or Canada, And I'm like, dude, there's no way this is happening. Like, it's going to be indoors or there's going to be something. And I get out there and started talking to them about it. And they said, yeah, because it's under 250 pounds, because it's classed as an ultralight, because, they gave me I study unmanned all day and night for years and years, but it never occurred to me that
I know
you can just go out there and.
That is just, it's all the best ideas and simple ideas are obvious as soon as you've seen them. And as soon as it says it's 103, I thought, Of course.
Exactly. I mean, and now we've got, of course I come back and we have no interest in like, we would never compete against Kitty Hawk or anything they're doing or try to sell aircraft or anything like that. But the first thing we did when we got back is say, like, we've got to put a cockpit on one of these things. I mean, I have this stuff sitting right there, like, you know what I mean? Like, literally, like, ready to go. And I told the guys, I was like, it might cost us 10 or 20 grand to put a cockpit on it. And anyway, so we might mess with that. I can't believe it. I mean, I fight with the FAA, or not me personally, but our company fights with the FAA weekly. I mean, literally weekly all over. And the fact that we went out there and it was, I mean, there were no there were no like inspectors, the flight standards district office didn't need to be notified, like nothing. Like we just like, okay, turn it on, we're going. There's no like notification, TFR, there's none of that. You just on. So when we built Human Flying Drone, a lot of people don't know this, the big one that we flew Casey with in Finland, to test that, we wanted to test in the United States because we didn't want to just fly over there and hope it worked. We had to rent a sports stadium, literally. We rented a sports stadium in Texas and to test it because the FAA wouldn't let us even stake to the ground, tethered, they would not let us take off. And we went out there.
That was under 250 pounds, wasn't it?
Well, that was so all up it's 365 with the passenger. And we wanted to test that at the all up weight. And, it's a crazy deal. Now, if we rigged it the way we wanted to, we could get under 250, but I don't know. It's kind of like all a gray area. Is it 250 with or without the passenger? How does that work? You know what I mean? Like
usually it's all like.
Right, I agree. But Casey weighs 200 pounds. I mean, the aircraft all up is more than that. I discussed it with them, and they said, well, it's kind of that kind of thing.
I think so even in the ultra, even in the Part 103 world, people take doors off, they take stuff off, they take the fire extinguisher out. It's 250 pounds at the station when you weigh it, and is that how you really fly it? Exactly. It is a very grey area, but a clever dodge.
Yeah, exactly. Another thing that I asked them, the first thing I saw or thought when I saw all of the RC equipment, I mean, it was basically one of our aircraft. Like there was nothing out of the ordinary that I could see. And I asked them, I said, so how much dummy weight flying have you done? Because me being a builder, the first thing I do is load it with shot bags, like basically steel sandbags, strap it all down, and then you fly it until it fails. So you can find where the failure point is, see how it performs. You know what I mean? Like you want to crash with dummy weights, not a human. And the first thing they said is, well, we can't fly it RC. And I got to thinking about it. They cannot, so they can put a person in and test it, but they can't put a dummy weight in and fly with Futaba. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's the contradiction of the rules.
Yeah.
So kill yourself, but don't fly it unmanned.
Right. That's exactly right. That amazed me.
But that might also I had to think that through a little bit. And by the way, I've had an email from Bruce. He isn't feeling very well. I hope you get well soon, Bruce. What was I going to? And I'll something about you in a minute, Bruce. But that might be a dodge. That might be another Part 103 dodge. That might be in there. Having the ability to control it from as an RPA might move it out of. I don't know. I think you'd have to look at that. That might be a dodge because otherwise that just seems remarkable. So do they have the ability then, if you're allowed to say it, to take control of it if there's an in-flight issue from the ground control station?
Great question. They do. I mean, so to your point, they do have RC control. Uh-oh. I think, Gary, I just lost you. You still there?
Yeah, I believe. But go on. I believe he dropped. He froze.
I'm back. I'm back now.
Oh, nice. So as I mentioned before, they don't have a geofence system. So you could just fly away if you wanted. And Casey, being kind of a crazy guy, a stunt type guy, said, okay, well, I'm taking it back to the strip. Like, I'm going to fly over the mountain and go. And they said, well, we do have a freeze button. So essentially what they have is like an auto hover, you know what I mean? Like a fail safe, like you just stop the aircraft and it just hovers. So they do have like a fail safe system. I didn't discuss with them a return to home option, but they did have a fail-safe in the control system where you could intentionally cause it to crash into the water. and it's built on pontoons. And also there's a safety boat there and divers and the whole thing like around us the entire time. So yeah, they technically, you're right. I mean, they do have RC control. I don't know how that works. If you put a body in it, can you fly it remotely? I don't know.
If the pilot can override it, it's part 103, right?
Yeah, good
if
point.
If the pilot as an authority, it's part 103.
There'll be something in there. There'll be something in that little mix that makes it legally whatever. And the other thing I noticed, and it's probably just the people they had flying it, which is probably the CNN lady in their release video, is the nose did seem to take a long time to follow around a corner. So it doesn't. Does it have rudder pedals, or is it two sticks? Is it a transmitter that's just been broken in half and put into two sticks?
It was very well concealed in a carbon fiber monocoque thing that they built. But no, the controls, actually, I have something here that's really similar. This is I don't know, can you guys see this?
Oh, yeah.
So this is a controller we use for cinema cameras, the point cinema cameras. Let me get a better light on this.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of funny, when I took control of it, I looked down and I'm like, wow, this is exactly what we use for. So it's this right here. So
yeah. And rotates also.
And is yaw on? Do you twist it for yaw then?
Yes, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
So
that's all the RC LE one stick command.
The 3D pilots, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
And then on the left, so it's one stick for pitch, roll, and then yaw as a twist. And then on your left hand is throttle. It's just like a dial, a spring-loaded dial switch, and it's all relative control. So like, it's like flying, like you said, a Mavic or something, where when you give it throttle, it's not linear; it's just relative. So if you give it half throttle, it'll just climb to a fixed altitude and hover, and if you push down, it'll descend to a fixed altitude and hover. So really easy to fly. It did yaw really well. I mean, it's just really like the rates are turned way down. It's like a bus. It's just really slow and steady and confidence inspiring.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. If you have someone on board and have someone which they don't know how we'll handle the system. So
yeah, exactly.
Just tone it down.
Right.
But then, as with your pilot head on, then, because I know you are a pilot, Justin, was it a manned aviation pilot head rather than an RPA pilot head? Was it counterintuitive, or do you not count because you have so much RPA experience? I suppose.
Was it counterintuitive to fly? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, because I don't know. I think I would want pedals and a stick, but anyway.
No, it was. Yeah, no, it's a good point. I didn't even really think about that, and I guess that means it was very intuitive. That it never, like, control never occurred to me as being an issue. It wasn't confusing. It was very natural. When I first saw it and I saw everything's on one stick, I was like, I don't know about this. But basically, what you do, it's like seriously, I keep going back to this. It's like flying a Mavic. You know, if you take off in a Mavic and you put it into a hover and you don't touch the throttle again, I guess aside from the yawing, and you just kind of like push forward a little bit and it goes forward and it'll stop, and push back and it'll stop. It's the same thing, but even steadier because it's so big. It flies just like our big aircraft, where it's just got so much mass that it's very smooth. Like you're just like, it's just very, very smooth and steady. Also, we had perfect conditions in Vegas out there at that time of the morning. There's no wind. I'm really curious to see how it handles wind.
Did they state any cap on the wind velocity to operate it?
I didn't ask them. That I should have, and I will when I see them in a couple of weeks. But when we arrived the day before to do our training, it was maybe 10, 15 knots, not like extremely windy, but not calm. And they said it was too windy to fly because there was a chance we were going to fly that day. So I imagine anything other than perfect conditions at this point, they're probably not going to operate it. Now, what it's capable of, I've flown our big ones of similar size. We have an aircraft with 60-inch propellers. The Flyer has 47-inch propellers. So we have aircraft that have This is a 42.
The
So
30.
yeah, this is a 42, and then we've even got some with these big. This is a 30 hex prop. I don't know if you can see that.
Yeah.
But we've flown 70 kilo payloads like that in a 20-mile-an-hour wind, and it's fine. So I think it can handle it. It's just at this point they're very cautious, and they're trying to protect their public image and keep it safe.
Yeah, building data, but they have built a lot of side area, haven't they, with those pontoons and everything. By operating over water, they've made themselves have a requirement to have flotation, and so they've given themselves a lot of side area. Are the batteries in those pontoons?
I don't know. I was dying to look into this thing. I'm so curious where they wouldn't tell me. So I don't know. I asked them all kinds of questions, and a lot of time, and they were extremely friendly and gracious and great to be around. Like, don't get me wrong, they weren't like weird and like creepy or anything. But I did ask them a lot of stuff that they clearly hadn't been asked before. Or, they essentially be like, well, I don't know.
I don't know if you saw Gary. This week there was an article about the Tesla batteries, how much better the Tesla batteries are regarding the other manufacturers. So, and the improvements were significant because there's the Tesla LiPo batteries that are used on the Teslas. That's the controversy that there is, that Mercedes-Benz says it's impossible for the truck to perform like Tesla says, and everybody is looking at the Tesla batteries. So perhaps we'll have to start going after Tesla batteries to our drones.
And do you know what I'd like? Absolutely. When you go back there, Justin, can you ask them to release that simulator to the wild so people like me at home can have a go? Because immediately I thought, why can't I have a go at that?
Yeah, I'm so glad you brought that up, because that's one thing that we didn't film a lot of for some reason. I think we were just like in the moment, just kind of glazed over it. But that simulator was awesome. It was the best part because it was the only real innovation, the only thing that I hadn't really seen before. I mean, I've seen simulators, but this thing had haptic feedback, so the seat vibrated, and like when you yawed, you could feel. When you yaw a big multirotor, you can hear different motors spinning faster and slower. Like it's hard to describe, but if you've heard it, you can hear it like speed up. And it did that. Like you could hear the motor spinning on different sides. So it was a very, very good simulation. And it was extremely confidence inspiring because they modeled it exactly off the environment. So it had the correct dock, and the mountain or the hills were the exact same, and the water level. I mean, so it really was a great sim. I think that's going to be a huge part of this. If they're trying to get thousands of people into these aircraft, you have to make them comfy. And that sim did great. I mean, I was in that simulator for probably 15 or 20 minutes. And I felt, within 20, I know what I'm doing, of course, but I imagine somebody who had never done it or had any experience, realistically, 30, 45 minutes in that simulator, and it's really confidence inspiring. Really cool stuff.
And it seemed they had it, so they had that, and then they tipped you upside down into the ball thing, and all I can think of is when you ever go to a children's party, you never get into the wet ball pit. But it tipped you upside down into that, and so they had everything very, very well lined up to have you safe and prepared, and that impressed me. I don't think we've seen anything like that. Well, we've barely seen manned multirotors, have we? But I can't think of a thing with such thought-out training procedures in our world, unless you know of something.
Right. Well, the only thing that I've seen that really compares to this, I don't know if you guys are familiar with it. I'm sure you are, but the EHang product, or EHang 184.
Yeah, the one that they're flying in China, Hong Kong.
That's right.
Somewhere. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, a small province outside of Beijing. But the thing with the EHang is that it's fully autonomous. There's no pilot, so you just sit in there, and you essentially GPS tag your location, and it flies there. The Kitty Hawk project is piloted. You don't just put a destination, it goes. It's intended for a pilot to operate, and so that's why
these days it's quite easy to just plug in some autonomous capability on one of those systems. So it's 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's already built into the system with their fail-safes and everything. I mean, I'm sure it's just a matter of like you said, putting coordinates in and going. But they're intending it to be flown, not to be just a pod that takes off and lands at the next location. So I think it'll probably start off as like a recreational thing, probably on water. They're doing a program where you can buy, like they're selling them, pre-selling them, but it's really, partners of the founders and just trying to get it out there. I don't know when that's going to happen. There's some big liability stuff to deal with. I mean, the propellers intersect the cockpit. You're protected by a carbon fiber shell, but still, if that thing flips over, it could be wild.
I did notice when Casey landed, he put his own, yay, it's great. And I thought, whoa, don't do that, Casey.
You weren't the only one. The whole safety team, I was on comms with everybody and we were talking, and the whole safety team goes, no! The same thing. And to be fair, the CEO, Sebastian, his first flight, he did the exact same thing. He landed and just threw his, and there's a picture of him. I think they put it in some of the press materials with his hands up, and he had just landed. So yeah, that's a common thing. And then they all come down to the water and clapping, and they make a whole event out of it. It's fun. It's a really cool thing. I was talking to Casey the whole time on comms and telling him like what to do, or not telling him, but saying like, dude, you should go over there, that kind of thing. And it was just like, it's so fun. It's like a big kid's toy. I can't wait to hear what they're going to be selling them for. I'm just dying to know if they're, because it's got to be $100K plus. I'm totally speculating. They didn't tell me anything, but it'll be really interesting to see if they're going to subsidize it in the short term to try to build momentum, or if they're going to, I don't know. We'll see.
And sorry, Gary. What real life autonomy was experienced?
Well, it depends on, I guess, your definition of autonomy. The aircraft is
in terms of flight time.
Oh, you can fly for. I think we were doing 11 minutes or something. 10, 11 minutes. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. So 10, 11 minutes at what kind of top speed?
Hover, basically.
Yeah.
Well, we never reached 20 for sure.
Okay.
I didn't see, horizontal meter per second or anything like that, but it was more of just like a cruise around. Now, the maneuvers are very dramatic, and there was some altitude dip on really hard yaws, which we see in large multirotors often. So there were some characteristic, extreme heavy lift multirotor like flight behavior, but yeah, it was about 10 minutes in a hover, and they were just like we do with our big aircraft. We land with a ton of battery. We'll land with 40% of our battery left just for safety. So I don't know what the limit is. They said 20 minutes. I imagine based on our experience, it's probably a little less than that. But there's a lot of stuff I don't know. Like I don't have the exact weight. I don't know. You know what I mean? They keep a lot of that stuff private for obvious reasons. So
yeah.
And I think you mentioned to me that you might be having a chat with them about because the other interesting project is in Bruceland, which is Cora, which is and I think for me, when you talk to them, do us a favor, find out about the propellers, because so far those look the most. The propellers they have on the Aero look, shall we say, fairly standard. Of that size, but the ones on the Cora, they look a bit different. So I'd like to find out about them. Find out, won't you?
Yeah, I will. They have one of them. They're flying in New Zealand, but they're doing the design work here, and the aircraft is actually in Mountain View, California, at their facility. So, like I said, they invited us to come check it out and go through training for that as well. Like, they have a full sim for it. So yeah, I might have to get back on or see what they let us share. But yeah, it'll be cool. We'll film. They said come. We became kind of friendly. They were awesome. Their creative team is really great. Everybody there. The engineers were great. It was a really good experience. So we'll go out there and have some fun and learn more about it. It's really cool. Pretty cool stuff.
So is it something that we'll see V1, considering this will be a V0.9?
It's a good question. They did also say we basically flew into Vegas and flew out, like, I think we were there for 30 hours or something. Like, it was like our schedules are crazy, so we had no time. But they said, come back in 6 months. They'll tell us, obviously, and they'll have a new version of the aircraft, and it'll fly better, faster, stronger, more safe, like fewer constraints. They limited our altitude to 10 feet, which is a major bummer. You know, the first thing you do when you get confidence in something like this is want to just full throttle, and they really
go up.
You know, yeah,
Go up to see the views.
Exactly. I mean, 30, 40, 50 feet is a huge leap from where we started. So the hope is that we get there, and I'm sure we're going to film a lot more of it. Casey had a blast. So yeah, we'll see where it goes. I'll keep you posted or shoot me an email, and it'll be interesting.
These kinds of vehicles some kind of stunt, considering that we don't see a good evolution on the propulsion systems and the power systems. And unless we go with something radical, I don't see those things, because flying even for 15 minutes on a vehicle like this, it's just go around the corner, to buy a pack of milk, and perhaps be lucky to come back.
Yeah, exactly. You're exactly right. For it to be a viable transportation solution, like you said, there needs to be a revolution. I say revolution. There needs to be a technological leap in battery. Yeah, and battery, I don't know, something.
I don't know if it's battery. I don't know if it's battery.
Yeah, neither do I. But like we need to lift more grams per watt for a longer amount of time, all that stuff. So, but like I said, for now, and I talked to them about this, they don't have any illusions about this. Like, they're going to open up a taxi service next month and we're all going to be transporting across the Hudson or whatever. They're just like, this is the first step and we're going to keep moving. And in 6 months, it's going to be better. In 6 months after that, and then we do that, 2-3 years, who knows? I think it's going to start, like I said before, with recreation. So, I mean, it is cool and it was fun to fly. And if you can find an insurance company willing to cover the exposure, and you have, somebody, one of Larry Page's partners with enough capital to invest to basically have a fun side project, I could see something like this happening in like a fenced off area at a lake somewhere. And it's like some kind of motorsport experience. In the US, we have all kinds of stuff like that. So I don't know. We'll see though.
And then you're gathering tons of data with real people driving the thing. You're gathering tons of data, and when you move up, and as power systems catch up and other stuff catches up and goes where we want it to go, you've got data about how people really use the things. I think it's very sensible. Rather than just arriving with we're going to transport everybody everywhere. Uber put out Uber Air put out a video today, and it just looks like it's a twin-engine multi-rotor, and people get in and they go to the top of a building and fly off. It's just, well, hang on a minute, that's a helicopter. We already have that. That already exists.
Yeah.
Well,
that's the point. I see those kinds of vehicles when we have those very small helicopters like the Robinsons or even where those kinds of multi-rotors fit, because it's just a matter of having more propellers than an R-22.
It is, it is, but Part 103 means, of course, you've that's the clever bit. It means you've got out of the need for your pilot's license and the registration on the thing. So that's a clever dodge. I could use my mate's house. I live on a lake. They can send one to me. I live on a dam. But my mate's house is on the other side, and it's 25 kilometers away. If I have to drive, it's 25 kilometers, about 400 meters straight across the lake. I could.
Well, of course, I can get a dolly cable, so you can ship things back and forth.
My neighbor has one of those, and it goes out. It's a shipping pallet under a wire, and it goes as a cliff just back over there. And it goes out. He goes straight out over a cliff on a pallet. But anyway, that's another thing. So that does exist here, but I'm not brave enough. I am not brave enough to go. Oh, there's XJet deleted the free adult dating message. Yes, I did. Sorry, Bruce. I hope you're feeling better. Bruce is there in text. Well, who knows? I mean, it might not be Bruce, and he's probably not coming on because I don't know if you saw. I wanted him to test fly. Did you see? There's another one for you to go off and do, Justin. Did you see that dart, the quad, where you stand in? I shall put a link in in the chat here, and I had volunteered Bruce to go off and fly this. But and then straight away he doesn't want to play. It's outrageous.
Well, we're gonna make one, so it's literally just a matter of time, probably a couple months, maybe less, just depending on if we can use something we already have. But we're just gonna put a pod underneath one of these. We have the aircraft, we have the propulsion system, we have all the engineering done. It's just literally we have to make a pod and put a seat in it. And for once, I'll actually get to fly. I hate I don't get to do any of the fun stuff because I'm the pilot, actually driving the damn thing. So we'll make something, and we'll see how it goes.
I don't know if you guys remember, but a couple of years ago there were some Spanish guys that did a production of having a girl flying, hanging on two RC helicopters.
Yes.
The single rotors. Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah. So if your multi-rotor does have the capability, just get some cables and a chair under it and fly it.
No. Well, the thing is, we've flown people, of course, and payloads under with a rope, essentially, lots of stuff. And I do that because it's easy, because the payload doesn't really affect the aircraft. The aircraft can pivot and move. Yep. But we haven't experimented much with a hard-mounted payload because of the natural pendulum effect that you end up with. So, but I didn't realize that 103. I didn't realize this loophole, and until this Kitty Hawk project, I had no clue. So this for me just opened up a whole thing. I have sitting this frame is almost ready to go. Look at this. So this is like a 7-foot wide hexadecacopter frame, and this is the landing gear we're using, and it's already load-bearing part of the structure. So all we'd do is essentially raise this up a couple more feet and then put a seat in there, and we're good to go. So we have some pretty simple things we have to do. I'm going to do it, and I don't know where the hell we're going to fly it. But
the dynamics will be easy because we'll have the tendency of self-stabilizing if you get the pivot way down.
Right.
So,
yeah, I think you're right. We're going to find out, though. I'll like I said, I'll let you know whenever it comes together, and we can.
Well, let's just think about it. E-Hang and Workhorse both have the payload underneath the aircraft, and now these guys are on top, aren't they? They're the other way around. So I wonder how they have arrived at that decision.
It depends on where the batteries are, because the batteries are going to be.
Yes.
So if the batteries are below, then you have it.
The batteries they're definitely below. We just don't know where. And although the pod is it looks like it's on top of it, you're sitting in between the propellers. The propellers are at waist level, so it's really center balanced. So you're the bulk of your mass is actually beneath or at the level of the propellers, and then the batteries are at the bottom. Clearly, I just don't know if they're in the pontoons or if they're in the main chassis section. I don't know where the speed controllers are. And there was also no cooling, so they must have some kind of active cooling system. It's 105 degrees in Vegas.
No water cooling. No water cooling using those.
You're not in water. I mean, they could have it. I mean, they didn't tell me, and I couldn't.
True, they're not. Yes, you're not.
Yeah, you're not in water. You're on a dock. So they have something. I didn't hear fans or anything like that. So it very well could be oil or water, or some kind of liquid cooling
or
system.
Nothing, because if they're
There's
flying
a chance,
for so little time, you just let it raise till almost melting. We've seen some endeavors that will go, don't cool it.
Yeah, I've blown up numerous speed controllers and motors and batteries.
Yeah, we've all been there.
Yeah. No fun.
So, and is Cora also then the one that's in Bruce's wood of the neck? Is that also designed to be driven, as it were? That because everyone's jumped onto here's the flying taxi with this one, which plainly it isn't, or flying car, which I don't get at all because it's not a car in any way. But is Cora more designed to be driven, do you think?
No, it's more of an autonomous aircraft.
Okay.
It is driven. It has the same control system, but it's a VTOL, like a well, you guys are aware, it takes off as a multirotor and turns into a plane. So the control of it is a little bit more complex. So it's autonomous, or it's intended to be more autonomous. We're going to know a lot more about it soon, and they're releasing more and more. But that they're trying to turn into, like you said, taxi service, like turn it right into a taxi service. The Flyer is at this stage more of like I said, a recreational experiment. They're very gung-ho on turning it into a transportation service. So that's their goal. Like, I want to be clear. Like, they're not trying to turn this into a fun thing that rich guys can buy and go have a good time. They're designing it to be transportation. But I think everybody understands that, at least in the United States, we're like years off. You know, we're at least a couple of years minimum. That's like, incredible changes in the regulatory environment.
Will FAA be going to close the loophole they're using?
I wonder very quickly, I should think, if there's any worry about it.
I talked to them about, not that specific question, but I talked to them about their relationship with the FAA. And they said that they're basically, they're just being very positive. They're putting their best foot forward, and they're trying to drum up so much positive interest in this so that society kind of accepts it, that it gets so much momentum that the FAA is sort of, they have no choice but to make this work. Kind of with what happened with commercial drone operations in the United States. It got to a point where there was enough critical mass with operators like us that the FAA couldn't say like, well, no, we're not going to allow that. There's literally thousands of, demand all over the United States. So that's their hope, that it'll go the same way. And they have a chance. But when you see a guy who has never flown anything in his life, and he, an hour after seeing it for the first time, he's up there flying this, like, it has to be all up, 350 pounds, more than that. It's probably 450 pounds. Flying it, there's people, who knows? I mean, they give me shit about flying, excuse the language. The FAA gives me a hard time about flying a cinema camera, 1 mile outside of downtown Houston, which is just, it makes no sense. Closed roads, like airspace alerts, everything, and they still give us a hard time. So who knows? We'll see. I mean, why are they in New Zealand? There's a reason for that. Why is Google working in, I don't even know where they are, UK or Canada or somewhere. Everybody's going elsewhere, UK. We do a lot of projects in South America and Europe just because the US government says no. So I don't know if that'll change soon or what, but we'll see.
Yeah, it is. I suppose that is the big paradigm shift, isn't it? Is that somebody can get into something that can fly it with an hour's training, properly fly and safely, and that's where we should be thinking past. Oh, it's only a few minutes, and this, that. It's actually no. Someone comes in off the street and can fly something. Yeah. That's amazing. That is amazing. That is.
The insurance side of it too interests me because we deal with lawyers and insurance companies all day, and it's a nightmare to fly unmanned aircraft the size of this. I can't even imagine what, like, hey, Uncle Bob is going to hop in this thing and go fly. I don't know who's going to cover that liability or what it's going to cost. It's got to be incredible. Our premiums, like, we can't really say, but they're huge. We spend hundreds of thousands of dollars a year on insurance. So, and we're not flying people so I can't even. So anyway, all that stuff.
Well, I bet if you go to Part 107 Owner and Operators Club of America, whatever they are, there's probably an insurance that might cover. There's probably insurance products out there already.
There isn't. No, there isn't, Gary. It's a real pain in the back end to get insurance and civil liability. We operate with the 5 million civil liability, and it's not easy, and not all companies do it, and the insurers. You know what it is, Justin.
No, but we're talking a different thing here. We're not talking about insuring an RPAS. We're talking about insuring a Part 103 ultralight.
Yeah, no. I add to the RPAS the word plus human. If we say RPAS plus $50,000 camera, and now add to that, remove the $50,000 camera and add it plus human, the insurers will go bananas.
But we're not talking about that. We're talking about insuring an ultralight. I bet, and there's thousands of people fly ultralights in America. I bet you there's ultralight insurance policies out there. Okay, if you're commercializing, I bet the next issue would be you probably can't fly commercially a Part 103 aircraft, so you couldn't have people paying to come and fly the thing. I bet you there's something in there as well.
Yeah.
But I bet you there's Part 103 insurance products out there.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just guessing. I'm absolutely guessing, but I bet it's not as hard as you think. But yes, it's hard for RPAS. Look, we're already. I know we started a couple of minutes late, but we're trolling up towards the hour. I wanted to get another couple of things in, and I know you two will have a reaction to this. And the first one was the fine against. I'm sorry, I'm not meaning to push you away. That's just the Hobby King.
It's not. No, it's not a fine.
The proposal. Yes, it's a proposal. Yes.
And
$2.8 million.
Yeah, who else is on the line? Because everybody and their cat was selling the same kinds of equipments.
Yeah.
So who's next in line?
Well, as you know, though, I mean, they really only have to make an example out of one of them, and a big one. And they went after a company that's guaranteed they've got good, they got a relatively deep pockets and a big bank account and probably good insurance. But it's like they did with commercial drone operators when they went after the guy in New York.
That's right. Yeah.
You hit one of them with a $1, $2, $3 million fine, and everybody kind of falls in line. But yeah, you've got a great point. I mean, everybody is selling that stuff. You can buy it anywhere. You still can right now. So
yeah. And some of them advertised and sold as out of any kind of regulation anywhere in the world, because you see crazy powers. And if you go to some, as you know, if you go to some countries, the power that you can broadcast on certain frequencies is ridiculous. And
Italy is bloody. Excuse my French, is gigawatts in some things, isn't it? You can. It's some Italian HF radio stations turn off TVs in England. It's they could put out huge power outputs there. But I think what it's underlined is that people were buying this stuff and didn't actually have a clue, or people are buying and using it and don't have a clue the implications of the interference they might be causing to other users, because we tend to be working in the ISM bands, industrial, scientific, and the M part. Bruce will tell me maybe. Medical, is it? Medical, I think.
Gary, we are young enough to remember the chips on the clubhouse when you were going to fly an RC plane, and you'll remove the chip with the frequency cards.
That's right. Yes, the flag and all that. Yes.
Yeah.
Justin doesn't know what we're talking about.
I do.
Yeah.
No, I've been messing with RC since I was a little kid. So I remember that, racing at my events and flying. I mean, I remember all that stuff.
So.
Cool.
And the problem is when we moved to 2.4 gigahertz, we opened a can of worms. And now with 5.8, 868, 900, 433, what else? We have so many frequencies that we use on this that it gets messy and easily messy. And what people do is just the usual solution: more power, more power.
That's right.
So if your friend says, "Hey, I got this XYZ brand radio from somewhere that can cover 2 miles," you go and buy the one that does 4 miles. So that's it. And you see that on power, crazy antenna designs. Everything that can enhance that. And we opened the can of worms when we went to digital, and sometimes fake digital, like analog signaling on the RC bands.
So it's back to bang bang and reed switches then. Back to those. That's what I say. That's what I say. And the other one I wanted to talk about, which you probably both have a view on, is the new Parrot Anafi. How do we say that? I don't even know how we say that. Anafi, I think. Well, what do we think about that? It can look up.
I'm not familiar with it. How do you spell it? And that
Just look for
Got it.
new Parrot drone.
Got it.
Okay.
Wow, looks like a Mavic.
Yeah, that's it. With a Mavic with the camera that looks up.
It goes 90 up as well, so you can get under a bridge.
Yeah, but how well will it perform? Will the quality of the plastics be on par with what the competition gives? You've seen the Parrots, the other
Bebop,
one, the Bebop. And do we think that the overall quality and feel of that is similar to a Mavic?
Here's the thing. I hate DJI. I hate DJI products. I've always had problems with DJI. I realize they're the biggest by far, but for whatever reason, I've just had terrible luck with them. Some people have bad luck with Apple products or whatever. For me, it's DJI. Everything goes wrong. I own a ton of DJI stuff. It's always a pain in the butt. But they have now completely dominated the market. I mean, they put everybody out of business. Their products are far superior in flight, obstacle avoidance, stabilization, camera quality. Their OS, everything about what they're doing is so far into the next level that no, it's not going to be able to compete at all. I don't even need to see it. Like, I'm so close-minded on this. Like, they've dominated everybody. I mean, Karma's gone, 3DR is gone, Unique is on their way out the door, and they're backed by Intel with $100 million and all this stuff. I mean, like, how do you compete with this? I think their latest valuation's like $3 billion or something. I mean, it's just like this Chinese behemoth, vertically integrated conglomerate, you know, like, who's perfected consumer products drones. I can't believe they're even trying. Like, I'm shocked.
No, I really think that that comes up with this Parrot drone comes with the announcement of the new hotel new drone that looks like also a Mavic, and they're just shooting at they're just barking at the wrong tree. Because the guests we had last week, the guys from Skydio, those are the guys that can do something that disturbs the DJI. And
but what's going to happen is they're not going to usurp DJI. DJI is just going to buy them.
Buy them out.
And that's a great strategy. I'd do the same thing if I was Skydio or any of the guys. Like, there's a lot of really bright guys with grand ideas, and they're executing, but. I mean, they'll just get bought and put into the Phantom 6 or whatever. And it's great for consumers. It's great for everybody except, you know, their competition. And pair it with the Bebop, which that big, ridiculous controller and their FPV thing that they, you know, that plane that they made. I feel like they're so disconnected from the market. You know, I'm no expert on
they had to do that plane, and there are some use cases for that plane because of the MicaSense cameras they got also acquired, right? It was MicaSense, right, Gary? That Parrot.
Sequoia, I think the Sequoia is the camera. Sequoia is the one that fits in the back. Do you remember when we had them on there and we said to them, "Oh, look, that looks like that space exactly fits a Sequoia," and they went, "Oh, no, no," and then, hey presto, another couple of months later, out comes the Ag version, and that is going quite well, that wing for them, and that's what they've got the edge over DJI on, and that's what a lot of companies have got the edge over DJI on, is fixed wing platforms. We're going to see BV loss just around the corner. It's going to happen. It is going to happen in the next 5 years. I'm quite sure of it. And then aeroplanes suddenly will start making a lot more sense. You know, aeroplanes fly for 6 or 7 hours, and et cetera, et cetera. I see one person nodding, and I see Louis looking at me like I'm mad.
No. We've already discussed that. I really believe that when DJI sees fit, will enter the fixed wing market. I don't think they haven't gone into it because it does not fit. Okay, using an RC plane is fun, but requires a lot of logistics. If you're going to get that in consumers' hands, it's not a good experience that we have these days. So that experience has to come to the level of the Spark. That's the experience that and when they crack that nut, I believe we'll see DJI entering on every kind of fixed wing planes.
I'm sure they have somebody working on a VTOL wing, you know, one of those like X-wing or whatever. I forgot who makes that, but yeah, as soon as they get that, they marry a Phantom with a wing, and it can, you know, it's
well,
pretty
yeah.
well set up.
Immediately, you think, why don't they just supply wing add-ons? You know, just put them on the skid and
come on. And the Inspire goes how fast? 80 kilometers per hour. So it's almost a wing plane. So just have another channel on the radio to deploy wings, and it flies perfectly.
Bring on the transformer. Look, I'm very aware that Justin's time's very, very valuable, and it's been very kind of you, and we've just gone over the hour. It's been very, very kind of you to join us and tell us about your experiences at Kizzy Hawk, and I hope we can twist your arm to come on again, because I want to hear more about that Cora. That does look very interesting.
I'll shoot me some questions, like email me after any specific questions, and I'll see about getting some answers and come back on. But yeah, any excuse to come and talk about drone nonsense and take some time away from my regular like office job, then yeah, this is great.
That's very kind of you. No, thank you. And just must say in the comments, Richard says that Autel thing is coming out on June the 25th, he believes, the Autel Evo. So we shall see. So
we'll see perhaps the Phantom 5 on June the 26th.
24th. No, 24th probably. At 1 minute to midnight. It's
undercutting the new hotel by what? $200, $100. Now that's the betting that people do is how cheap will it be?
Yeah, and really it needs a big update in sensors and stuff like that. But anyway, that's for another topic. Justin's a busy chap, and so are you, Louis. Gentlemen, thanks very much. Get well soon, Bruce. See you in the comments there. Hope you're doing all right, mate. And we'll see you next week, everybody. Yeah, don't forget to join us at 2100 GMT, same place, same back channel, all those other good things. Have a lovely, safe rest of the week. And if you're flying this weekend, be safe and enjoy it. See you all next week, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye. Get well, Bruce.
Yeah, cheers, Bruce.